Yo, what's good? Having a little technical trouble here, but we're gonna party today. It's gonna be great. It's been a long time since we've started a Monday without a 49ers victory. The 49ers beat the Rams 30-23 in LA last night. 9 straight W's over the Rams, 12 straight W's overall. That's the second longest winning streak in 49ers franchise history. We're going to dive into all of that today. We're also going to dive into the Raiders blowout loss on the road to the Bills. Tough one for the Raiders. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joining me today, Jesse Tapia. James Ham on vacation. He's on a cruise.
Yeah, he's out there living in Alaska. So I guess we get the producers today.
Yeah, he was like, oh, I love that. The producers. That's what we're doing today. So, yeah, James goes on Friday before he left. We were talking and he goes, yeah, I'm going to, I'll try and jump on when I can and stuff. It's like, dog, enjoy that vacation.
Yeah, you don't have to do this. You can go enjoy yourself. Like,
yeah.
You're out here every day, all day. You can go enjoy yourself.
You work so hard, man. Take a day off. No, he was texting me about the Niner game yesterday, though, dropping his take. So he might drop in at some point. He's like, I'll let you guys know. I'm like, dude, if you got internet and you want to drop in, you know where the link is. So we might get a James appearance here at some point. But let's talk about this Niners win, because I'm gonna stick on a victory Monday, because I feel like Monday we need to start off with a little positivity. I don't think that's wrong, but we do have to get to the Raiders for sure. San Francisco beats the Rams 30-23. Brock Purdy was just okay.
He was fine.
It was fine. Defense was just okay.
They were fine.
It was fine. And they sneak out of LA with a victory. But I thought going into that game, I thought the Niners were going to steamroll LA.
Yeah, that was kind of the thought going into it. Like, it was the 8.5 point spread, right? Going into it.
7.5 is what it closed at, which made the field goal super funny.
7.5. Yeah. So we all expect the Niners to blow them out, but I mean, might not be the end of Matt Stafford right now.
No, Matt Stafford can play.
Yeah.
Like, I've always been a Matt Stafford guy. Just even when he was at the Lions, we're going, you never win anything with Matt Stafford. It's like, now that team stinks, dude. Get him on a team that's good, and I promise Matt Stafford can play. And honestly, I thought what Sean McVay did yesterday was super impressive from the standpoint of knowing what the 49ers defense was going to do. It's the first time I didn't feel like Sean McVay got badly outcoached by Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, the 49ers, you could tell, were kind of getting out physical a bit in the first half.
Yeah.
Like the Rams were doing whatever they wanted as far as running the ball. I mean, it seems like the 49ers were the Niners were taking away a lot of the deep stuff, but the Rams kept hitting them underneath, and that was just working for the first half. Yeah,
and that's something that San Francisco has always kind of done, is it's okay. Like they're always pretty high up in completion percentage allowed, because they'll give you that underneath stuff, but they rally to the ball. They don't allow a lot of yak. And then within the 30s, they tighten it up. But yesterday, they had no answer for the Rams, who got yak on seemingly every catch. You had multiple plays where Fred Warner's running the wrong way. You had multiple plays where Nick Bosa, there were times Nick Bosa was looking like north and the play is going south, which is not great. But it's just really the first time that in a while that I've looked at a Niners defense, specifically against the Rams, really, and gone, they are totally unprepared.
Was it a bit of a reality check game for us, as far as how we thought of the 49ers and as far as like them and the teams in the division?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was definitely, after what they did against Pittsburgh, I thought, man, they're dialed. There's not going to be a game, maybe late in the year, but these early games, Rams, Giants, Cardinals, I think we're going to see them super locked in. And that was not the case. I don't want to say they weren't locked in. Like, it wasn't like they played poorly, but it was a lot of missed tackles. It was a lot of weirdly missed assignments. And yeah, I think that if you had the 49ers at the top of your power rankings, I think you'd probably knock them down based on what you saw. Or are you moving the Rams up? Like, are the Rams just is what we saw from week 1 from LA just more kind of what we can expect? Because yesterday they looked like a team that's going to win 9 or 10 games.
Yeah, I think that's part of it. I think they have a lot of not issues, but things they need to work out with Stafford and those young receivers. But I think as the season goes on, that's going to be a team where they'll be around. They might even be better than Seattle this year.
You think?
Maybe. Maybe.
I'm not ready to go there.
It's week 2, like I said, it's week 2 or whatever. They still got to get better, but they got a foundation there.
You texted me this yesterday. The Rams are going to be good because you get a breakout from Tutu Atwell, who looked like he was going the what's my guy, Tavon Austin. He looked like he was kind of going the Tavon Austin route with his career. And then you have Puka Nacua, rookie 5th round pick, who's tearing it up.
Just the offensive rookie of the year, I guess, at this point.
Dude, just give it to him. Like, forget whatever. So he had 15 targets, 10 catches, 119 yards in week 1. And everybody rightly goes, well, he's not going to do that again. Facing a good Niners defense. He's a rookie. Goes 20 targets, 15 catches, 147 yards. 13th player ever to reach those marks and the first rookie to do it.
Just a modern day Terrell Owens, I guess.
Just easy work. Hey, real quick, by the way, I was looking this up today for an article I'm doing. So Puka Nacua, 20 targets, 15 catches, 147 yards. He's the 13th player to do that. Jimmy Smith, I had forgotten this happened or didn't know it happened because it happened when I was 9 years old. Jimmy Smith against the 2000 Ravens had 293 receiving yards and 3 touchdowns on 15 catches.
Like just in one game.
Or 16 catches in one game.
Yeah, that's insane.
He had more points and yards by himself than they gave up per game all year in that one. How is that not? He should go to the Hall of Fame based on that.
Yeah.
The 2000s Ravens are like, it's 85 Bears, 2000s Ravens, and those are the 2 best defenses of all time. And Jimmy Smith is over here going for 293 and 3 tutties on him.
I feel like anyone that went over 100 yards against the Ravens defense in the year, just throw him in the Hall.
Give him a gold jacket.
Yeah, give him some.
Maybe not. Okay, maybe you don't get the bust and the gold jacket and stuff, but you get a little wing.
A little hoodie.
You get a there you go.
A little golden hoodie.
The gold Hall of Fame hoodie.
Yeah, that's
and
it.
You just get a little wing, and instead of the full like bronze bust, you get like one of those Funko Pops. And they put your stat line next to it, and you're kind of there, but not all the way.
So these are big time ideas right here.
This is great. Hit up Canton. What's that guy's name? David Baker?
It might be.
The big dude that introduces everybody to the Hall of Fame. Yeah, get him on the horn. No, but when you look at what the Rams are doing with all their youth, it's super impressive. I was with everybody else. The Rams are, I didn't think so. I never thought they'd be in the Caleb Williams hunt because Aaron Donald's still there. Cooper Kupp should be back eventually. Matthew Stafford, if his right arm was attached, is a good player. And Sean McVay, I think, is from what I understand, really excited to be coaching just this new team. It's like fresh blood. Like getting new players in here, getting to coach them up, teach them fundamentals, and getting to do some new things on offense with their skill sets. So I never thought they'd be a 2 or 3 win team, but I definitely was like, oh, they're going to win 5, maybe 6.
Yeah, going into the season too, like I thought the biggest thing you said was Matt Stafford's arm. Like, can he actually throw the football and stuff like that? And obviously now he can, but we've always said about the Rams, like, oh, they gave away all those draft picks to win that one Super Bowl. And it's like now we're kind of past that where, all right, now you got some picks to make. And it looks like the guys that they got out there, they might know how to draft too.
Yeah, they're doing that. And that was part of when they were signing Todd Gurley to the big deal and they paid Jared Goff and they paid Aaron Donald and they had Cooper Kupp. That was part of the reason they could do that is because they were so effective at drafting in the later rounds. And I think you're starting to see that now again. And I was more impressed. Tell me if this makes sense. I was more impressed by the Rams than I was concerned about the Niners.
No, I like that because the Rams kind of just built off of what we saw in week 1.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's not just a one-off thing. Like they went toe-to-toe for the most part with probably the best team arguably in the NFC right now.
They punched the Niners defense in the mouth.
They did.
I can't remember the last time that happened outside of, like the NFC title game. I don't count that.
Yeah, they were getting pushed back the whole game. And it's almost to a point where it's like, okay, the Rams might get this. And if the Rams do get this one, it's like we have a lot to think about as far as the NFC West.
That last drive before halftime was essential. Because the Rams were it felt like if the Niners didn't score there, the Rams were going to score coming out of the half.
Yeah. Brock Purdy, we'll talk about him coming up, but he did some things on that drive where you had some thoughts.
Yeah, dude, super weird Brock Purdy game. Like he was fine, but it was the first time. It's the first time he played he started an NFL game where he didn't throw 2 touchdowns. And so you kind of look at his stat line and you go, what was he? 17 of I smartly closed the window. He's like 17 to 26.
Yeah, like 206 yards, I believe.
Yeah, a couple hundred yards, no touchdowns, no picks. And you look at that stat line and you kind of look at how he played, and you immediately go to the 3 missed deep balls. You immediately go to the missed third down to Debo that he just sailed. And you're going, man, he didn't play very well. But then you go back and watch. It's like, man, he was all right.
I think the throws that he missed kind of elevated what people thought of his game, because I didn't think he was bad, but those 3 passes that he did miss is like, okay, if you're gonna be this guy, then you got to make those at least a couple of them.
Yeah. So somebody who has been around the NFL for a long time told me that you view 20 deep throws, 20 plus yards down the field, your completion rate on that is like a 3-point percentage. So if you're completing 37% of those, like you're really good. And if you start getting up to 39, 40, 41%, you're in the elite range. So he needs to complete one of those on the deep ones, not the slant to Debo, but there was the one to Debo, the deep one down the left side. There was a deep throw to Ayuk down the right side that he missed, and then the one to Jennings up the seam. If he hits any of those, all of a sudden his stat line has one more completion, has 40 plus more yards, might have a touchdown. And that's if he only completes one. So I thought for the most part he was okay yesterday, but I definitely think if you're a person who is concerned about Brock Purdy, you're going to look at those 3 plays and go, oh man, see, it's the arm strength. It's the touch on the deep ball.
Because we kind of mentioned it too yesterday when we were texting each other, but eventually he's going to have to come out and win a game. And it seemed like yesterday was going to maybe be that game, but the defense stepped up. So yeah, I could see the concerns if he's not hitting those throws.
But I thought the end of the first half was kind of a version of that. Obviously, it wasn't with the game on the line. You had a minute 45, and you really need a touchdown because the Rams are getting the ball at the end of the half. I was pretty impressed with how that drive went.
Yeah, it was smooth. It was probably one of his better drives since he's taken over, I say.
I also love that Shanahan went for it on 4th and goal from inside the 1.
Yeah, you kind of had to at that point because, like you said, the Rams are building momentum. Like you kind of just got to keep them away at this point.
Yeah, and if you go into half 17-10, if you don't score there, it's like, all right, it's 17-10. If you go into half 17-13, you're still down. Like, and if the Rams score, you're down 2 scores no matter what. So I love the aggressiveness there. I think he would have done it regardless of quarterback, but I definitely feel like Shanahan's been more aggressive with his play calling with Brock Purdy.
You could tell even since last season, he's a Brock Purdy guy.
Yeah.
Even more like you could tell, like even it took him a while with Jimmy G. I don't even know if he ever got there with Jimmy G. Trey Lance had never got there either. But Brock Purdy, you could tell after like maybe a couple games, like this is our guy.
Yeah, dialing up more deep shots, and Purdy is definitely more willing to take those deep shots. What did we learn about Brock Purdy yesterday? Let's talk about that next on the other side. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. It's the producers on ESPN 1320. All right. Bang, bang. I agree, Dambo. Honestly, this was when someone told me this because I had no context of what a good completion rate on 20-plus yard throws was. So I would just look at it and go, 30% sounds about right. But then I learned that that was not necessarily the case. So when you see players completing like 53, 54, 55% of their deep balls in a season, you can really expect that to drop pretty significantly. Yeah, our guy is on a cruise. I don't think there's anything. Oh, we're getting to this. We're getting to this for sure.
That was insane.
Our stingers are so high right now.
Never been higher. Are you a cruise guy?
Gross. We actually will be talking about the Cowboys. I've never been on one. My folks are big cruise people. They went on one and they were just like, this is it.
I went on a week-long one time in Mexico, and it's just at one point, like, all right, I need to get back on land. I can't stay on this boat anymore.
So that's like, if it was a cruise, but we stayed within like eye shot of land, I think I'd be like way more okay with it. But one of my biggest anxieties in life, have you ever heard of Point Nemo?
Never heard of it.
That's the point of the ocean that's the furthest from any land. And the idea of getting stuck there, it just fills me with dread.
Where you get stuck, they're like, "Oh yeah, come on this little lifeboat right here. We're gonna float your way over here to this other boat that's gonna
You're
pick us
just
up."
thousands of miles from any land. I'm out on that.
Yeah, it's tough when you look outside. It's just water out here.
Yeah, we're not meant to be there. Like you on land for the most part, you're not food. In the ocean, you're food. That's just what you are in the ocean.
To multiple animals here too.
Right. Or you're just like a orca's gonna come and be like, I'm gonna kill that thing. I don't want to eat it. I'm just gonna kill it.
See, that's the thing too. Like even like with orcas, like they're swimming around the boat. I'm terrified.
Yeah, I want no parts. I did whale watching in Hawaii one time, and it was humpback whales. It's gorgeous. So really cool. If they had been like, yeah, there's gonna be some orcas, I'm out of there, bro. I want no parts.
Yeah, we don't want no beef with the orcas.
I can't fight anywhere. I definitely can't fight in water though.
We're not made for that.
Not built for it. Not trying to wind up on Fish World Star. Nemo and his homies cracking jokes about me. It's the producers today. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia rocking with you until noon. We will give way to D'Lo and KC. And then after that, it'll be Saints, Panthers, Monday Night Football.
Another opportunity for our local Raider fans to cheer for their boy Derek Carr again.
I can't wait to watch Derek Carr tonight. Against a not good although the Panthers have some guys who can play on defense. But JC Horn's hurt. Brian Burns is kind of TBD on what he's going to look like this year. But if the Saints don't light up the Panthers, I'm going to have concerns.
Yeah, this is a Derek Carr year where it's like, all right, we saw what happened with the Raiders. We'll give you a pass for that. But if you don't do anything this season, then we might need to not get you out of there. But we're done. We're done thinking about what you could be.
Yeah, but man, he signed for a lot of money.
No, yeah, he's their problem for the next few years. But
any Raiders fans want Derek Carr back right now?
Some of them might.
Hit us up, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you're in the chat right now, let us know if you want Derek Carr instead of Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo was so bad yesterday, dude.
Jimmy made me believe. After week 1, Jimmy made me believe, and I'm a fool for it. I'm never doing that again.
It was peak. It was we'll dive into it later. I want to talk about Brock Purdy right now, but let's put a pin in that. We can talk about that in the next segment. So Brock Purdy still undefeated in the regular season as a starter. But yesterday was the first regular season game, and all of this is in the context of the regular season, by the way. To me, when I talk about a player, it's all regular season, unless I say otherwise. So we're talking regular season. He's not had a bad game yet, where you watch and you go, wow, the Niners won in spite of their quarterback. It felt like they did that with Jimmy all the time. But with Purdy, even yesterday, he had a touchdown run, but he didn't have any touchdown passes. The one to Debo was ruled a lateral, so it was a run. And I think that if this is a bad Brock Purdy game, I feel way better about the 49ers.
Yeah, because it's like me looking at it, it's like I don't even think he had a bad game. I think he was pretty much average. Like he wasn't out there turning the ball over or anything like that. He just was average. No turnovers, no touchdowns passing, but he still was able to put his stamp on the game.
I think that's just an underrated trait, or has become underrated. I know nobody is like turnovers are good, but I feel like we don't when Josh Allen turns the ball over 38 times in a 19-game stretch, nobody goes, I'm concerned about the fact that Josh Allen gives the ball to the other team twice a game. But really, like, that allows Brock Purdy to have shortcomings in some other areas in terms of just his physical skill set and what he's capable of doing there. If he's not giving the ball away, that's a enormous win for the 49ers offense.
Yeah, because you're still extending your opportunities at that point. You're not cutting drives short or anything like that. You're not messing up in the red zone. You still have opportunities to fix up what you're not working on.
Yeah, and I think that's just something that I didn't take into account because last year he did have such good interception luck that I just kind of looked at his numbers on turnovers and went, okay, well they're going to get worse, but maybe he's just going to get better at that, and maybe that's going to kind of be his calling card.
Yeah, it turns out Brock Purdy might be a decent quarterback. I mean,
I think he's pretty good.
he hasn't looked any different than he did last season. If anything, he's looked a little bit better. And like you
Yeah.
said, with this game, he was just bang average, but he still put his stamp on the game. He still was a big reason why they won, I think.
It's so hard. It's weird because I want to put him in a bucket. I want to be like he was good or he wasn't. And I think it's because my definition of that has kind of gotten warped because there were so many games where with Jimmy Garoppolo they were fine. Like he was just okay. But that meant there was 2 interceptions. They won, he drove them down at the end and they kicked the field goal and they won, but man, those couple of turnovers, those were tough.
He's like Jimmy G without the flaws, I guess. As far as Jimmy's gonna miss some high throws or whatever. Like you said, he's gonna throw a couple of picks. Brock Purdy, he's gonna play it safe. He's gonna miss maybe some throws, but he's not gonna throw the ball to the team.
Yeah, and if he does, then I think they're in trouble because that's where I don't know, and maybe the Niners offense is loaded enough that it won't wind up mattering. But if he does turn it over 2 or 3 times in a game, when you see that with Josh Allen or you see that with Patrick Mahomes, I know it doesn't happen super often with Mahomes, but they have the firepower just in themselves to make up for it. And if Brock has a game where he turns it over 2 or 3 times, does he have the capability to come back and, okay, he has to put the ball in the air 45 times now. And can he complete 35 of those passes and be efficient while doing it? These are all just, little weird questions.
Well, that's the thing though, is like we haven't been able to see him do it yet. He hasn't been in that situation. So it is going to be interesting to see. I mean, we can't definitively say, yeah, he can win a game on his own yet.
How much do you think Brandon Ayuk's injury played a role? Because Ayuk went down in the first quarter. He got landed on the first drive. He went down holding his shoulder, went to the medical tent, came back in, but was then in and out of the game really sporadically.
It always has an impact because I think he is the number 1 receiver this season. And it feels like the 49ers kind of put an emphasis on getting him involved in the offense. But I don't think it's anything where it's like, oh, Brandon Ayuk is out. Oh, we're going to start losing games now and all that. Like, no, you still expect, like, they still put up 30 points in this one.
That's what's wild to me. And without they had the 1 turnover put him deep into Rams territory. The second interception, the Deommodore Lenoir one. But outside of that, it was just kind of a methodical offensive game. There was a big Christian McCaffrey run, but it wasn't like they were ripping off a ton of huge plays. I honestly felt like after looking at the numbers after the game, they didn't match the eye test to me. They were so much better in that game than I thought they were while I was watching.
Yeah, because like you said, they were getting pushed around at one point. But I think what really saved them is the second half. They really, they really tightened things up to where the first half was bad, but the second half kind of saved their numbers, I feel.
That was one of the other big takeaways for me from yesterday because Steve Wilkes didn't really have to, I don't want to say didn't have to do anything. He was obviously part of the game plan that allowed the 49ers to dominate that game, but there wasn't any need for any major adjustment. Whereas yesterday, it was really clear whatever the 49ers were doing offensively was not going to work. Defensively.
Yeah, well, anytime the Rams ran the ball, that means you had your choice. I'm going to run through this hole, that hole, or that hole, and I'm going to gain 5-10 yards on this right now.
Yeah, and every time they had a third down, I think they were 9 of 18 on third down. Is that right? 9 of 18. That seems like a lot. They were where are we at? That doesn't matter. It's fine. They were efficient on third down, and it felt like every time they had a third down, it was crossing route, easy completion, easy pickup, and just constantly just DB in trail mode, DB in trail mode, DB in trail mode. But in the second half, they went in and it was like, all right, let's see what Steve Wilkes has got because they need to do something. And they ratcheted up their blitz rate. They blitzed on 15% of Matthew Stafford's dropbacks in the first half. This is via ESPN's Nick Wagner. 15% of Stafford's dropbacks they blitzed, no pressures. They blitzed on 43% of his dropbacks in the second half. That's a crazy high number. They got 9 pressures. And you started to see that start to work itself as the game kind of wore on and the Rams started to need to throw it more. So I was really impressed with Steve Wilkes yesterday. And then they brought the DBs up. They started playing tighter coverage, not giving them that underneath stuff. And it nearly burned them on the intentional grounding. where Tutu Atwell was supposed to.
He was trying to cut up instead.
Yeah. And he did not, because that was going to be 6. You had Hufanga breaking down. You had, was it Warner, I think, broke on that route. And there was going to be nobody home if they threw it deep. But
because the thing with sending pressure at Stafford is like Stafford can probably deal with it because he's been around the league for some time or whatever. But it's like I think we saw it a few times yesterday where it's like the receivers kind of have to work on the fly. Okay, you're running this route. Okay, well, you're not gonna be able to finish it because I got like 5 guys in my face or whatever.
Yeah,
you're gonna have to alter this route. I think we saw that with Tutu yesterday. Where he didn't cut up, boom, intentional grounding, and that kind of affected them.
That's so tough.
Yeah.
Hey, that happened in another place. Just real quick, the intentional grounding thing. Did you see? So Geno Smith, this is so great in the Seahawks Lions game. Same deal. Receiver runs the wrong route. Quarterback throws where receiver is supposed to be. Nobody in the area. Quarterback flagged. Now I get why that's the rule, and I get why Matthew Stafford was flagged for intentional grounding, because it's not the ref's job to know what route the receiver is supposed to run. It's the receiver's job to know that.
Yeah.
And if you make your quarterback throw it to nobody, that's going to be a flag. But within the spirit of the rule, it's to avoid, I'm going to get sacked. I'm just going to throw the ball away real quick. So anyways, Geno Smith trying to argue his case. This is one of the funniest things I've ever heard on a football field. Trying to argue his case to an official that he did not commit intentional grounding. And here's what the ref said.
Intentional grounding. Offense number 7. It's a 10-yard penalty. I'm talking to America here, excuse me. A 10-yard penalty and a loss of down. Second down.
Here's my one thing with it. That's funny to me. That's a little bit funny. But also, I don't love the idea that the ref might have been serious.
Like, what do you mean serious?
Like, this is my moment. People are here for me, dog.
See,
I get to talk now.
That might have been part of it. Like, the ref saw a moment for him to be the funny guy. And he delivered. I'm not going to lie. He delivered.
I'm talking to America here.
Yeah, I like I said, if he was joking, if he was genuinely like, nobody cares about me, I'm going to pretend like people care, then good, really strong. I just have a little bit of concern that ref was like, no, stop yelling at me while I'm in my moment.
See, it's funny because you like how you say it, because I feel like we've seen some NBA refs where it's just like, it's a big call. It's like, oh, like Kings basketball starting right here or whatever. Like they really get into it, I feel. So I think now that you say, like, there are some referees like, oh yeah, big pass interference call right here, 4th quarter. Like, just wait till I make this call right now.
You're human, and a ref knows. A ref, if he's going to call a blocking foul, or if he's going to call a charge, all right, it's going this way. If you do that in the second quarter of a 30-point game, it's just going to be like, yeah, kind of would say. But if you do that with 10 seconds left in a tie game in a game 7, you're doing like 3 hops, and then it's going the other way. You're doing that whole deal.
Was it the ref's name Joey Crawford who used to do that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Do the like multiple hops. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I get it as a ref because I'm
talking to America here.
Yeah, you everyone hates you. Like, let's keep it real. Nobody likes referees. Nobody.
I worked with a guy in San Francisco. Loves refs. Swear.
Really?
Refs can do no wrong.
I could never imagine being a ref guy.
Dude.
That's just one of those.
If somebody pulled up to me and I met them and they went, you know what I love about sports? The officials. I'm out on that person. I try not to be the guy that's like, oh, you don't like that food that I like. I'm judging you. I don't care. Eat what you like, right? But if you are, I love refs, there's something about you as a person that doesn't sit right with my spirit.
Yeah, because like you're just like the hall monitor. Like high school, I'm trying to make some extra money or whatever. All right, let me take these soccer reffing classes. I'm gonna go ref some soccer games. I get done with the classes. I'm all done. They give me my yellow, red cards, everything. I'm ready to go. I think back, why do I want to do this? I don't want to be a ref. What do I want to get yelled at these parents for? Nobody likes these people. Like people, like refs as people. I'm sure you guys are fine, but on the field, like it's just your enemy number 1. Why would I want to do this?
You're just going to be publicly flogged on purpose.
Exactly.
Which is an insane way to
for what?
life.
$30 at a time? No, I'm okay.
Talked a lot about Brock Purdy. I want to talk about Jimmy Garoppolo and the Raiders because the Raiders' performance in Buffalo yesterday reminded me of the 49ers, but not in a good way. I'll tell you why next on ESPN 1320. ESPN 13.
I forgot these breaks are short.
Yeah, they're super short. Dibs is my guy. Oh, Dave, that happened immediately. When I heard that clip this morning, I was going through Twitter, I was like, I'm saving this. I can't wait to use that when someone tries to interrupt me on the radio. Talking to America here. This is a fact. Middle school sports is the worst environment to ref in. That's so true.
I could never imagine being like a parent, like, I'm going to fight this person because he called strike 3 on my kid or whatever.
Totally agree with this. Yeah, dude. Baseball parent. Oof. Yeah, I was really lucky. I had good baseball parents. But there were some that just like, it's like, why are you screaming at this umpire? This kid's like 19 years old trying to make a buck. Dude.
Yeah, poor kid's just trying to pay for his books in college or whatever. And
Right.
meanwhile, he's getting an earful from Sally or Jeff.
Oh God.
Yeah, if you're a parent, focus on your kid. Like,
I wonder what drives somebody to be. I guess it's you love the sport,
I don't even
and so
think
you just want to be around it.
Are you talking about like being an umpire? I thought you were talking about like yelling at the
No,
parent.
being a ref.
Oh yeah,
or an umpire.
I don't think you can love the sport that much. I think you got to be down for some cash.
Yeah, that's probably true. Dude, you couldn't pay me enough, man. Like I said, I just have that like burning desire to be liked. And so the first time someone yelled at me, I'd be like, my bad, man. What can I do to make this better?
Like Michael Scott, I don't need to be liked. I want to be liked. So in a sense, I do need to be liked.
That's me, dude. How can we talk about this to resolve this issue between us? Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, rocking with you until noon. It's the insiders, but we're calling this the producers today because it's just me and Jesse. James Ham out on assignment, enjoying himself up in Alaska. Love that for him. Love that for our guy. The Raiders remind me of the 49ers, but not this year's 49ers and not because of Jimmy Garoppolo. A little bit because of Jimmy Garoppolo. This might just be what Jimmy Garoppolo sows as a quarterback on a mediocre roster. But they remind me of the 2020 49ers. And if you remember the 2020 49ers, they were coming off a Super Bowl. Richard Sherman got hurt before the season. He was dealing with like a calf and Achilles thing. And then Dee Ford got hurt early in the year. Nick Bosa got hurt in week 2. Solomon Thomas got hurt in week 2. Jimmy Garoppolo got hurt that same week at MetLife. And then they beat the Jets and they beat the Giants the next week. That whole year was the 49ers being good enough to beat teams worse than them, but not good enough to beat anybody better than them.
Yeah, that's going to be the perfect comp to the Raiders this season.
Like, I think they are just super mid.
Yeah, because you look at like their week 1 win against Denver. It turns out, we'll talk about it later, but Denver might not be much this season.
Denver's also mid.
Yeah, it turns out Sean Payton knew what he was doing this season, calling out Nathaniel Hackett and saying Russell Wilson needs to step up and all that. We see you, Sean Payton.
Yeah.
But Raiders took care of a worse team, and then, of course, they got Jesse believing this week. Oh, yeah. Jimmy
I was
Garoppolo.
so in. And I think this is why it impacted me so much, because I really thought after watching what they did in Denver, not that Denver's an impossible place to win, but it's a division game, week 1, you're on the road, new coach. Oh, Russell Wilson's going to be back. And they go pull out a nice kind of gutsy 17-16 win. Jimmy Garoppolo looks pretty good. Oh, let's go. Jimmy Garoppolo looks pretty good. I can't wait for everybody to see what just happened. And their defense looked like, oh, this might be a serviceable defensive unit. If they go to Buffalo, we talked about it on Friday, James and I did. All they had to do was play well. They didn't have to win. But can you make it a 24-17 type of game, 24-20? And then they go out, you get a touchdown on the opening drive. Okay, you got the scripted drive. That's nice. Get that scripted W. And then they get a stop. Okay.
See,
here come the Raiders.
After the stop, I tweet Raiders eyeball emoji. I'm just, oh, they're here and it's happening. And then you look away for a second, and then it's just over.
It was so bad. It was so bad. So I had that backwards. The Bills get the stop. No. Raiders get a touchdown. Then they get a stop. Then Garoppolo throws a pick. And a peak Jimmy Garoppolo, because he looked so good on the first drive. Looked like the player that is, this is the guy that wins all these games. But then he has the pick where it's pressure and he's backpedaling. He throws it and it gets tipped up in the air. Easy interception. Bills go in and score a touchdown. Raiders go 3 and out. Bills get another touchdown. Ball game over. And I can't tell you, it reminded me so much of the Bills beating the 49ers. It was in Arizona, but it was a Niners home game. Remember when they had to play in Arizona in 2020? It reminded me so much of that game where the 49ers just had no answer on either side of the ball.
Yeah, it's kind of like just all this stuff that we wanted to see the Raiders do this week. It's just, no, it's not.
They didn't do any of it.
None of it.
And I don't want to overreact and say they're going to win 3 games. I'm still not in that boat. I know there were a lot of people that thought before the year this team is going to be awful. I still don't believe that. You get Jacoby Myers back. They still, for some reason, haven't involved Hunter Renfrow. I'm really interested to see what's happening there.
That's weird because that's been something that's been going on since last season.
Yeah.
Josh McDaniels just refuses to drop anything for Hunter Renfrow when in the years before that he was one of the, they were talking like he was one of the best slot receivers in the league.
He's really good.
Yeah.
He's a really, really high quality player. Yeah, I have no idea. I think he just doesn't want him to be better than Wes Welker. I mean, dude, you have a guy like Wes Welker is really good. Make Hunter Renfrow do what Wes Welker did.
It's that simple.
That just seems like good coaching to me. I don't know. No, I was disappointed because I really thought after week 1 that we were going to see Vegas be a little competitive, but they'll be in the hunt. We'll see the graphic in week 15. They're, let's see, 15. So it'd be 6-8, 7-7 or whatever in the hunt, but everybody knows they're not really.
Yeah, like that's nice. You guys are there. Like, oh, Raiders, if they win this one and the Patriots lose this game, they'll be right there at 500. They'll be right there. Yeah, they'll be in the hunt up until week 15, like you said, week 16, and then boom, it's done.
Yeah, they reek of like a 7-win team to me.
Yeah, because Jimmy Garoppolo was good enough to where he's average enough to where he's going to keep you in games, but we saw it yesterday. He's also going to lose you some games.
Yeah, 16-24, $185, a touchdown, 2 interceptions, and just.
That's literally the stat line you read in the last segment. Jimmy's going to be okay. He's going to throw a touchdown. He's probably going to throw a couple picks.
Yeah, like that's just it. And is your defense good enough to get a bunch of stops and give him a chance to win it? Maybe. But Buffalo clearly, A, I think they were mad about week 1 and losing to the Jets. And B, Buffalo is supposed to be a Super Bowl contender. And the Raiders, this is like I said, this is why I'm not going, they're only going to win 3 games. The Raiders clearly, it was, okay, where are they at? This is just one of those like check mark games, benchmark games. Measuring stick games is what I was looking for. It's a measuring stick game. How close are they to a team that's supposed to be competing for a Super Bowl? And the answer was not close.
Not at all. Not in the same room. Not in the same house.
So now it's back to square one. I still think they're going to win 6, 7, kind of be there and be around. But had they kept it close yesterday, I would have been very much in on this iteration of this team. And now I don't know.
One thing that kind of keeps me from I think they might be, there's a chance they're closer to that 3-win team because they can't run the ball right now.
Yeah.
Josh Jacobs had, what was it, single-digit yards, I think it was yesterday?
I
know he wasn't great yesterday. They couldn't run the ball. They had trouble running the ball in the preseason. If you can't get Josh Jacobs going, I feel like what worked for Jimmy G in San Francisco was the fact that he had a solid team around him. So you had other guys to pick up. If you don't have those other guys to pick up here with the Raiders, then it's not going to work.
Yeah, he didn't have single-digit yards. He had negative yards.
See.
9 carries for -2 yards. And yeah, when you get out of, and that was the gripe with Garoppolo for the most part in San Francisco. When you get out of that game script where, all right, hey, A, the run game's not working, and B, even if it was, you're down 3 scores really early in the game, you need him to go win it. He's not going to. Like, that's not new.
Yeah.
That's just not that's not anything different than anything we've seen from Jimmy Garoppolo in the past.
Yeah, that's
And
one.
that's
If the Raiders defense isn't what maybe they were hoping, and like I said, Josh Jacobs isn't running the ball, and Raiders really they might be that 3-win team this season. And I don't think they are right now. It's a chance. It's a possibility because I'm still believing in Josh Jacobs. I think they'll turn it around a little bit. Like I said, like you said, I think they'll be good enough to win 6, 7, maybe 8 games if they have a decent season or whatnot. But if the running game's not going and the defense isn't getting stops, then Jimmy's not going to go out and he's not going to keep you in the game.
Next week's going to be super eye-opening.
Who are they playing next week?
Next week, they're home against the Steelers.
Ooh, I think that's a Monday night game too. Or Sunday night. Sunday night, yeah.
Sunday night. So that'll be... And Pittsburgh still hasn't played. Pittsburgh plays tonight. But the Steelers, to me, are right about where the Raiders are.
That might be a loser leaves town match.
Ooh, okay.
Yeah.
I think I might agree with you.
Yeah.
Especially if the Steelers lose tonight.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I don't... I'm not kicking them out yet. I'm not throwing them out the club yet.
Not throwing the Raiders out the club yet?
No, not yet.
I'm not doing it
I was
yet.
really disappointed. I'm intensely disappointed in their performance yesterday.
Yeah, I'm not going to go on the radio this week and be like, oh, yeah, guys, the Raiders might do it. They might beat Buffalo this week. I'm not doing that ever again. You guys made me look like fools. All right. I had the Rock.
I think I had them covering the 8.5. They did not.
Yeah.
They did not even come close to covering the 8.5.
The Rock comes back to SmackDown on Friday. We'll talk about that later on D'Lo and KC and all that. But The Rock comes back. I'm thinking, oh, I made a prediction. You know what? Maybe the Raiders get this one. I'm feeling pretty good. Game starts off well. No, I'm good. Never doing that again.
I'm so happy you didn't make me talk about wrestling because I had nothing for you.
Yeah, I know. I know.
No, but the good news with Vegas is I think Max Crosby is obviously a very good player. He's excellent. And I don't think there's a ton of disagreement on that. But I think a guy like Nate Hobbs can play. I think a guy like Trevin Merrick can play. I think obviously Devontae Adams. Jacoby Myers looked really great in week 1. How does he look when he comes back? Josh Jacobs, obviously an outstanding player. Colton Miller, good player. So they have, like, you see the foundation, you see the pieces.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, they have names, they have good players on there, but I'm just not sure, like, if it's a coaching thing or if it's just something that's just not connecting where they can't put it together. Because they should be like I think the Patriots this season. I think the Patriots would be another one of those in the hunt teams and might even snag a playoff spot. I think they should be on that level, but for some reason, it's just they're right below that where it's just they have like this glass ceiling above them for some reason.
Yeah, I think it might be coaching. I think I'm out on Josh McDaniels.
I've been out on Josh McDaniels, so I'm with you on that one. Yeah, Denver was horrible. Denver was horrible. That didn't work.
He drafted Tim Tebow in the first round.
He did, and he didn't even win the playoff game with him. Right? That was John Fox.
Oh, is that right?
I think so, because I looked at I got to double check. I because I remember they had the Kyle Orton year where he won like 6 games in a row and then they lost the rest. That was Josh McDaniels. I think John Fox came in maybe the year after. I could be mistaken. But yeah, I've been out on Josh McDaniels since Denver, and then he did that thing.
You're throwing Josh McDaniels at the club.
Yes,
the Raiders can stay for now.
Yes, Raiders can hang out, but your boy that you brought, he's got to go home. All right, he's not acting right. He's got to go home. Call him an Uber. You guys are cool. Get him out of here.
He's falling asleep at the bar.
Yeah.
He just threw up a little bit.
Yeah, but he's taking other people's drinks now. Like, come on.
Talked a lot of Raiders, a lot of Niners. Tons of action in week 2 in the NFL, though. Let's go through some highlights on the other side.
Okay.
Kenny and I are matching today. Like, same.
He's got the same hoodie?
Same hat, same hoodie, light jeans. His shoes are probably nicer than mine.
Oh, we're getting you guys in front of the Odyssey line.
I can't
Odyssey
wait.
sign later.
I can't wait. Yeah, he walked in back behind you. I was like, oh no. Oh, Russell, we're getting to the Dolphins. We're getting to our Dolphins. Our Fins, baby. I correctly predicted the Super Bowl last year before the season. And this year I picked the Eagles to face the Dolphins. So they're my Dolphins this year.
That's right. I went Niners Dolphins this year.
I have one idea. It's the Bill Belichick thing, man. Although after this, if the Raiders are just bad this year and they just face plant, I think Josh McDaniels is gone.
See, I don't think he's gone. I think he sticks around.
If they go 3-14, I don't know how you bring him back. You're going backwards at that point.
Can you afford to fire him though if you're Mark Davis?
Probably not. Yikes. John Fox was the coach that year, according to Drew Down. I'm really bummed I'm not going to be able to go to Sky River on Thursday. I'll be out in the building at Santa Clara, taking pictures on the sideline. What should I make my Instagram caption on my sideline photo at the Niner game?
Maybe go with Big J journalist. Maybe, I don't know.
Oh, Big J journalist is very good. That's very, very good. What was I going to say? It's about being on the sideline. Oh, I nearly had a nightmare last year. I was on the sideline, and you just kind of observe things, and you throw some stuff on Twitter or whatever. And dude, I'm looking down at my phone. Football comes up, hits my phone, and then hits my shoulder and like bounces away, which is fine. Like, ball hit me. I wasn't paying attention. That's on me. I'm bummed I missed the opportunity to make the catch. That stings a little bit. I'm so happy it didn't hit me in the face.
Yeah, that's tough.
Because if it just hit my phone and hit my shoulder, it's like, oh, the ball just hit that guy. If it hits me in the face, now I'm a meme.
Yeah, you ever seen Fear of a Pitch with Jimmy Fallon?
Long time ago.
Yeah.
I think I saw it in theaters.
Yeah, Drew Barrymore, and she's in that movie or whatever. She takes a foul ball off the face, just on TV everywhere. You never want to be that person.
No, never, ever. That's why I'll never get in a fight. Oh, yeah, we are. I'll throw to it. I can't wait.
You think Mark Davis knows he gets a bad haircut?
Yeah, 100%.
See, but like, why not go to the barber and be like, hey, can we like switch this up maybe?
Because doesn't he cut his own hair to save money?
I didn't know that. If he does, that explains a lot. But maybe get it lined up.
I feel like that's a thing that happens. Nothing would shake me more than Mark Davis pulling up to an event with like a fade.
Well, it would be cool though.
Nothing would throw me off more than Mark Davis with a fade.
See, I feel like Mark Davis shows up with a fade. He's got a lineup, right? I'm not even saying like get a fade. Like you still do the bowl cut, but line up the bowl right here at least. Okay, you line that up. People, you walk in like you're still gonna look foolish because it's a bowl cut. Nobody's ever looked good with a bowl cut ever in the history of ever. Nobody. All right, so you're gonna look foolish.
Hey, put some respect on Jonathan Taylor Thomas's name, bro.
I won't do it. All right, but Mark rolls in. He's got it lined up. You're like, oh, like it still doesn't look great, but at least he's doing something with it. Like, good for you, Mark. Like, you're gonna be that guy. Like, you're not gonna get crap for it anymore. It's like, oh, nice. At least you're switching it up. I'm trying to help Mark Davis.
I wonder what he would do if you got 20 minutes with him and you were like, Mark, we need to do something about this.
Yeah, I'm not gonna raise my voice. I'm just gonna be cool, like Mark, Bubba, come on, like you gotta line this up.
A little intervention, actually.
Yeah, like you want to be cool, Mark? Do you want to be cool?
Yeah, you do. Come on, Mark. No, we would try and be like, Mark, get a haircut, and he would say,
I'm talking to America here.
Yeah, that's probably what he would say. All right, I'm Kyle. That's Jesse. It's the Insiders, the producers today with James Ham out on assignment. We've talked a lot about the 49ers and Raiders, but there are some other wild games in week 2. Let's go around the NFL and talk about those games right now. First up, the New York Giants were hoping to bounce back from a 40-0 loss in week 1. They fell behind 20-0 to the Arizona Cardinals in the first half this week. Things changed dramatically in the second half, though.
Jones throws, end zone shot. It's caught by Hodgins for the touchdown. They're an extra point away from coming all the way back.
Thanks to Fox Sports' Adam Amin on the call there. Yeah, 31 second-half points for the Giants, including that Daniel Jones touchdown pass you just heard. Graham Gano had the game-winning 34-yard field goal to give the Giants a 31-28 victory in Arizona. Hey, Jesse, is Arizona maybe a little better than we thought?
No, I'm not doing that. No. They're trying to lose. Jonathan Gannon's going into each week. Yeah, I think we're going to start Josh Dobbs this week. He's streaming his quarterbacks how we do in fantasy. I'm not believing in the Cardinals at all. No.
Me neither. Are you out on the Giants too?
Yeah, I'm definitely out on the Giants. I'm not throwing them out the club, but I'm out on the Giants.
I can't believe they were down. That's nice. They got a victory in Arizona. They were my survivor pool pick this week. I really thought they were going to bounce back. Those first 2 quarters were abysmal, but Daniel Jones very good in the second half. Seahawks at Lions. Week 1 wasn't kind to Seattle. They bounced back in a big way this week in Detroit.
Smith to throw. Pressure from Hutchinson. Runs away. Great throw. Lockett diving for the end zone. It's over. The Seahawks win it.
Yeah, huge day for Geno Smith. Thanks to Fox and Kevin Burkhardt for the call there. Geno Smith, 32 of 41, 328 passing yards, 2 touchdowns, including that game winner in OT to Tyler Lockett. 37-31 was your final in the Motor City. Jesse, are the Seahawks back?
They're you can hang out. You can come kick it again. All right.
Okay.
We were looking at you kind of sideways week 1 losing, but you guys are okay now.
I think that was much more indicative of the team they are.
Yeah.
I think they're going to have a really explosive offense.
Yeah,
they're going to be hard to stop.
I'm not going to say they're back, but yeah, I guess, yeah, they're back fine.
All right, the Broncos, speaking of back, the Broncos were so back yesterday until they weren't.
Wilson to the end zone, batted down and incomplete. Intended for Sutton.
Yeah, Russell Wilson, Spiridides there on the call for CBS. Russell Wilson connected with rookie wide receiver Brandon Johnson for a 50-yard touchdown as time expired. That pulled Denver within 2. But as you just heard there, the Broncos' 2-point attempt fell incomplete. 35-33 was your final. Sean Payton, Jesse, now 0-2 as Denver's head coach.
0-2. I mean, if I'm Sean Payton, after everything I've been saying in the offseason, do I look at Caleb Williams? They're gonna be a top 10 pick type team this season.
You think?
Yes.
They've lost the 2 games by 3 points, although it was to the Raiders and the Commanders.
Yeah, but then you got Miami coming up again this Sunday. You might be going 0-3, I think.
Oh, put a pin in Miami. We're going to talk about them in just a second. I think I'm there. I think I'm with you. I'm not believing in the Broncos.
Yeah, Russell Wilson hasn't really done anything to make me think he's any better. Like,
he did have a couple of vintage Russ throws yesterday, though.
We're calling them vintage. You're cooked.
Okay, I thought Debo looked like vintage Debo yesterday. We'll have to discuss that. The script got flipped in Atlanta. Yeah, that's right. The Packers were cruising through 3 quarters. They led 24-12, but this time the Falcons were on the right side of a big-time collapse.
This is for the lead. Who's kick from 25 yards out gives Atlanta a 1-point advantage.
The dulcet tones of Kenny Albert there with Fox. Younghoe Koo drilled all 4 of his field goals, including that one with 1 minute and 1 second left to lift the still undefeated Falcons to a 25-24 win at home over the Packers. Jesse, I think I'm buying the Falcons.
Can you buy the Falcons and not the quarterback?
Yeah, Desmond Ridder stinks.
Yeah, like if the Falcons are going to win some games and maybe finish 8-9 or 9-8, that's fine. But I'm completely on Desmond Ridder.
Yeah, they might wind up in one of those tough spots where they make the playoffs. They win 10 games, they make the playoffs, but it's really clear that they need to move on from their quarterback.
Yeah, I know a team like that in New York. Let's just be the Cardinals.
That's exactly where I think they're going to wind up, because I do think they're good. They have way too much talent to not be, but like Drake London, Kyle Pitts, Bijan Robinson, you can't have a bad quarterback. And I think that's what they might have. Last one here. Last night, Sunday Night Football. What a fun game that was at Foxborough between the Dolphins and Patriots. We know all about the Dolphins offense, but their defense stole the show in New England.
3rd and 8 coming now. Stevenson stays in to block. Good throw over the middle of Pop Douglas. And Mario Douglas lost the football. Trying to get it on it was Stevenson. Let's see, Ian Duke Riley there, and Miami comes up with the recovery. Knocked out by Bradley Chubb.
Mike Tirico on the call with NBC there. Yeah, Miami forced 2 turnovers. They sacked Patriots QB Mac Jones 4 times and held the Patriots to just 4.1 yards per play in a 24-17 win. They are now 2-0 on the road on opposite coasts to start their season. Jesse, you're fired up, man.
Defense showed up. I'm not gonna lie. Going into this game, I wasn't showing it, but I was a little nervous going into it because Bill Belichick, he can run the ball. If he knows what's good for them, they'll run the ball, take the ball out of the offense's hands, and they'll be fine. But Miami stopped the run this week. I think the defense can be a lot better than people saw in week 1.
All right, that's around the NFL with Miami. That was the reason their defense was the reason I took them to make the Super Bowl.
Yeah, because if you look at it, I think Cut the music. All right, no.
Cut it.
But with the defense, I don't think teams are going to be able to really throw deep on them or really get deep into the secondary, because you look at what the Chargers were doing last week. Herbert was throwing a lot of screen passes, a lot of underneath routes. The Patriots did the same thing this week. So if you're able to win in the trenches, I think the defense is going to be fine this season.
Was there any other week 2 action that stuck out to you? Like I'm not shocked by what happened in Jacksonville with Kansas City winning 17-9, but I think a lot differently about Jacksonville right now.
I don't think differently about Jacksonville, but I feel like my worries about the Chiefs were kind of reaffirmed.
Oh, really? Why?
Yes, because you look at it, they didn't like week 1. The whole talking point after was they didn't have Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce's out there. Offense will be back to normal. They'll be fine. Travis Kelce came back, did get a touchdown. You only scored 17 points.
Yeah.
Didn't move the ball well at all. Receivers were probably a little bit better this time, but you're not putting up points.
Their defense has been really good, though.
Yeah, defense has been great, but I think in order for that team to win, to get where they want to be, like that offense has to be cooking.
If you told me Jacksonville held Kansas City to 17 points, I would have had Jacksonville winning outright by a lot, probably.
Yeah, I mean, does it say more about the Chiefs' defense or Jacksonville's offense that they only put up 9?
I don't know, to be honest. I'm not totally sure, because I thought the Chiefs did a really nice job in week 1 as well against Detroit, where that might have been the story if any of their receivers could have caught the ball. So you get Chris Jones back, you hold Jacksonville, who an offense I thought would be really good, you hold them to 9 points. Maybe it's just a little different version of Kansas City this year.
It could be, because I mean, you can't. I mean, maybe you can. The Patriots did it, but you can't go every year with your offense and you're hanging your hat on one thing.
That'd be really annoying if the Chiefs finally have a down year offensively, but then just have a top 5 defense.
Yeah,
and ride that in the playoffs.
At that point, it's like you can't win at this point with this team.
Right. It finally have a year where they're not putting up 40 points.
What did you
awesome defense?
What did you think of the Chargers going 0-2 this week, losing to the Titans?
How is Brandon Staley still employed? That's my big question. He's just not it.
He's not.
This team should be really good. And I don't buy the idea that the uniform makes the team. Like I'm not buying the idea that any coach would be losing because it's the Chargers. That's not where I'm inclined to be. And I just think Brandon Staley's not that good of a coach.
Yeah, it's like you said, he's not a good coach. I mean, they spent so much money on the defensive side of the ball. He's supposed to be a defensive guy, and it's not clicking at all. It's not working. They're still the same Chargers they were last season, the year before that, and the year before that. Offense, you have weapons. You have Eckler, he was out, but I mean, the running backs, Joshua Kelly and those guys back there, they're fine. The receivers are fine. Herbert obviously is one of the best in the league. It's coaching at this point.
To me, if you're going to be a defensive head coach, you have to be a outstanding defensive team. And they got cooked by Ryan Tannehill yesterday.
Yeah, Ryan Tannehill threw 3 picks in week 1.
20 of 24, 246 yards, and a touchdown. That's an insane game for Ryan Tannehill. I don't think Ryan Tannehill stinks. I think he's a fine player. He's in that middle tier of
he's average.
Right. In that block of quarterbacks between like 16 and 24, he's in there. It depends on the week, right? But for him to be as efficient as he was against a team with a defensive head coach, if you're Brandon Staley, what do you say? How do you defend yourself here? What's your go-to here?
I don't think you can at this point, because all the excuses got used up when you gave up, 30 points to the Jags after you were winning in the playoff game? Like ownership at this point has to be looking at him kind of funny.
Yeah, I'm.
Nothing's changed.
He'll probably get a couple more weeks, but if they don't turn it around in a big way, I think.
You think he gets
Brandon
fired
Staley's
mid-season?
our first coach fired, yeah.
That's tough.
I would put some money on Brandon Staley being the first guy gone. Yeah. So the 49ers won yesterday. There were some pretty significant causes for concern, though. I want to dissect that next. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. It's ESPN 1320. Oh, Loki, we're talking about this later. We got a whole segment built for that. Yo. Per Ramsey. Jacksonville went 0 for 6 in the red zone. That's wild.
Are you a Trevor Lawrence guy?
A Trevor Lawrence? Yeah. Yeah.
So like he's good. Definitively, he's the guy.
I think Trevor Lawrence is outstanding.
Okay, I like Trevor Lawrence too, but I feel like he's one guy the NFL tries to push a lot.
Yeah, he's just when you're awesome in high school and then winning a natty against Bama as a freshman. Like the fact that he's a good player at all after going to the Jags during the Urban Meyer saga, that's pretty impressive to me.
You think we'll ever get a documentary about the Urban Meyer Jags? I think that's documentary status.
Now, I don't know if we'll get a doc because so much of it just got reported on.
That's true.
And I don't know what, maybe there was a bunch of behind the scenes stuff that hasn't come out, but him kicking players and staying behind at a bar instead of on the team playing like that. But maybe there's more.
I think there's got to be some behind the scenes stuff.
I'd be into it. I would watch it. It just can't be produced by Urban Meyer.
Yeah, we don't want a fluff piece like that Florida when they put on Netflix. Have you seen that?
Yeah.
I refuse to watch it just because
I've not watched it. I've read the reviews on it though, and I'm just out.
Yeah, I don't want to know about the Florida football team. I want to know about what's going on.
I heard somebody say that, oh, this is a good call. Eberflus could also be the first one gone. It's a very good call. I can't wait to talk about all this when we kick people out the club later. But somebody said if you view these sports documentaries as memoirs instead of a documentary where you're going to learn things, then that makes them more like palatable. But
see, like with Winning Time, like damn, in case it was like they already knew all that stuff. To me, not Winning Time. What's the Last Dance? Last Dance. I've watched that like 3 different times just because I thought that was amazing. But
that was also prime pandemic content.
Oh yeah, we were literally like appointment viewing for a documentary every Sunday.
Yeah,
we were down bad.
Well, my wife is not a big sports fan, and even she was into it. She thought it was great.
And we don't need to do 10-part docs anymore either. By the way,
I'm cool off of it.
Yeah, I think Tom Brady had one. Derek Jeter too. Derek Jeter didn't.
3 parts. 3 parts is perfect.
Derek Jeter does not need 8 episodes.
No. One hour down, 1 hour to go. It's the producers today. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, rocking with you until noon. Then we will hand it over to D'Lo and KC. They're going to take you up to 4 o'clock, and that's when coverage begins for Saints at Panthers on Monday Night Football. A Saints team that may or may not be a threat in the NFC. We'll dive into that a little bit later. I think the 49ers had a little bit of a problem defensively yesterday that wasn't necessarily schematic. Nick Bosa looked gassed.
There was times yesterday where I was watching the game and I was legit, where is Nick Bosa? Why? We're like, what's going on here?
It felt like there were, if he had 3 pressures yesterday, he had 9 camera shots on the sideline of him on a knee with no helmet on drinking water. And I think that his lack of a preseason, I don't want to say got glossed over in week 1, because that was the whole storyline leading up to it, is how much is he going to play, right? He signs on Thursday, he practices, half practices Wednesday, has his walkthrough Friday, has done no football, but he's going to play Sunday. And then I was talking about, we're physically, he's going to be there, and okay, fine. But everybody knows that there's a difference between just working out and being in shape and being in football shape.
So do we chalk that up to just, it's a matter of the circumstance, or should Nick Bosa maybe have gotten himself, like you said, there's a difference between being in football shape and working out and stuff like that. Should Nick Bosa have been a little bit more ready, knowing that he was going to be out most of training camp?
That's the thing, is I don't know if he can. I don't know if he can simulate it. And week 1, it wasn't a big deal, right? Because they had the 5 straight 3-and-outs. So he's on the field 3 plays, gets to go sit. 3 plays, gets to go sit. For the entire first half, for virtually the entire first half. And then I think they took him out during the Steelers' last drive. They took him out for a couple plays at the end of the first half. But there was never a stretch where it was on the field for a bunch of snaps in a row, quick rest, on the field for a bunch more snaps in a row. And I think it caught up to him yesterday.
Oh yeah, no. Tomorrow they were playing. Or yesterday they were playing real football. Yesterday,
Yeah.
we're on the field. We got to get some stops. The Rams keep running the ball all over us. Like, somebody please help.
And like I said, there were a couple times yesterday, man, where he was not the Niners' big thing is getting a pass rush with 4. That's part of why their defense has been so good. And a big key there is Nick Bosa. And he wasn't super effective in the early part of the game. And then B looked like he was out. It was just in week 1, I went, wow, the holdout just didn't matter. What a beast. But yesterday, it was fine because they won. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't have paid Nick Bosa or anything like that. But yesterday was where I went, oh, there's the holdout.
And it's an issue too, because it's not just a Nick Bosa problem. He affects so much on the defensive line, as far as if he's getting pressure and all that, the other guys on the line, they're going to be getting back there too, because there's so much focus on him.
Yeah.
So if he's not getting going, it's affecting the other defensive line. You're not getting pressure there. It's going to affect the DBs and all that.
Yeah. Maybe the Rams offensive line is just good.
It's also a good point. Maybe they might just be.
That would be nuts. If they just fell backwards into having an awesome offensive line, because the Seahawks didn't get any pressure either. And the Niners eventually did when they started blitzing like crazy. But man, maybe they just have a really good set of dudes up front.
And if you don't got the skill players, like the notable ones, like that's half the battle right there. If you're good in the trenches, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah. Oh, 1,000%. And you see that with Matt Stafford. You give him a little bit of time to operate, and he is still surgical with it. I want to shout out Isaiah Oliver while we're here, because remember, he started the first preseason game and got torched by Aiden O'Connell. And there was a big question about, hey, A, why was he playing if he's supposed to be the starting nickel? And B, is it a concern that he didn't play well? And Shanahan basically said, well, he's not necessarily the starter. Well, Ambry Thomas got cooked yesterday on the first drive and hurt his knee. Isaiah Oliver comes in. He had 3 huge plays. He had a big third down stop where Kyron Williams looked like he was going to get the corner, and Oliver came up and hit him and pulled him backwards. He had the interception off the tip ball that I think kind of swung momentum. And then he had the 4th down stop where he sliced in and basically ended the game by getting a stop on 4th and 2. So that was a just kind of unheralded performance. I wanted to shout that out.
Yeah, shout out to Isaiah Oliver. I mean, we got to give these guys a little bit more time. Like, as far as making an opinion on him and all, I know that's not the thing to do and all that, but if the guy's struggling in preseason and whatnot, like, it just takes a couple games at least to develop and all that.
Yeah.
Dude stepped up big time for the Niners yesterday.
Yeah, and now he's not playing in a preseason setting where it's a bunch of backups with no game plan. And you saw the first play that I noticed he was on the field was when he missed a tackle where, do you remember the play Kyron Williams caught a pass on the ground? And then as he was getting up, Oliver hit him and still missed the tackle.
I think I missed that one.
That was, dude, that play happened. Ambry Thomas is a little banged up. Samuel Womack's out with an knee injury. It's like Trey Swilling is next up. Guy off the practice squad. I'm like, dude, get somebody else in. Get it, like, let's run.
Is Brian Allen around? Where's Brian Allen at?
No, dude, come on, too soon. Everybody knows Ken Webster should have started that game, okay? Everybody knows it. It's deep cut 49ers. We would be remiss on ESPN 1320, your home for Sac State football, if we did not mention Sac State's victory on the farm this weekend. Here's what it sounded like. Here's what the game-winning touchdown sounded like if you missed it.
1:45 left, 3rd and 6. Stanford gets a late sub off. If the Hornets would have snapped, it would have been a free play. Now it comes in on 3rd and 6. Bennett to throw, pressure coming. Bennett avoids that. Bennett outside. Bennett throws late. It's caught by Fulcher. First down and more. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown, Hornets! What just happened?
A touchdown just happened, Jason Ross.
Jason Ross was in his bag that game.
Oh, dude, he stays in the Duffy. Yeah, Caden Bennett, 21 of 33, 279 yards, a touchdown, a couple picks. He also rushed for 100 yards and a touchdown. And that play was brilliant. It slips a tackle, finds a little room, just as he's going down, finds a running back, just making a play happen. And it turns into a game-winning touchdown. I thought, Kenny and I talked about this on Friday. I thought Sac State was going to win. Like, legitimately, not like, hey, they might win. I genuinely thought they were going to win just because of how much better they've looked than Stanford. And I know it's 2 different levels, but you're going against your former head coach who bounced after the deepest playoff run in school history. And Stanford just hasn't looked super impressive. So shout out to the Hornets for going down to the farm and getting a dub.
Yeah, coming into this one, I was along the lines of like, I think they'll make it a game because like what we've seen from Sac State last couple of seasons, like this is a good football team. So I thought they'll make it a game. I'm not ready to pick them or whatnot, but they'll make it a game. And the biggest thing to me too was that they overcame some adversity in this one.
Mm-hmm.
Like there was a point where like Jay Ross and the guys were talking about it. Stanford could have pulled away early in the game, made it like 20-3 or whatnot, and it would have been over. But Sac State fought back and they controlled pretty much the game after. Like it was going back and forth, but they never felt like, okay, yeah, they need to hold on here or anything like that. Like they went toe to toe with a Pac-12 team.
Stanford went up 14-3 on a 51-yard touchdown pass with 13:07 to go in the second quarter. Sac State outscored them 27-9 the rest of the way.
So yeah, they dominated.
They just dominated. It wasn't. They beat. Who did they beat? Is it Colorado?
Colorado. You know Sac State last year? They beat Colorado State last year.
No, it's a couple. This is. I say a couple years ago, like I was in college recently. This is a long time ago. Oh, that hurt. That really hurt just now.
It was some years back.
Oh my god. Like it was a couple years ago. It's like I think it was 2011. So
yeah, don't say out loud how many years back that was.
Dude, it's so many years. No, but this is a long time ago. They beat Colorado on like a last second field goal, and it was this big shock. And then they went and upset Oregon State, I think the next year or a couple years later. And it was this big shock. They were only 7-point dogs going into Stanford. And that got bet up because I think people were just like, oh, FBS team giving 6.5. Like, we'll just keep betting this up to 7. But it wasn't like Sac State was a heavy underdog or anything.
Casey kind of talks about it on Dealing with KC sometimes where like Sac State could become maybe that North Dakota State type of team where it's just, they're just a juggernaut in FCS and these other teams in the FBS, they're not going to want to play you.
It's a good recruiting spot.
Yeah.
Like A, there's just talent here, but B, you get people from UCLA to transfer out, USC to transfer out. I know they've had that in the past. So that would be sick.
And the thing now, because you look
Sac State football games are a great time, dude. If you've
yeah.
not been out to one, highly recommend it.
And you mentioned the recruiting, like now Sac State's putting guys in the NFL. They got Dotson over with the Chargers. They got I think Mapu I can't remember his first name, but he plays for the Patriots as a linebacker. Like there's opportunities now. We're not just coming to Sac State to play football. Like no, you can go to the NFL. You got DeAndre Carter too. I think he's with the Raiders, I believe.
Yeah, he's with the Raiders now.
Yeah, there's opportunities. Like not playing at Sac State.
Yeah, is it Marte Mapu, DeAndre Carter,
and then Elijah Dotson and with the Chargers.
Elijah Dotson, yeah, but he transferred to Northern Colorado.
He might have.
He transferred out, but he was at Sac State.
He's Sac State probably. We still get to claim him.
Yeah. Oh yeah, no, for sure. My Stinger's way up when Elijah Dotson's on the field, and then you hate that. You hate that so much. Keelan Doss, Davis guy. There's one more that I'm missing. Oh, Todd Davis, linebacker for the Broncos.
Yeah, Denver
was at Sac State as well. Good guy. I interviewed him one time. It was really bizarre, but really nice guy.
Yeah, I can't lie to you. I'm not the biggest school spirit guy, but I went to Sac State. I was feeling pretty good after they beat Stanford on Saturday.
Yeah, you get to just like nobody in my circle of friends cares, at least outside of people that went to Sac State. But no, it's cool. It's better. It's just fun when you're. I always say that like I really enjoyed my time at Sac State. I wouldn't give it back for anything, but it also would have been cool to go to a school that had like a really successful football program because they weren't good when I was there. So the fact they're good now, I'm going to enjoy it. I'm holding on to it.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I'm going to try and get out to a game this year. That's Jesse. I'm Kyle. That's Sac State. They beat Stanford 30-23 in Stanford on Saturday. So the 49ers this weekend moved to 2-0 with their win. The Raiders, they moved to 1-1. A bunch of teams moved to 0-2. Which of the 0-2 teams are we getting the hell out of here? Let's toss them out of the club next. I have a group chat right now that is me and 2 other people. And it is 63 messages in right now.
You said it's you and 2 other people?
Yes.
So they're just having a hell of a conversation between
it's
themselves.
Just the homies are just talking without me. I love a group chat.
What's the max group chats? Like, what's the max group chats you're allowed to be in?
I don't think it did like active group chats. I am in. So I have one with a couple of my buddies who cover the Niners. I have one with some family members. Does it count as a group chat if it's mom and dad in the same group chat?
I don't think so.
That's not a group chat to me. That's I'm disseminating information to two people who both need to know it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so that one doesn't count. I'm in like 3, I think.
That's not bad.
3 like active. There's a couple more that every once in a while will, but it's 3 for the most part really active group chats.
Yeah.
And it's all separate groups of people.
I wonder if there's people out there like active in like 6 different group chats.
Kyle Renata hates group chats. I get it, but
I got one that I'm like active in and stuff like with my friends, and then there's a fantasy football one. It's just like I'm not texting back in this.
I'm out on a fantasy chat, dude.
Yeah.
Like
I don't know like half of these people here.
I'm also always afraid of like in group chats where I don't know people, because my sense of humor is very like, hey, I'm gonna say this thing that is like it's funny because it wouldn't be a joke. Like I don't know. It's just I feel like people don't understand it a lot if they don't know me, and I don't.
No, I'm the same.
I'm
way.
not trying to have problems with somebody because I tried to make a joke.
Yeah, now I gotta explain my joke to this guy right now.
Right. Yeah. I was in a group chat for my friend's birthday. We just celebrated this weekend. It was a big thing. I didn't know anyone in the chat, but somebody sends a message that says, "Hey, remind me of the date again, bro." And this is on September 2nd. And I just really wanted to reply September 2nd because that's hilarious. And I didn't, because I didn't want anybody to be like, "You disrespected me."
I mean, yeah, because you're gonna see that person and all that.
Shout out Barnbaum. Thanks, Mike. Dude, there's so much going on in the chat. I can't keep up. I'm so excited to eject some people from the NFL right now.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be a good one. We're back, but
Stanford stinks. Let's get him out of here, bro. Kyle, Jesse, the producer's edition of the Insider today. James Ham out on assignment. He will be back next week. So it'll be me and Jesse today. Tomorrow and Wednesday, it will be myself and Matt George from ABC 10. Just got a promotion. Shout out to Matt. So it'll be me and Matt on Tuesday and Wednesday, and also Friday. Thursday, it'll be me and Jesse, and I'm scheduling some guests, and we'll just kind of have a rotating cast of people jumping in throughout the show, getting ready for the 49ers home opener on Thursday. So that's what we got coming up this week. We also have coming up tonight on ESPN 1320, Saints at Panthers. Coverage begins at 4 o'clock, right after D'Lo and KC. So do not miss any of that action. But taking a look back at week 2, there are a gang of teams sitting at 0-2. We don't have a ton of data on teams starting 0-2 in a 17-game season and whether they do or don't make the playoffs. The Bengals did it last year. Going to try and do it again this year. But we're going to start with New England, Jesse. The New England Patriots are 0-2. Are we letting them hang around? Are we getting them out of the club? They're not making the playoffs.
We're letting them hang around.
Me too.
Yeah, we're letting them hang around. They played 2 tough teams to start the season. It was at home, so that seems to try to make it a little bit better. But I mean, I'm not gonna knock you for losing to the Eagles and the Dolphins. Defense, I think, is legit. Mac Jones, he's kind of scary. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know about Mac Jones, but I think that defense is gonna be it's gonna keep them in games enough to where they're still here.
I was kind of wondering last year if Bill Belichick maybe lost his fastball a little bit. My man still got it. Had great plans for the Eagles and the Dolphins.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He limited both offenses. Miami still got up 24 points, but I mean, that's a win, I think, given how you've seen how they play.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The Patriots defense gave them a chance to win last night. I agree. I'm keeping New England around. What about Cincinnati? They did this last year. Started 0-2 and made the playoffs.
I'm keeping them in the club right now. TBD, though, on Joe Burrow's calf.
I'm super concerned that Joe Burrow re-aggravated his calf injury.
I think that might have happened.
that just didn't. That's not a thing that is good.
If I was the Bengals, I feel like they obviously the doctors and the team knows whether or not he was ready to play week 1, but the calves, like we've seen it with athletes across sports, you don't mess with the calf.
Yeah,
because of the cause and effect it has with your other muscles and stuff like that in your body, like Achilles and all that. If I was the Bengals, I would have maybe sat Joe Burrow to start the season a little bit until we knew, okay, yeah, like his calf is good. There's a pretty small chance of him re-aggravating it.
Yeah, man. But now what do? You're 0-2. You can't shelf him.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like he might be hurt, but it's like, Joe, we kind of need, it's the tough part of the NFL, but Joe, we need you out there.
Yeah, that's a brutal spot. I'm with you. I'm keeping Cincinnati here because if Burrow's fine, they're too talented to not figure it out. But I'm honestly more concerned about them than I am the Patriots.
I guess
because of the injury concern with Burrow.
Yeah, I can see that.
All right. Next one, Houston. They're gone.
Yeah, goodbye.
You get
How the hell did you get in
out of
here?
here. Yeah, get them out. Who let them in? No, I honestly, I think CJ Stroud has looked better than I thought he would. And I am all in on D'Amico Ryans as a coach. If we were drafting teams for the next 10 years, 5 years, 10 is too many. Drafting teams for the next 5 years, I think Houston might go pretty early.
Yeah, they got some young players with potential.
Yeah. The Los Angeles Chargers. I'm ejecting the Chargers.
I'm not ready to eject them yet. I'm not ready to kick them out.
No. I'm not doing this again.
So they're just not making the playoffs.
I'm not doing this again. Maybe they prove me wrong. And if they do, I will be the first one to sit here at this seat or at the seat you're sitting in and go, I was wrong. They got me. I should not have doubted Brandon Staley and Justin Herbert and Joey Bosa and Khalil Mack and Mike Williams and Austin Eckler. They're loaded, bro. They have so many good players and they're 0-2 because their coaching staff stinks.
See, that's why I can't kick them out. I'm just still buying into the players. Maybe you guys can do it in spite of Brandon Staley.
They can follow Houston.
I think I'm being a fool. Maybe
they can follow Houston.
I'm not kicking them out yet.
They can follow Houston for me. They're gone. Denver.
Yeah, goodbye.
See ya.
Yeah,
out on Denver. I'm out on any. Yeah, I mean, I might have ejected the Chargers too early.
It's on the air. It's forever now.
It is. All right. Hey, put it in the guarantee box.
I got you. I'll write it down right now. Kyle Madsen at 11:22 a.m. Chargers out of here.
Hey, the NFC East quietly awesome again.
Yeah.
Washington 2-0, Philly 2-0, Dallas 2-0. The Minnesota Vikings at 0-2. I'm getting the Vikings out of here.
See, I'm keeping them in.
The Vikings are done. The Vikings are dead to me.
I'm not ready.
They were fraudulent last year, and they're showing their true colors this year.
I'm not ready to kick them out yet. I'm telling the bouncer, hey, watch that person though, because it might be time.
That guy's a little wobbly. That guy's tried to start 2 fights.
You go into a season with your quarterback in a lame duck year, no extension or anything like that. That kind of tells us what you think of him. Yeah. I think that's bad for vibes. Like going into the season, I didn't think Minnesota was going to do much this year.
They didn't re-sign Kirk Cousins. They were super hesitant. They didn't lock up Danielle Hunter long-term. They just seem like a team that's moving on to next year. Like they knew that last year was fake. They were 13-4, and what'd they go like 12-0 in 1-score games?
Yeah, they had some insane record where they maybe went undefeated or just lost 1 in 1-score games.
It's just an outrageous record in coin flip type games. And now they've lost their first 2. They lost in the first round to Daniel Jones at home last year in the playoffs. I'm launching Minnesota into the sun. What about Chicago?
Yeah, I said it last week. Chicago, I kicked them out as soon as Jordan Love threw his 3rd touchdown pass in week 1. Chicago was a lot of hype this season where it was too much too early.
I'm running out there. I'm like, hey, we got to get this guy out. You're like, nah, no, he's been gone. I have to say this, and it hurts me in my soul because I like Justin Fields as a player, specifically at Ohio State. I think he's crazy talented. I think Justin Fields stinks.
You think Justin Fields stinks? Like you said, Desmond Ridder stinks. Justin Fields is in that.
I would take Justin Fields over Desmond Ridder, but I just don't think Justin Fields got it.
I'm kicking the Bears out the club, but I'm not done with Justin Fields yet. Give me 1 more year. All right, let's see what he can do this year. Develop. Maybe he can put it together in year 3. I'm not ready to dump him yet.
Maybe part of the reason is the Bears coaching staff, and like somebody in the chat said on YouTube, maybe Eberflus is the first coach gone. All right, like maybe that's the case, and maybe Justin Fields just needs a coach who's going to be like, you are doing designed runs, and that's what the foundation of our offense, and then we'll build some easy throws out of that. And maybe that coach comes along and Justin Fields salvages his career. But for right now, man, I think Justin Fields stinks.
And that's the thing. If you fire Eberflus, like who knows, the next head coach you hire, like might think Justin Fields stinks too.
Right. So I'm tough spot for the Bears. They can figure it out outside of the club. And the last one, the Arizona Cardinals, sitting at 0-2. Carolina could be 0-2 after tonight. They're 0-1. Arizona 0-2. They gone.
Yeah.
They were gone before the year.
Yeah. They told us, hey guys, we're not showing up today.
It said so much to me about the Cardinals roster that when they cut Colt McCoy and everyone went, oh, they're tanking. Because of Colt McCoy?
It was it was clear as day because of the fact, like, oh yeah, this guy we just traded for, Josh Dobbs, that he's gonna be our starter. He just got here yesterday, but yeah, he's our guy now. And they had that other rookie quarterback. His name is
Clayton Tune.
Yeah, Clayton Tune. Like, come
You're
on,
not even
now.
starting your rookie. I don't know, but the fact that people were like, Colt McCoy, they're not even trying to win, as if Colt McCoy was gonna go win him 10 games.
If you're the Cardinals, do you play Kyler this year?
Nah. Unless he's ready to go week 4 or something where you can, maybe something. But if he's week 10 and you're 1-9 or 1-8 or whatever, nah.
So are we trading Kyler after the season though? Caleb Williams season?
If you have the number 1 pick, for sure.
I agree with that.
They have one, and they have Houston's first rounder, right?
Is that the Panthers who might? Or who do they do?
I think it's
do?
Arizona.
Arizona?
I think it's Arizona.
Yeah, they could be working with something next year.
Yeah. Are we kicking? I'm going to go to some 1-1 teams. Are we kicking the Raiders out?
Not yet, but
Ooh,
do not hang out with me.
They're at the
I brought you with me and you made a fool out of me.
What about the Giants? They can go. Dude, here's my issue with the Giants. They have one dude. They had 2 dudes. Saquon.
Yeah, Saquon's ankle. He might be out for the way they're talking. He might be out for a few weeks. Yeah, I'm out. Giants, get out of here.
Yeah, they're done.
Yeah.
Darren Waller, all due respect. Darius Slayton, all due. Xavier McKinney, loved him at Bama. Deontay Banks, loved him at Maryland. Like good. Adoree, he was with the Titans when I was covering the Titans. Love those guys. They're just not.
I can't believe they gave Daniel Jones an extension.
Unbelievable.
Everyone,
but it's not unbelievable because you kind of have to.
See, do you though? Because like everyone who was watching, like, come on, nobody was like, oh yeah, Daniel Jones is the guy now. Like they were pretty much banking on their defense and Saquon Barkley last year.
But the vibes were so good.
They were immaculate.
And if you can't, if they had punted Daniel Jones.
See, if you punt Daniel Jones, like, nah, he's still not good enough. This is the culture. We need someone here who's gonna like do it for us. I get it, but like the Jags did the same thing with Blake Bortles after that 1 year. Just it doesn't work. Don't pay bad quarterbacks.
That's a tough sell. LA and Seattle, they can both stick around. What about Green Bay?
Green Bay can hang out. Green Bay, like even though they lost, you guys you're good with us.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on Green Bay. Do you know technically the Raiders lead the AFC West right now?
I saw that. I was checking the standings this morning.
Shout out to the Raiders.
Yeah,
that's why they can stay in the club. They're leading a very tough AFC West.
I'm not gonna lie. If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm like, yeah, we're at first place in the AFC West. Like I'm feeling pretty good.
Why
Even
not?
though we got blown out, but like we don't get much.
Yeah, why not? Week 2?
Yeah, celebrate your wins when you get them. All
Still
right.
in first. If they beat the Steelers next week, I'll be like, you know what? Hey, you know what? Come get yourself a drink. I'm not buying you a drink. You can come back in and get yourself a drink.
You can come hang out at the bar with the rest of us again.
Yeah, fine. Don't talk to us. You can stand here if we need something. All right, we got to hit the break. On the other side, it's Monday. That means it's overreaction time. Monday overreactions are next. Stick around. We're back in 3. I think I broke a little early. How long's the break? 1, 2. Oh, it's 3.5. That's all good. Okay. Let me get some water. Oh. Right? What? No, it's just right behind me. Yeah. Ooh, this is a good question by Kyron. Were the fraudulent 2-0 teams?
Oh, there's a few too, actually.
Oh, okay. We'll do that next. We'll do that, and then we'll do overreaction. Look at Kyron producing on the fly. Shout out. Oh, yeah, the Steelers will also be 0-2. If the Steelers lose tonight to Cleveland, they're gone for me.
What if they lose nice?
Nah, they're out. I shouldn't say it.
If they make it a game and Kenny Pickett looks like a quarterback this week,
Okay, that's fair.
yeah, I won't kick him out yet. Plus, I'm not ready to write out a Mike Tomlin team.
You're right. You're right. That was disrespectful of me. I shouldn't have done that.
I think he took Mason Rudolph to 8-8 1 year.
The fact they've never had a losing record with Mike Tomlin is just
Yeah,
it's so hard.
People
do
try to say
that.
like, "Oh, the Steelers they kind of gotten stagnant. Like you got to get rid of Tomlin." You do not get rid of a quarterback or coach who's finishing 500 every year.
Hey, TC, do the 49ers have a Super Bowl right now if they fired Kyle Shanahan and hired Mike McDaniel instead? I think they might.
Is Mike McDaniel a real offensive genius? Who knows?
Remember that story for 2 weeks last year? I do love Mike McDaniel, though. I'm such a huge Mike McDaniel stan.
Yeah, he's perfect.
I enjoy funny, self-aware people. And he is a funny, self-aware guy.
Do your work. Don't take yourself seriously. That's the key to the game.
He just got good perspective. I can't say that. Oh, I can. I can't curse into this microphone.
Like, what you mean?
I know we're allowed to on the stream.
Oh
But
yeah, no.
I can't.
Yeah, I almost cursed one time, and I like literally said, "Oh, he said f that."
Mike McDaniel said the S word by saying we have fast as S receivers. And like that was his offensive philosophy. Christian Gonzalez was kind of nice last night.
He was. He did surprise me.
Yeah, me too. Was Mike Tomlin on that? I don't think so. You got to win like a bunch of titles to be there.
What is it? Bill Walsh, Shula, Belichick.
Belichick for sure. Walsh for sure. But then like it depends, I guess, on your perspective. If you want to be like Don Coryell because of what he did to advance the forward pass and passing games, then maybe you're putting Don Coryell on it.
We're throwing Urban and Nathaniel Hackett on the anti-Mount Rushmore, right?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Those might be two of the worst coaches in the history of the league.
Dennis Erickson, anybody? 49ers legend? Waiting for the drop. Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia, the producers, taking over for the insiders today. James Ham on assignment. He will be back next week, breaking down everything going on in week 2 in the NFL. You know, last segment we took the 0-2 teams and the 1-1 teams and decided which teams could stick around and which teams we were tossing out the club. And then Kyron in the YouTube chat had a good idea and said, are there any 2-0 teams that are fraudulent that you're ready to toss out? You got any, Jesse?
Yeah, I'm completely out on both NFC South teams that are 2-0. I don't care if the Falcons are 2-0. I don't care if the Bucs are 2-0. I don't care if they go to the playoffs this year. If they get to the playoffs, I'm still counting them out.
Baker looks kind of nice. Baker looks good.
He looks okay. He looks okay.
He's set the bar so low for himself that he does anything mildly productive. I'm like, okay, Baker is back.
Yeah, like it's nice. You're 2-0. You beat a team we just threw out the club in week 1 in the Vikings and the Bears also. Like I'm not doing it. I'm more in on the Saints who are 1-1 than I'll be on the Bucs or the Falcons.
Saints are 1-0. They play tonight against the Panthers.
1-0, true that.
Yeah. I think by the end of the night, New Orleans is going to be 2-0. The Panthers will be 0-2. Yeah, I think I'll get Tampa Bay out of here. But I'm not going to feel good about it.
I feel pretty good. I feel great about it.
I'm going to toss Tampa out, but then I'm going to send an apology on Instagram. I'd be like, hey, I'm sorry, but rules are rules.
I'm not telling an apology. like, nobody likes you here. And the Falcons, I don't buy them just because I don't buy their quarterback. If I don't buy your quarterback, I don't buy your team.
The fact that they have so many issues with Kyle Pitts and Drake London this year, like just getting them the ball early in the season, that's a problem.
Yeah, definitely. Like you have weapons.
Yeah. I think Arthur Smith can create. That's the thing. That's, I think, why I'm in on the Falcons, though, is I'm a big believer in Arthur Smith, their head coach, and his ability to create an offense. And I think they just have enough talent there that they can drop the bar for Desmond Ridder to very, very low.
Well, yeah, you got guys.
And they can still score.
You got guys who like get the ball to Bijan Robinson into space. He'll be fine. He'll make you plays. Cordell Patterson, when he comes back, he'll make plays. Just get the ball to the guys in space, and they'll handle it. So like they'll hang around, but I'm not buying them.
All right. Are you buying the Rams? I'm buying the Rams a little bit after yesterday.
Yeah, I'm definitely buying
my one thing with the Rams, and then we can get to Monday overreactions. My one thing with the Rams is we talked about all the young players and all the rookies that they have. If they all collectively hit a rookie wall at once, it could be one of those deals where the Rams start 5-2 and then finish like 7-10.
It is true because it is Matt Stafford out there with NFL children, basically. I mean, his wife was on the podcast talking about, they call him sir and all that. So, that's got
to be weird for Matt Stafford because he's not like an old guy.
Well, yeah, I'm still on the team. I'm hanging out with you. I'm like, your locker's right next to mine. Don't call me sir. We're the same.
Yeah, that's one of those. I remember what does his wife say? He's having a hard time relating to the players. And there was this there was a minor news cycle about like, is this bad? Like, no, man, he's a 35-year-old or whatever he is, 36 now. He's the oldest active starting quarterback. And he's trying to relate to a bunch of guys who are like 22, 23. That's just a massive generational difference.
Man just needs to throw on some NBA young boy in the locker room and they'll love him. They'll think he's the coolest guy of all time. Like, look at this guy. Look at this guy. Look what he just threw on.
Could Matthew Stafford pick NBA young boy out of a lineup?
No chance.
Zero
chance.
I give him no shot.
Yeah, no chance. Real quick. What about the Commanders? They're 2-0. You out on them or they could?
Frauds. They're fraudulent. Get them out.
See, I'm not doing that.
Get them out for me.
No, they might be a playoff team. They might be a wild card team. The defense is nice. If the offense is like, granted, it is against the Broncos. If the offense can do some things, if Sam Howell can be a guy.
Nice, but they give up 33 to the Broncos, who you kicked out the club.
25 with a Hail Mary. 25 with a Hail Mary. Come on now.
27 with a Hail Mary.
Yeah, 27 with a Hail Mary. I'm not kicking them out yet.
Okay.
They're the little buddy. They're with me. They're with me.
It was like, I don't like that guy, but if Jesse's vouching for him, then
yeah.
All right. That's fair. All right, Monday. That's how I feel when I'm in a place with Damien. Like, I'm just there, bro. I'm just hanging out.
I mean, that's how it was when I found you on Friday. Every introvert knows you walk into a bar or whatever, and it's just like you're by yourself. You're already nervous because this isn't your thing. I walk into the limelight, right? And I look next to there's the tables, and I'm playing cards. Just bright lights, bunch of people. Is like my mind. They could be in there, but that's way too much going on.
Right.
I can't step foot in there. I'm gonna walk to the back. And it's the best feeling in the world when you find, oh yeah, the guy I was supposed to hang out with, he's here. All right, we're good.
I walked into that bar, saw nobody I knew at the bar, walked to the back, had the exact same deal as you, where I looked and went, don't immediately recognize any. They could have all been at a table, and because I didn't immediately recognize somebody, I went and sat.
See, yeah, my move was I pass the tables, I break out the phone. I don't see Kyle, I break out the phone.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna be doing this whole walking around. The owner walks by, he's like, oh hey, how you doing? I completely like no, so I'm like, hey, what's up, man? Just you don't see me looking for my friends. Don't talk to me right now.
I am panicking.
Yeah,
don't come at me.
Yeah, but it worked out.
It did. I had a great time.
Also, that was a dope picture too.
It was a really, really, really good picture. It's on Damien's Instagram if you want to go check it out. Had a blast. I also have a blast overreacting to things on Monday. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a statement. You tell me whether it's an overreaction or not. The Cowboys are the best team in the NFL right now.
Not an overreaction.
I agree.
Not an overreaction. I could be argued the other side, but I mean, they did exactly what they were supposed to against the Jets.
If I think any argument against the Cowboys is that they haven't played anybody good, but they've throttled the two teams they've played.
Yeah, if you're gonna be one of those top teams in the league, yeah, you have to handle your business.
Yeah, 70-10 in 2 weeks is a pretty good split. And then I think the other thing is maybe it's just preseason analysis. Maybe you just think the Chiefs are going to be great, and they just haven't looked good. So you're going, no, the Chiefs are still better. Based on what we've seen through 2 weeks, the Cowboys to me are the best team in the league.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And, whether that plays itself out over the next several weeks, I don't know. But through 2 weeks, that Niners Cowboys game is going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, that's
Sunday Night Football week 5.
That might be one of those like 20-17 type games. But the Cowboys too, it's like we know what you can do in the regular season. Like,
Yeah.
What's your mentality going to be like in the playoffs?
Yeah, that's the like whole issue with them. They're like I said they were like the Clippers, and then you had a better example.
Yeah, they're the James Harden of the NFL.
Big time.
That's cool, bro. You led the league in assists this year. You stunk it up in the playoffs.
Yeah. That's until I see Dallas do it in the postseason. That's just kind of where I'm going to be. But right now, they're the best team in the league.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
And I don't think you've been able to say that about them really at any point during this since 95, where it's like, oh, the Cowboys just lost to a worse team, or they were the best team in the playoffs and lost. I've never really felt that.
Yeah, because even last year they were solid, but it was still like Philadelphia and San Francisco, which was better.
Yeah. And I think they were on almost equal footing with San Francisco. But this year they've been outstanding through the first 2 games. Brock Purdy's inability to complete a deep ball will hold the 49ers back.
Overreaction. Definite overreaction. I don't like it didn't yesterday.
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Like as bad as it seemed, the Dolphins still put up 30.
Yeah.
Like he wasn't great. He wasn't bad. I don't think he was just average. I think next game or games coming up, he'll hit those throws. Not all of them, but I think he'll be fine.
Yeah, I think the miss to Ayuk was bad, and the one to Debo was bad because those are just put air under it, let him run underneath it. The one to Jennings, though, Aaron Banks, the left guard, got pushed back into his lap. He didn't get to step into the throw all the way. That's one. Okay, that's a little forgivable. But if defenses start to think that they can just crowd the line of scrimmage and bunch up in the middle of the field and gum up the Niners passing game that way, the way they did with Jimmy Garoppolo, Purdy's willing to take the shots.
Yeah, you're going to have a bad time.
But if defenses know, like, hey, we can just leave a corner on an island because they're not going to complete that throw, that could become a problem.
Yeah, I'm not ready to say he has like issues with deep ball accuracy yet, but I think overall, like in the context of this question, they'll be fine.
Yeah, I think so too. But it's definitely something that if you're a Purdy critic, those are plays that you're going to pull out and go. But this is why. Okay, here we go.
Let's get into it.
Here we go. All right, we're diving in. But this is the difference between. Okay, in reality, there's a spectrum of goodness, right? There's really bad, and then there's great. And the really bad quarterbacks are very few and far between. The really great quarterbacks are very few and far between. Everybody else exists on a spectrum in the middle. And I think there's this rush to be on the take train that Brock Purdy is either trash or Brock Purdy is great. In reality, he's probably going to be neither. He's certainly neither right now.
Yeah, Michael Parsons kind of said it last week. He's a top 15 quarterback, I think. I think like he's like in that 15, maybe 16, 14 range. I think he's a good quarterback, but he's not anything substantial yet.
No, and that's something that you have to prove. He's only in year 2. He was the last pick in the draft. So I'm not saying anything definitive either way. But right now he falls on that spectrum of I think he's in the, to me, I always say between 16 and 24. I don't know exactly. I've not ever written a list. But between 16 and 24 on most quarterback lists, a lot of the guys are just interchangeable.
Yeah, that's fair.
Order these in any way. And I just think he's in that group. And if he's going to not turn the ball over this year, if he's going to have a super low interception rate, and he's going to be as efficient as he is, then I think you put him relatively high in that group. And I'm if you want to look at a couple of deep throws and go, you know what, C doesn't got it, then I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah, you're doing the most when you're doing that.
Yeah,
because ultimately, like I said, like it didn't kill them yesterday, and he was average. It's
well,
like
if it's that's why he's not Patrick Mahomes. Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Pal.
Yeah, no, got it. Yeah, he's never going to be.
Yeah, look at this all 22 guy over here.
Right. But I will take the game the 49ers got from Brock Purdy yesterday over the game the Raiders got from Jimmy Garoppolo 10 days a week.
Yeah, just don't turn the ball over. That's it. That's the name of the game right now. Okay, he's gonna develop. Right now, he is what he is. But as long as he's not turning the ball over, he's the right quarterback.
All right, last one here. The Rams are the biggest threat to the 49ers in the NFC West.
This one's a little tough. I'm gonna go.
Just reaction.
Yeah, that might just be it. I just got like a reaction. How about we get into this too? Okay. I mean, the Rams are right now. I think it's still Seattle, but I see the vision with the Rams. I think they can be a lot better as the season goes on. Like you said, they got the rookies and all that. Those guys might hit a wall eventually. And honestly, they just need to learn how to get on par with Matt Stafford and all that, and just learn how to play NFL football. Develop. They need to develop. Yeah. So I think right now I'm going to put Seattle there, but I would not be shocked if the Rams are the biggest threat to the 49ers.
Yeah, I thought it was Seattle before the year. Nothing has happened that makes me definitively think otherwise. The Rams pounding Seattle in Seattle is definitely a strong argument in favor of LA. But what you just laid out, I think, hits the nail on the head. What do they look like in 6 weeks?
Yeah, this isn't to say like, oh yeah, the 49ers might have some issues in the NFC West. Like I think there's still the Niners are on their tier, and then there's the Seahawks and Rams. But Rams and Seahawks are a lot better than what we thought, I think. Or not a lot better, but better-ish.
Yeah, the Rams are definitely a lot better than what I thought they would be. With Seattle, they are. If you told me they were 1-1 through 2 games, I wouldn't have been floored or anything. But their offense looked really good yesterday.
Yeah, they put things back together. Metcalf, he left the game injured yesterday, right?
Did that happen?
I believe he did, yeah. So that's interesting to see if he's out for a few games.
I missed that. Going to DK Metcalf news. Yeah, he did leave the game. He was questionable with a rib injury.
Yeah, we'll see what happens with that.
That's the last update I'm seeing here. Yeah. No, I'm in on Seattle's offense just kind of as a whole. I think they have really good weapons. I think Kenneth Walker's awesome. I think Geno Smith is very good. But the thing with Seattle is they've now given up 61 points in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I didn't think their defense was going to be this bad to start. I was
really bad.
I was a little more confident in the defense. Didn't think they'd be like top 5 or anything like that, but they'd be serviceable. And right now, it's just not the case.
That's Pete Carroll's bag.
Yeah,
he's going to go be a good defensive coach. And they weren't good defensively last year, and this year it's not off to a great start. So I never bought into the idea. The 49ers were heavy favorites to win the NFC West, but the Seahawks were the trendy pick. And probably because from a betting sense, you're getting Seattle at plus money, and you can see the Niners regressing and Seattle taking a leap, and all of a sudden you have this great bet. But no, so the Niners 2-0 atop the NFC West. For now, I definitely agree that they are in a tier above the rest of that division. They could honestly, it wouldn't shock me if they had the division wrapped by like Thanksgiving.
Yeah, it's just like what we think of the Rams in Seattle has nothing to do as far as like who's winning this division. I think it's a wrap this year. I think still,
but barring injury, but that's the case for every team. So I don't even. Monday Night Football tonight. So there's 2 games. The Monday Night Football doubleheader, which I'm out on. I don't like it.
I don't mind it because you throw it on the big TV, throw it on the computer or something like that. You got both games on. I don't hate it. Give me football. I want football.
You want to be able to flip. I guess there is an advantage to if one game stinks, you can go to the other one.
Yeah.
But I like the idea of Monday night. There's one game to focus on. I'm going to turn it on. I'm probably going to be doing stuff around the house, but it's just the familiar sounds, and that's really nice. That's all I want.
I will say I am out on having them a game apart. Like I guess East Coast, you can't really do it. I'm being selfish with the West Coast start time. I'm saying put the game at 4 or whatever, at 1, and then have the other game start at 7:30. But West Coast has to get it because they're babies, I guess. Or East Coast, excuse me.
No, I get it. I mean, I get it. There's a lot of viewers out there. The Saints are playing the Panthers in the first game. We're carrying that right here on ESPN 1320. Coverage begins at 4:00 right after D'Lo and KC. Can the Saints be a legitimate threat in the NFC, do you think?
I think they can. If things go right, I think they can end up in the NFC Championship game. I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow.
If they ended up that good. Or
you believe in Derek Carr?
I do right now.
Okay.
I think he's got a lot of stuff set up for him, like in Oakland or Las Vegas, whichever one. Who cares? with the Raiders, they never had a defense really, like a true decent defense. Saints, they have that, and they got some pretty good weapons on the offensive end. Once Kamara gets back, you'll be able to dump out to him and stuff like that. I think right now I'm in on Derek Carr and the Saints.
Yeah, I think I am too. I was before the season. I've not seen anything that makes me think otherwise. I just don't know as far as being a threat in the NFC. I don't know if I trust them to be better than Dallas or Philly or the 49ers.
See, I'm not going to put them up there, but like things happen. And right now, after like Dallas, Philadelphia, and the 49ers, like it's kind of up for grabs with the rest of those teams. Like the Lions, I'm not going to say like the Lions are like so much better than the Saints or anything like that.
It is pretty wild how quickly the Lions just became a thing.
Yeah.
They got hot at the end of last year, and it was like the Lions have arrived. Like, okay.
What helped?
They got a nice little win on Thursday Night Football to open the season. I get that's a very good win, but then you go lose at home to a Seattle team that looked really bad in week 1.
What helped the Lions last year in that hype was the fact that they were on Hard Knocks. And then it's like, oh yeah, we love this team. They're so likable. And it's like, nothing's happening. And then boom, they go on the run. It's like, yeah, see, look at, they're good now. They're good.
And they had good fantasy players, and that matters a lot.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Amon-Ra St. Brown, DeAndre Swift had a huge year last year. Jared Goff was serviceable. And you got Dan Campbell talking about biting kneecaps and everything. They were just an easy team.
Yeah. Speaking of Dan Campbell, if you're listening right now, give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs, please. Like, give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs now. All right. Enough with this foolishness. My team needs it. There's plenty of other teams that need it. Give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs.
Remember on draft night when everybody freaked out because they took Jahmyr Gibbs 12th? And it was, oh my God, they way overdrafted him. I was of the mind that, you know what? If you're going to use this guy how they say they're going to use him, I'm fine using the 12th pick on him. But they're not.
Yeah, this is like,
what are they doing?
Like, oh my gosh. Give the ball to Jahmyr Gibbs now.
This has nothing to do with fantasy football for me. You know, look at the landscape of running backs. Look at how running backs you use. You know, you have this guy for 4 years, maybe 5.
And the thing is, he's the best running back on the team.
It's not even close.
Exactly.
It is not even close.
Yeah.
He is super explosive, and maybe they're just easing him into the offense. Is that if anything he can do comfortably, let him do it all the time.
Yeah, it's just like you said, you draft, like, besides the fantasy stuff, you drafted him 12th. If you're going to draft a running back that high, give them running back the ball.
Yes.
Especially when he's going to make your offense better. I don't understand. Like, I don't know if they're doing this whole we're player coaches things. Like, we know what it takes and stuff. We need to bring him along slowly. I think you'll be fine.
Bryce Young playing for the Panthers. Who do you think has been the best rookie quarterback so far?
Anthony Richardson, I think pretty easily too.
Really?
Yes.
I've been pretty impressed with CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud has been good, but I think Anthony Richardson, for me, like, he's safer. He's not like doing too much. I think as a rookie quarterback, you need to pretty much stay within yourself and develop as it goes.
My big issue with Anthony Richardson is how physically he plays. And I think there's a skill to avoiding contact. Russell Wilson was excellent at it his entire career. Never took big shots. Lamar Jackson, I know he's been banged up, but also very good at self-preservation. Anthony Richardson is at like 6'5", 255 or whatever he is. He's enormous and plays like it.
Yeah.
I think if you're the Colts coaching staff, it's like, dude, you got to get out.
Yeah, because
that's
like,
the only
player who really kind of like plays physical as a quarterback is literally Josh Allen, but he's just as big as those other guys that he's going up against when he's taking off with the ball and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Another Monday night game tonight. The second one in the Monday night doubleheader, Browns at Steelers. I think a good Steelers showing for me, because I'm all in on the Browns. I think the Browns are going to be really, really good. If the Steelers go out and play well against Cleveland, I know it's a division game, but I would feel even better about San Francisco.
Yeah, I think that would too, because that week 1 game, that was kind of jarring is not the right word, but it's kind of like, okay, what happened here?
Yeah. Because
you kind of expect them, like preseason Kenny Pickett looked decent. They have players on defense. They got some offensive weapons. They look decent, but coming out week 1, they were just horrible. So yeah, they come out, fix it together. I think, yeah, that win looks a little bit better for the 49ers too.
That said, I think the Browns are going to steamroll them. I've got the Browns and Saints, and I got both road teams winning.
I'm gonna go Steelers Saints.
Okay.
Do the Browns have a quarterback?
Do the Browns have a quarterback and Deshaun Watson?
A good quarterback.
Oh boy. I don't know, but I think their defense is awesome. And I'm not really sure that the Steelers are going to be able to move the ball.
Yeah, I could see that. Deshaun, I don't know about that guy.
I don't either. I'm not buying into Cleveland because of their offense though. Or their quarterback, I mean. They have an outstanding defense. Nick Chubb, to me, is the best running back in the league.
Yeah, I agree with that.
And I think Deshaun Watson can clear whatever bar is necessary at that point. Will he ever be elite Deshaun Watson again? Probably not, based on what we've seen in the last couple seasons. But I think he can be good enough, which is why I'm buying the Browns.
I believe the Browns are out without Amari Cooper tonight too.
Yeah, that's correct. But I mean, I don't know how much
I
it's
see
going
it.
to necessarily matter.
I think the
I'm
Steelers.
going against George Pickens in fantasy.
See, I'm starting
up-
George Pickens this week.
I'm up by a little bit. So I'm rooting hard for my guy Greg Newsome tonight in the and Grant Delpit in the Cleveland secondary.
Big Browns guy.
Big Cleveland Browns guy. I always have been, and everybody knows it. D'Lo and KC are in the studio. The good news is Kenny and I aren't matching exactly because he has a little bit different hat on than I do. Yeah, get over here. This was not planned. Blue sweatshirts, Kansas City hat. Look at us go. We got to get a picture. This is great. No, that was not planned. Jesse, hey man, this has been outstanding. We got to give away to these guys. Thanks so much for hanging out. Looking forward to doing it again a little bit later in this week. Matt George will be with me tomorrow. James Ham on assignment all week. Can't wait to continue digging into week 2 of the NFL season. Look ahead to week 3. Niners home openers on Thursday. We're ramping up for that all week. D'Lo and KC are next on ESPN 1320. That's Jesse Tapia. I'm Kyle Madsen. We will see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Thanks, Shadias. I wasn't sure, so I didn't want to
What's up, baby? What's up, guys? It just gets darker and darker over here every day.
Theater lighting. MSB. Madison Square Barling. What up, though? TC, what up, bro? TC, you might have to tap in, bro. I heard TC this morning, man. I just need TC to be happy at one point during the season. Okay.
Salty TC today.
Rob W, please. This is true blue, not that sorry navy blue that the Cowboys have. You can't get fitted with no Cowboys gear. That's the bad thing about it. You can't be fitted with Cowboys gear. It's a different color. Like you probably just got to wear Jordan 13s. That's the only thing that will work. Like can't get fitted, man.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Bob Check. Where y'all at? Bob Check. One more time. Let's go. Hope y'all had a fantastic weekend. Come on, man. We in here. Welcome to the Monday, September 18th edition. You was too early on the yes, sir. KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. I'm Damian Borling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
I'm in God mode.
That's the wrong one.
Acknowledge me.
We just got buttons pressing and everything. We've got new drops we got to add to the board after that.
Did that happen? Did I get in there? The new drop?
No. They gonna make it though. After the Rock's appearance on Friday, we got new drops coming to the board.
That was great. We'll talk about it later, but I went home and watched it in its entirety. That was phenomenal.
Great stuff. Great stuff, man. We're so happy you're here. Before we
Did
dive
you see
in,
who was in the building?
no, I might have missed it.
I'll tell you about it on the break.
In Denver?
Think about it.
I already know exactly who you're talking about.
In Denver.
Come on.
Used to be in Sacramento.
You really know about it?
Oh, your boy. I thought you meant someone who mattered. I didn't realize you was talking like an inside joke. I thought you meant someone of consequence. I don't give a damn that person was there. Probably wearing a cowboy hat, looking like a jackass. Sit your ass down. Go tweet some pictures of some food or something. Let's keep it moving. Yo, first things first.
Yeah.
Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. Hey, I got a little emotional, as Kenny said 3 years ago when the show first started. Man, Jesse, I'm so damn proud of you. From not talking to Danny telling him not to talk to just press buttons to co-hosting the show with Kyle Madsen, man. That was
dope,
good
man.
stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I was a little nervous to start it, but we got comfortable as it went on. It was fun.
Couldn't
Ain't
tell,
nothing
man.
to be nervous
Couldn't
about.
tell.
Like, it's
Ready
what
to
you
go.
do. It's what you do.
What did Jesse said one thing that made me crack up. It was just a little simple thing, but I think Kyle was like, "What's the guy's name that does the Hall of Fame?" And he says the name. Jesse was like, "Yeah, it might be."
Yo, I caught that. Yeah, that's funny. Great stuff though from Kyle and Jesse, man. Really enjoyed that. While
The
James
producers,
indeed. While James is out in the middle of the ocean, you guys did a fantastic job, man. And we just want to pick up the ball and keep running. 49ers go 2-0, their 9th straight regular season win against the Los Angeles Rams, 30-23. That was a hell of a game.
that was a really good game.
It's a hell of a game. I don't know that Kyle Shanahan feels the same way. I'm confident Brock Purdy doesn't feel the same way, but I think that second half performance was big time for this group.
You know what? Though? I think they do. Once again, Barry Horowitz He's back, everybody. Pat myself on the back. The game played out exactly the way I said it was going to play out. I said on Thursday and Friday, Sean McVay and them going to be ready to play.
Yeah.
Like Sean McVay, he wanted that game bad. He wanted that game bad. And he had his guys ready to play. He was in his play calling bag. And I just figured, the Rams were going to be a tough out. And they played really well. They played really well. And now the reason why I say Brock and Kyle might feel the same way is like, yeah, you want to execute differently. You want to, you want to blow it. You want to have every game like the Steelers game. Some games just aren't going to go like that. Some games you might be flat. Sometimes the other team might be, executing really well like we saw yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have to like dig deep and do what you got to do to pull away, make some plays to pull away. And what you get, you're always aware of like the things that you did to kind of fall behind or anything like that. But the things that you celebrate is you did it. You answered the bell. You made the plays that you needed to play. And that's what they did yesterday. I thought it was a really good win.
I thought it was a great win. I think anytime you're going against a division rival, I think expectations are, the things shift a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
They're the teams that are most familiar with you in the entire league. I think when you're going against a division rival who you've had a couple of extra playoff games with, I think when you're going against a division rival who you had beat up until that point 8 straight regular season times, yeah, the bar changes a little bit. And we're going to talk a lot about Brock Purdy's game, but we'll mention this because it is news. The stupidest contract in professional football has already been restructured. We speculated whether it would be next year. It's actually this year. The Chiefs and Patrick Mahomes have restructured his agreement, giving him $210 million between 2023 and 2026, as Schefter notes, because he was told to. The most money in NFL history over a 4-year span. His compensation for those years is guaranteed. The Chiefs and Mahomes will revisit the agreement again after the 2026 season, as told to him by the CEO of Equity Sports, who probably typed this exact message out for Adam Schefter so he could send it out to the masses. But Patrick Mahomes did get his deal restructured, and he is deservingly so the richest quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll talk about it later. But
until Brock Purdy gets his deal.
Wow.
Then Brock Purdy will be
Crazy thing is, Brock will win the Super Bowl this year. He got like 2 years before
he ain't gonna make. Yeah, that man.
Before you can even legally negotiate a new deal.
He can't. Yeah,
that's crazy.
Brock Purdy damn near need an NIL at this point. Like he gonna need a 49ers booster to step in and help out.
Get him a Wingstop deal.
Hey, Pilo, we saw you in LA yesterday, man. Make it happen. Get this brother a Wingstop deal. Yo, shout out to the defensive ends, or shout out to the defensive end of the ball. Shout out to that defensive line. I thought they were huge late. I thought Isaiah Oliver had a hell of a game, even though I think he might have taken an interception away from Mufunga there late.
Yeah, right.
Like, right. I mean, I'm not faulting him. You try to make a play.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like they showed the other angle. I'm like, did he just snatch that away from Mufunga? Mufunga looked like he was playing 3 flies up, and that ball was just coming for him. And Isaiah was like, I got it. No, I don't got it. That was a tough play. It was a tough play. I'm going to kill him.
Now they made plays yesterday. And they made adjustments throughout their game. In the first half, the Rams were cooking. The Rams knew exactly where they were going to be able to be effective and beat the 49ers defense, and they executed it flawlessly.
Yeah.
And they were in their bag to start the game, but Steve Wilks, Fred Warner, all those guys.
Steve Wilks,
they made the adjustments at the halftime, and they gave up 3 points in the second half. Well, that's a whole nother situation.
Man. That was incredible. I was sitting there with my mom, who's a Rams fan. Like, I don't know what he's doing. Like, I get it. You need 10 points. Maybe he thinks there'll be a second left. Like, I feel like the clock is going to run out, but maybe he feels like there'll be a second left. And he just killed the spread.
Killed it. Even if there's a second left, it takes you a second to get the onside kick. You can't even advance an onside kick.
What you want me to say? I don't know what he was doing out there.
Intentional. That was absolutely intentional. And they didn't do it on the broadcast. But I'm sitting there like everybody else. I'm Jazz and her friend Charmaine and Candace. They're sitting up there getting things ready for this wedding. And I'm sitting there like, yo, this is crazy what's about to happen. Like, this is nuts. And he actually kicks the field goal. I said, I would be so hot if I
Why I don't do it.
Game. I'd be
That's
so
why
hot.
I
And he
don't
did it on
do it.
purpose. You can't tell me he didn't know.
He had to have. He had to have. It's the only logical explanation. There were 4 seconds left. He had to have.
There was a video I retweeted. We can't play because somebody's actually they say a couple words in there. But somebody was like, "This is the biggest Vegas phone call I've ever seen in my life. This is ridiculous." That was insane to see. That was crazy. But,
Yeah, that was
But
that was
the
very
original
unique
point
ending.
was
Yeah.
Niners defense made the adjustment, only gave up essentially 3 points in the second half, turned Matt Stafford over 2 times. They stepped up and they made some big plays.
Yeah, they were incredible. They pressured him, they frustrated him. That secondary was extraordinary again, and the fact that you had another huge day from Christian McCaffrey on the offensive end certainly helps things.
You know, I wasn't gonna do it. I was biting my tongue.
That had to hurt.
But in the first half, I'm transparent with you guys.
Mm-hmm.
In my mind,
Mm-hmm.
in my mind, I didn't tweet it out. I didn't say it, but in my mind, I was like,
This ain't
I'll
it.
hold. No, look,
Oh.
I was like, hold out all summer. Where you at, 9-7? Where you at? I haven't heard from you in 2 weeks, 9-7. Where you at? Like, it's like you laid it out perfectly when it happened. It was like, if he would have signed in June, nobody would be thinking about this.
Yep.
But the fact that it led up to the final week of the preseason or the week of week 1, and we're expecting like everybody told me for a week, and I'm not discrediting anybody. I'm just saying everybody told me for a week, you have to have him. He wins you Super Bowls, all this other stuff, and not even a quarterback pressure in 2 weeks. At the time, at the half, I was like, yo, this is getting ridiculous. He and the rest of the defensive line, they stepped it up in that second half and got some pressure on Stafford.
They did. It's it's a tough look for guys who held out. Josh Jacobs didn't hold out quite as long, but he did. And man, he's off to a disastrous start. And Jimmy Garoppolo got a lot of heat in that Raiders loss yesterday. Josh Jacobs' stat line was unacceptable.
Yeah.
And I think part of what you're seeing with Josh Jacobs, I think part of what you're seeing with Nick Bosa is the holdout. Like, those guys are in phenomenal shape. Nick Bosa is not going to be fat. No, we know. Neither is Josh Jacobs. But he also isn't getting hit.
Yeah.
He also isn't, if he's going through plays, which he probably is, both of those guys to a certain degree are probably going through plays, but they ain't going through plays with their players. He ain't going through plays with his teammates. He ain't going against an offensive line, a starting caliber offensive line. And like you're kind of seeing the ramifications for that. We're just getting started. There's a lot we got to talk to. Reference the Raiders. They got blown up yesterday by the Buffalo Bills. We'll talk about all that. We'll talk about everything that happened in the NFL. We're going to stick with the 49ers here. Sarah Hodges is going to join us here coming up soon. Mark Jones is going to join us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. I can't wait to talk about Coach Prime and what we saw on Saturday night. I can't wait to talk about the back-to-back college football games we watched on Saturday afternoon into the evening. So that's all coming up. We are so happy that you're here with us. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, where we will be broadcasting live this Thursday at 32 Brew Street. We hope you can come through. We'll give you all the details when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, I'm going to grab my...
Roddy, that's a good point. I'm not ready to write him off just yet, but we'll talk about this. Matter of fact, I'll save this for you, Roddy. We'll bring it back up. A lot of his work. No, it did not. He played really well yesterday. Yeah, Dr. David. We we're gonna talk about that. Mm-hmm. Baby, we talking about that. Oh, for sure. Yeah. That was, and I'll bring it up in the air too, but I'll just say nobody was upset. Like nobody upset. You up here giving the game away. Nobody's upset. Like I would have been furious. Yeah.
Aldrin, we're working on a couple things as it pertains to Sac State. Got those messages out there now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll talk about it, CJ. Jeez. Come on, man.
Did you watch the last episode?
I didn't.
I haven't. I'm maybe 2 or 3 episodes behind at this point. I was reading that what aired last night was the "we're canceled" version.
Oh,
there was a version.
They had 2 versions.
Yeah, the end was written in a way that the series was going to continue.
Yeah.
And then there was an alternate end that if this is it, this is how we have to end it.
Wow.
They aired this is how we have to end it.
Wow. Netflix, you got to pick that up, man.
I still better end with the Celtics winning.
Well, settle down.
No. Let me change stuff up now.
We're changing.
Don't be switching up now.
The last 20 minutes of the show, they fast forward to 1992.
Yeah, no, I haven't seen the last 2 episodes, but I better end that show with the Celtics winning.
I think it does.
All right, good.
I think it does.
And be more.
Ooh, Kenny didn't believe Cheryl. Don't do this. Like, is Cheryl coming?
That's what the streets are saying.
Cheryl, hey, he didn't believe.
Look, the streets are saying, well, it's definitely gonna be there on Saturday. But the streets are saying this might be a Sky River.
Oh,
that's what the streets are saying.
Oh my. Wow.
Yeah.
Well, don't let him fool you. He didn't believe.
It's not true.
He had
who got the Ravens in the Super Bowl?
Who had the Bengals winning?
Not me. But
hey,
you said who had the Bengals winning. I thought you said who had the Ravens winning. Yeah. No, I had the Bengals winning.
You did? Yeah, you did.
I did.
You did.
I did.
I'm a hater because I had the Bengals going on too. But hey, Kyron's asking, hey, I know he works for the other guys, but is there a way J. Ross can come on to ESPN 1320 to talk about Hornets football since he's the announcer? I tried to book Jason Ross today. I reached out to J. Ross. I tried to book him for today. He said he was getting a manicure and he couldn't do it. So we'll try tomorrow. I was like, it's cool, Jay. I'm going to reach out to you. We're going to try tomorrow. But we are definitely trying to get J. Ross on the show. We'll talk about that incredible performance from the Sac State Hornets coming up here as we roll along. We're still locked in on the NFL. We're still locked in on the 49ers. We haven't really even dove into what the 49ers did yesterday. This might sound weird coming out of the game that they had. Check that. This might sound weird coming out of the game he had. Man, I think Brock Purdy's really good.
I do too.
I think yesterday was the first time where I was like, yo, this is a really good quarterback. And you could probably make a compelling argument that was his worst game since becoming the starter for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, I would agree.
He overthrew Brandon Ayuk a couple of times. He had a couple of plays that he just missed. But, man, his poise, to steal, like, I don't want to sound like Steve Young out here, but, like, his poise in the pocket, like, it's just incredible. Like he just waits and waits and waits, and he doesn't like move. He doesn't shuffle. He's just like 1, no, 2, no, 3. There it is, and it's at the last possible second.
The play he had in the first quarter where he waited to the last second to get, it was like a 3rd and 8
and went across the middle.
Yeah.
I think that was the one where I was like, yo, this dude is freaking good.
Yeah.
Like, he's really good. I didn't see the tat, But I saw everything else, man. Like, he's the quarterback where you feel like you could see his mind working. And, after watching and I'm not trying to clown, I know it's going to sound like it. After watching the Raiders for the previous 3 hours, it was like, he's such a different quarterback than Jimmy. Yeah. And Jimmy holds the ball in an entirely different way than Brock Purdy does. Almost in a way of like panic at times. Like, 1, nope. Before he gets to 2, there you can almost see like a sense of panic in his movement. And then by the time he gets to 3 or 4 or whatever he's supposed to do after that, you can see things kind of get shaky for Jimmy. For Brock, it's just like, got him. Yeah. It's really like I didn't know what to make of the run last year. You believed in him. Obviously, Shanahan believed in him. Kyle Madsen believed in him. Like, everybody seemed to believe in him. Just like, let's build up the sample size a little bit more.
That's fair too.
I love this game because I believe it was his worst, and it was the game I was most impressed with him.
There was a play, and I love Jimmy Garoppolo. That's my guy. But there was one that was like so indicative of him that you don't see, or I haven't seen yet, from Brock Purdy. It was just a random play. It was like a 3rd down play, and Jimmy's moving around in the pocket, and he's waiting for guys to get open, and he gives that. I think I could be wrong. I felt like he gave a little point. He gave the Jimmy point or whatever, and he steps up in the pocket. And he's about to laser the ball down the field, and he throws it into the ground like 8 yards short of the receiver that's in the area. The receiver's like 15 yards down the field. It's not even like deep down the field. Receiver's like 15 yards down the field. The ball hits the ground like 8 yards down the field. I said, what? How does that happen? Threw it super hard, super fast, just right into the ground. I said, how does this happen? And you don't see those things from Brock. Brock is decisive. Yeah. And when he sees the play, when he sees what's going to happen, what should happen, he zips that thing in there. A lot of people say he doesn't have like great arm strength, and like in the sense of like on a speed clock or something like that. Yeah, he's not going to throw 95 miles per hour. It's probably going to be more like 89.
And his receivers probably thank him for that.
Right. But it gets the timing, the anticipation, everything is perfect. The 3 missed throws that he had, the missed deep throws that he had yesterday. The one to Ayuk was
across the middle of the field.
No, that was the one that was up towards the corner. Ayuk just destroyed Akello Witherspoon. Shout out Akello, man. Burbank, stand up. Sacramento loves you. But man, it was nasty for him yesterday. But it was a weird angle. It was a weird angle that the ball had to be thrown at. It was just a little tough. Like Brandon Ayuk was open, but he had to drop it in the bucket to get it to him. That was a tough one. Juwan Jennings.
That was the same one with the middle of the field too. I think like he had one place that he could.
The Debo one or the Juwan Jennings one, because he had 2. The one with Juwan Jennings was in the middle of the field.
Oh, I thought it was Ayuk. That's my bad.
Oh no,
so maybe it was Juwan Jennings. I thought it was Brandon Ayuk in the middle of the field too. I thought he had 2 missed throws.
That went a little high or something like that. Or a little over.
Yeah, it was just he just overshot it. Like he would have had to gone, almost Willie Mays. Right. But he had his like those guys beat the secondary repeatedly. Pause. Yeah. They got past that secondary all day.
And that's the thing that I love from Brock is he sees it. He sees the plays. And I think that's what Kyle Shanahan talked about a little bit after the game. He was like, yeah, he might have missed throws, but he sees the play. Like he sees like that's who's going to be open. Or if I wait and I get to this read, this guy's going to be open. And I feel like, and I'm going to deliver the ball. Like whether or not it's completed or not, I see the play. I'm going to hit him. Yeah, you could work on the timing, work on the throw as you go along. But seeing who's going to be open, that's the one. Like that's the thing that's impressive. And Brock does a good job of that.
He does. He finished yesterday's game 17 of 25, 206 yards. Again, not a stellar performance. He was looking for Debo quite a bit yesterday. 9 targets for Debo, 6 receptions, 63 yards. But as I was saying, right before going to break, that was another day from Christian McCaffrey.
Wow.
His 268 rushing yards so far this season are the second most in 49ers history.
Mm.
Garrison Hurst unloaded 325 in the first 2 games of the 1998 season. But Christian McCaffrey, the runner, is spectacular. We talk about Christian McCaffrey, the scrimmage yards guy a lot. He had himself a day at running back again yesterday.
I told the story. I think it was on the air. It might have been in between in the commercials or whatever, but I was listening to the morning roast and they were talking about Christian McCaffrey at Stanford. And, sometimes you hear stuff like, let me just go watch like a highlight package of Christian McCaffrey at Stanford. Cause you kind of forget a little bit. And I remember watching it. It was like an 8-minute highlight package. And I said, damn, this dude is nasty. Like he is cold. And we watch him now with the 49ers. At least I watch him now with the 49ers. And you see it all over again. Like I wasn't watching a whole lot of Panthers games, so you kind of forget what it looks like. But you watch him on a game-to-game basis, on a down-to-down basis, it's like this boy is bad. Like Christian McCaffrey is tough. Love watching him play. Hell of a running back.
Yeah, he's one of the more – he's exciting. It's just simple as that. Like Christian McCaffrey is super exciting to watch. Ayuk battled, he got shaken up early. He was battling through some sort of shoulder and neck issue the whole game. Kyle didn't seem to be overly concerned about it once the game was over, obviously because he played. But man, he looked like he was uncomfortable quite a bit. Not as uncomfortable as Joe Burrow looked. We'll get to that later. Man. But that was such a weird play that he got kind of rolled up on a little bit.
Yeah, on the broadcast, they were saying it was excuse me. On the broadcast, they were saying it was a neck. I was worried it was a shoulder collarbone situation, especially when he came back in and on the very first play he comes back in, he makes the catch, gets tackled, and he's just down on the ground. And I'm like, man, this doesn't look good. From the sounds of it, sounds like it's a pain tolerant situation. We know how those things can be diagnosed sometimes, but I'm giving the doctors for the 49ers and everybody the respect and the benefit of the doubt they deserve. But it sounds like it's a pain tolerant situation. It's not a collarbone. It's not something that essentially can be hurt worse if you play. It's just,
which I don't buy at all.
Yeah,
I mean, don't like.
That's always
like if something's hurt, like maybe the area that's hurting isn't in greater danger. You're just in pain. Something is in danger of being hurt because overcompensation comes into play. Like a variety of different things come into play.
Right.
So to say, oh, he's fine. Like, no, that's not the case. I think everybody is kind of going the route that they're going, breathing a sigh of relief. Kyle Shanahan not being because he played. Like that happened in the first quarter. He got really banged up in the first.
I think it was the third play of the game.
And then I think he was on the sideline for a few, and they kept talking about it. Like you say, they were focused on the neck. I think it was the sideline reporter, and forgive me for forgetting, not remembering who it was. But she was like, yeah, they were working on his neck, which I don't see a lot. Like they were working directly on his neck. And I think that's why everyone thought that was the focus. And I don't think it was until post game where Kyle was like, yeah, it was something with it was more with his shoulder, not his neck.
So the thing about it too is, it's a short week, Thursday night game.
Yeah.
We'll be watching it at Sky River Casino.
Indeed.
On Thursday night. But that also adds to the question of whether or not, he'll be able to go on Thursday. There was a part of me yesterday watching that game where I was, when he went down the second time, there's part of me like, man, just keep him out, man. Like he's not right. We don't want nothing else to happen. He's tougher than the $2 steak. Continue to play. But there's a part of me that's like, just give him the extra week or week and a half or so to kind of heal that up. Not saying like, oh, the Giants are so bad, like you can beat them without Brandon Ayuk. Like
that's how I heard it.
You need all hands on deck to get a win in the NFL.
They did go
National Football.
Thank you. That's how you're supposed to do it.
But you got to look at the big picture, man. You want Ayuk around to try and win this Super Bowl, and if you can steal an extra 10 to 14 days for him to get a little bit of a injury taken care of, you got to think about it at least. I'm not saying you definitely do it, but you got to be thinking about it.
They probably thought about it and then dismissed it, and they're right back at it.
That's how they are, though.
Yeah.
And it's not even like and I know we talk a little bit about like how the culture of football, they kind of disregard these players. I don't even think that's like what it is. It's just that's how they are. Like Brandon Ayuk yesterday.
Was like,
yeah, I'm okay. I can lift my shoulder. I'm back in. I want to play.
Yeah, not that I agree with it, but Brandon Ayuk would be the loudest one about it.
Yeah.
Like, let me go play.
Yeah.
You mentioned this a moment ago, but we will be watching that Thursday night game at Sky River Casino inside 32 Bruce Street. We'll also be doing our show there. We're going to be there from 12 o'clock on. So come through, come hang out. 32 Bruce Street inside Sky River Casino. 70 TVs. There will not be a bad seat in the house. Get there early. Come hang out. We've already got Marcus Smith of the Sacramento Bee lined up. We've also got Coach David Patrick coming through, and
Chris Haynes is going to be
Chris Haynes. Yeah, Chris Haynes coming to hang out with us at Sky River Casino. They'll all be there live in person. We're working on a few other things as well. So we hope that you could come through. They got some great things going on, including the kickoff mystery swipe and win. Get in on that. It's an opportunity to win tons of prizes, and you could take part in that before or after you watch D-Lo and KC in 49ers football coming up this Thursday at Sky River Casino. So come hang out for the live broadcast on Thursday.
I'm hyped for Thursday, man. I'm hyped for the live show, obviously. Hyped for the game. It's an opportunity to go 3-0, beat them sorry Giants.
Giants waited 6 quarters to score this season, and then when they did,
they didn't stop.
They're like, we're good.
Speaking of, now this isn't in the same vein of what you were talking about as far as like a holdout, not being ready to go, whatever, but it's another guy that held out a little bit or had a contract dispute in Saquon, and he probably isn't going to play on Thursday. I'd be surprised if he played on Thursday.
Yeah, ankle?
Yeah.
Did we get that MRI back? Did they send us the MRI? Did we get an update on that?
I didn't see it. That was
3:30 Eastern. Yeah.
That was a nasty tackle and
bad
twist of the leg there. I hope it's just a sprain, a high sprain or something like that, because that could have been much worse.
The talk kind of coming out of that was like they're expecting him to miss at least a few weeks. I'm assuming.
Oh, yeah.
That was vicious.
I was just
tackle.
Yeah, hoping it wasn't more than that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was nasty. There were some nasty hits yesterday. Devontae Adams took one.
Oof.
Devontae took one that was really bad. Josh McDaniel seems to be, I guess that's just the thing. I don't know if he's in concussion protocol or not, but Josh McDaniel seemed to be, he's fine. Well, sir, I saw that play. Like, I'm not so sure that he's fine.
The nature of the beast.
What other takeaways from yesterday's game with the 49ers and the Rams you want to dive into? You want to talk about George Kittle? Because
George, he did all right. He's gonna have his moment. He's gonna have his moments.
Because you started with a singular one, like he was gonna have one all year, and then you went with plural.
No. He's gonna have his moments. I think the days of George Kittle every game being this dynamic weapon numbers wise.
Yeah.
I think those days have passed. They've got too many weapons.
He wasn't bad, by the way. I don't mean to imply that he was bad yesterday. It's just it doesn't feel like we're 2 games into the season. All year, he hasn't been a focal point of the offense. But it also felt like for a large stretch of last year, he wasn't either.
Mm-hmm. No, it's true. I just think that's the nature of this offense now and the way things flow. Like, they're going to go. They got so many weapons, and he's one of them for sure. But I think the list usually goes, and I'm not saying they make a list, but the way I think about it is, it's probably like McCaffrey, Ayuk, Debo. Like, as far as like, what are we trying to exploit? They'll be like, let's try to exploit McCaffrey. Let's try and exploit the defense using Ayuk, and let's try and exploit the defense using Debo. And then it's, let's try to exploit the defense using Kittle. And what seems to happen is they never get to Kittle. Because if it's whoever, like week 1, it was Ayuk. Well, they're not stopping it. Let's keep killing. In the second half yesterday, Debo started cooking. Like one of those three end up cooking and they're able to exploit it, and they never get to the fourth person that they could use to exploit the defense because one of those three are always working. I think that's a lot of the times that's kind of what happens. So I expect Kittle to have a couple monster games, a few monster games at some point. I don't know when, but when if you go up against a team that can lock down all three, then that's when it's like, all right, but can you lock down Kittle too? Not a lot of people have that.
Well, I could be out of line with this thought, but while George Kittle's numbers may not be stellar, I look at what Christian McCaffrey is doing, and I have to believe that those two things are tied together. If Christian McCaffrey is putting up the numbers that he's doing, you're not necessarily targeting George Kittle. I got to believe that George Kittle's a big reason that Christian McCaffrey's putting up the numbers that he's doing, because he's one of the best. And I don't want to say we're at the level of he's just a blocking tight end. It's just what he is. But he's a really good blocking tight end. And I think that's evidenced in the San Francisco 49ers run game.
Yeah, and he's also like not necessarily a decoy, but the reputation and what Kittle can do to a defense is still out there. So you got to respect it. He makes you as a defense honor his every movement out there. You know what I mean? So if he's out there, you can't just say, "Oh, leave Kittle alone one-on-one against our worst linebacker," because at any time he can just bust it open. Pause. You know what I'm saying?
Well, anytime you can do that, it's definitely a win for everybody involved. Definitely.
Anytime he can make a big time play. So you got to respect it, even if we're in the fourth quarter and he's got 2 catches for 25 yards. Got to respect it at all times. So that him being out there just kind of helps it for everybody else.
Feel any different about the Rams after this game? I think I'm a smidge bit higher.
What exactly did I say about the Rams again? I want to make sure. I want to see, because I may feel
you didn't think they were any good.
Yeah, I'm not convinced they're good right now. I'm not convinced.
No,
I think we see this a lot of times in in basketball early in the season. We see it in football. Like these teams, they still have people's attention, right? They still the coach still has the full focus of all his players, because they're 1-0, 0-1, you know, something like that. Like they're still locked in. I want to see what this Rams team looks like in November, if they're 5-8, and are they still locked in? I thought yesterday they 1-0. They're feeling good about themselves, and McVay keep saying it. McVay wanted this game bad. So he had those guys locked in. He was locked in himself. He was ready to go. And they executed really well, played really well. They got some good ball players. You know, they probably have a little bit more talent than I gave them credit for, but I still don't think they're going to be like a particularly good team. I think they're going to be, maybe I raised their win total a little bit, like 7 games.
Wow.
Maybe 7 games max.
So the only thing that gives me pause about the Rams is I feel like it's Stafford or bust right now. Like as long as he's healthy and he can throw the ball, I completely disagree with you. I think they're going to win more games than 7. But if at some point he can't, or if at some point he just gets dialed in on by defenses, because I don't know that they have an existent run game.
Not necessarily. It looked a little better than
it was better yesterday. Yeah, but I don't think it was still. I don't think you can sustain that.
Yeah,
what you had yesterday as like, okay, that's our run game. It was better than week 1.
You think they're making the playoffs?
I
can't put them.
I don't know. I have to go through all of the totals. Because y'all were probably wrong about the Seahawks too. Seahawks bounced back. Y'all were ready to write the Seahawks after one game,
losing,
and they bounced back. So we'll get into all of these different things that went on in the NFL. But I was curious.
Oh, my bad.
If you thought differently about the Rams.
No, they have some Puka, really good receiver. Like
That's crazy what he's doing right now.
So-
How many catches did he have yesterday?
Yeah, like
He had
15.
15 receptions on 20 targets,
So here's the funny thing about that. Right?
147 yards.
The funny,
They just erased Cooper Kupp. They're just like, this is our new Cooper Kupp right here.
that's the funny thing about it. I think he's a good ball player. Love his story, all that. Like Puka's a good ball player. Matthew Stafford throws it to him every time.
Yep. Yep.
Every single time. And Puka's a good ball player. He's a good receiver. But the way the 49ers were playing defense, it was almost like Stafford was like, look, run 7 yards, turn around. Nobody's going to be there. I'm going to throw you the ball. And that's what he did. He's a really good, he seems to be a really good possession receiver, and that's something that if you get somebody dynamic next to him, that's where you could really feel the benefits of it all. But I watched that game yesterday. I was never worried about him taking over the game or anything like that.
Good statement right there. By the way, Kyron Williams was the closest to Puka. He had 10 targets, 10 to 20.
Stafford be finding them people and just only throw to them.
Yeah. Hey, my man knows what he likes. He does not deviate from it. Like a green circle on a Sarah Hodges story, boy. It hits every time. Every single
Doesn't
time.
miss.
Never misses. It's a wild weekend in the Sarah Hodges world this weekend. She'll join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. What word did you just use? You just said something. I got distracted with Kyron
Puka's
Williams.
a good possession receiver.
No,
I was
wasn't it.
never afraid of him.
Afraid. That was the word.
Yeah.
Did you think in the first half they were losing this game?
No, because once I don't mean to keep bringing it up, but I wasn't surprised by how the game played. I thought this was going to be a close game that the Niners pulled away to win late. Because I thought McVay, I was a big believer in McVay, and I was actually wrong about Aaron Donald. Another game where he was he even on the field? Another 49ers, a Rams game where he was non-existent.
Yep.
I thought he was going to wreak a whole lot of havoc out there, and that didn't happen.
He's got one foot on the boat. He's ready. He's
good.
He's ready to go sail with James Ham. Like he's done with the NFL.
He's good. He's good. But I figured
Unless he
McVay,
decides he wants $33 million next year, then he'll come back and do it again.
All right, whatever. I'll come play.
Mm-hmm.
How much I perform, I don't know. I'll play well, at least against the Niners. He creates havoc against everybody else. Against the Niners, he don't do much of nothing except for that one time. But yeah, I figured McVay was going to have those guys ready. So I knew it was going to be a tough game. It was going to be a tough game. It was frustrating, to see them march down the field a couple of times, but I figured the Niners would figure some things out and be able to pull away late. So
can we address a couple of things here in the chat before we bring Sarah Hodges in? Polo says, I'm getting my poster ready for the live show. Going to look like a wrestling show crowd. Hey, we encourage that. Y'all want to make a sign for Sky River Casino like it's Raw in 1998? Man, do your thing. Do your thing. Zabo says, is there a cover charge? Bro, it's a casino. No. And Ramsey, shut the hell up. There's most definitely a cover charge. Bro,
what are you talking about?
Ramsey, just watch and mind your business. Like, stop messing up our business. No, for God's sake, there's not a cover charge. Come through 32 Brew Street on Thursday. We're going to do our live show there. We're going to watch football there. We're going to have a great time there. And we hope to see each and every one of you with your signs, with your 49ers gear, with your D-Lo and KC gear, whatever it may be. Maybe we could have so much fun. We'll hit the green story icon on Sarah Hodges' IG. We'll come back.
That's next level.
Sarah Hodges, CBS 13, is with us. We'll talk more about the 49ers. We'll talk about the Raiders. We're going to talk about the Sac State Hornets.
Stingers all the way up.
I said we're going to talk about the Sac State Hornets.
All the way up.
Hey, do we have the call? Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's lit.
Oh, yeah.
It's
oh,
lit.
yeah. That's all coming up here. It's D-Lo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Let me get you set up there.
That's extra money.
Hey, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Hang in there.
Good to see you.
We didn't plan this. Yeah, you too.
What's up, sir? What's up? Good to see you.
How you doing?
Good. I had my nieces and nephews over. Let me tell you, 37 with no kids, having kids on.
How old are
They've been here like a week. I'm like,
How old are they?
2.5
Oh,
and
sweet.
like 1.5.
Oh yeah, it's lit.
And
Yeah.
they just run around and just scream the whole time. My husband's like, no, it's great having them.
It's
I
lit.
miss them as soon as they're gone. But sleep isn't the same.
You know what?
Kenny, you know a lot.
I never sleep, because sleep is the cousin of death.
This is the exact take over here.
I'll take this out of here.
In the black.
Okay. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
You got headphones and all? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Did you have a good weekend?
Yeah, I had a good weekend. I worked. I went out as you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez Louise.
Mm-hmm. Saw that.
Ugh.
Saw that.
I don't know what was wrong with me. I think it's because I got drunk within like an hour and a half.
You got drunk what?
So fast because I didn't get off till like close to midnight.
Oh.
So I was like trying to catch up to everybody, and everybody else was already 2 sheets under the wind. It was good to be back with you guys.
Yeah.
It's always good, Mom. Mondays are always popping.
I was gonna ask y'all if you guys could come on Sunday.
When, next Sunday?
Yeah, why y'all aren't gonna be here?
Yeah, I'm out.
Oh, is it your wedding?
My wedding's Saturday.
Well, yeah, you can't definitely.
It's my
Yeah, I
mom's
knew you.
birthday Sunday.
Oh man, okay.
I'm sorry.
No, don't worry about it.
I'm
We'll get
so
you guys back
sorry.
on.
I was thinking about that this morning. Like we haven't been on with Sarah in a while.
I
Her
know.
punk ass is gonna ask on Sunday. I just know she's gonna ask
I know.
on Sunday.
Jake and I were talking about it last night. I was like, we got to bring him on. He's like, let's bring him on Sunday. I was like, he's like,
Well,
talk
what
to him
time are you
tomorrow.
guys thinking?
Here's
Probably
that,
late.
Here's that play
Like,
I was
we're gonna
talking
go
about,
live.
everybody. It was Jimmy.
Cool. I'm scared. Where?
Jimmy looking.
Oh. 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 Man, leave Jimmy alone.
No, don't leave
Oh,
me alone.
Let
Jimmy.
Jimmy live his life. Jimmy live his life.
Brian asked a good question, Sarah. Where you at on Thursday? You pulling up?
I'll be at the game.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, I
Everybody gonna
figured.
be at the game.
Yeah, I'll be at the game.
Jake there too?
Jake won't be. Jake will be here. So tell him to. I mean, he'll be
We get
working,
Jake to come through.
but he'll be able to come through with you guys for sure. Because I'll be doing most of the heavy lifting. He'll just have to like read the highlights. That's it. So he'll probably be able to.
So
come
he'll
message
probably have to
y'all.
be on at like 4. Is that safe that you guys haven't like
He'll be
for
done
news at
from like
4:30?
yeah. He'll probably be able to get there around like 7, a little bit late. I guess.
No, I want to get him in for the show part.
Oh, okay.
Part of the show.
Yeah,
but-
tell him he'll love that. Yay, yay.
Ramsey. Of course, there's a cover charge.
That's so funny.
I don't know why this made me laugh. Timing was a little just a bit. That's funny.
Damn, Jordan. That's I don't even know. Was there a conversation while I was out of the room? Jesus, Jordan. Settle down.
Jordan, a wild one. I didn't even see what he say.
Sarah was drinking that Cosby. Lord have mercy.
Oh no,
Jeez
there wasn't. No,
Louise.
yeah, no. Sarah said she was going hard. Yeah, no, she was paused. She was trying to catch up.
Oh, I paid for it Saturday. Let me tell you,
IG
You
didn't.
young, no, you got this.
I had to delete a couple of the ones on the.
I
green
can guess
circle.
which ones you deleted.
I know.
I was like, she really put this out there. Like, all right.
I don't have that
I was
many
like-
people.
I was
on my
watching
green
this video
circle.
like, if this goes any further, I'm blocking Sarah. Happy to have Sarah Hodges, CBS 13, in the building with us. We hope you'll be in the building with us this Thursday, 32 Brew Street, inside Sky River Casino, our second live broadcast from Sky River in preparation for Thursday night football, man. Come through, hang out. By the way, I told Kenny this. I'll say this because I was kind of hard on YouTube last week. And credit to YouTube. They made their presentation of football trash so you'd buy Sunday ticket. And it worked. My stupid ass bought Sunday ticket. And part of the reason I bought Sunday ticket is because the Raiders were terrible.
Wow.
And I'm sitting there watching this blowout like I'm missing
everything. Yeah.
because I'm watching this.
Yeah.
And I went youtube.com, click, ad, refresh, boom, had 4 games on my screen, had the Red Zone channel propped up.
You were able to move and everything.
Now that well, wait a minute. It's still programmed. The multi-view is programmed. Like you can't change, you can't do any of that stuff. But they programmed it well to where I had the Red Zone, I had the 49ers, I had the Cowboys, and then I had the Broncos and the Commander football team on the screen.
You gotta have to figure this out because people were texting or tweeting us over the weekend saying,
"Yeah, they're wrong.
You can move
all over
wrong.
the place." Like
right
you
now. You're the
you,
only person that can't do it.
You can't do here. Yo, you do it. That's YouTube TV. That's YouTube TV right there. Pull up multi-view no, you can't do it. Google, pick your own game on multi-view TV. Do it right now. Y'all are trolling. Javon, I see you. Stop playing with me. Y'all need to stop playing with me. You can't pick your own game. You pick. Why are you leaving me here on this? You have YouTube TV. You please tell them that you can't pick your own game while watching multi-view.
You can't. You can't pick your own game. It picks it for you. Okay.
Thank you.
People keep telling Dame, pick up the games. You can't do that.
Y'all keep talking to me like I'm crazy.
I don't know nothing about this. I'm just saying.
No,
I keep hearing from multiple people.
No, you heard from.
Change it.
Hi, Sarah. Welcome.
I can't even.
Simmons is full of crap. Simmons is just saying what YouTube.
What about Jay Stahl?
Jay Stahl, full of crap. He's trolling.
Yeah, you can't.
You can't do it.
I was doing multi-view this weekend. You can't pick the games.
I don't know nothing about it.
Maybe he just went on and the games that he wanted were there, and so he just figured you could because he was just happy with what he was seeing.
No, that's not it. What he's just being a troll. That's all he was doing.
That's cool though.
Sarah
that at least you could see all those games.
Sarah, what you think about the 49ers performance yesterday?
They look good. Like I was a little bit worried in the first half. Like I think that we all were, but I feel like the defense settled in and, everybody did their jobs. And that second half, Brock Purdy looked really, really good. A couple overthrown passes. I think that we all saw those and I'm sure him more than anybody else, he wishes he could have back. Kyle Shanahan just did his thing again. Just such a great play caller. Debo looked really, really good. I thought he looked better than week 1. And I heard you guys talking about, George Kittle and just, I guess his lack of targets and receptions in the game. But I think that he's, busy doing his job blocking. And Christian McCaffrey, he's so good.
Yeah. Christian McCaffrey's good.
Such a cool guy. You know what he does? He goes to podium and he talks to people in the locker room. Can you believe it? Such a gentleman, despite somebody else who I'm not gonna mention his name.
No.
Oh,
another player.
Say his name. Say his name.
Who he play for?
The 49ers. And I went up to him, but I wasn't even trying to interview him. I was just going to introduce myself to him. And he's like, I already did podium. And I was like, oh, well, I wasn't even trying to interview you. I was just introducing myself because we have a mutual friend. But anyways, we don't need to put salt on that situation with such a great performance on the road. The 49ers fans showed up. It was, I know that they always do, but I just love that. It's not even the Rams' home. It's kind of like how I feel. Well, I've never been to a Raiders game in Vegas, but when I watch, it's kind of how I feel.
Do me a favor. You don't have to say nothing. Just look at I sent you a text because I'm curious. Is that what we talk?
Yes. Yes. I'm sure anybody could, guess who that is, but maybe not.
But to your original point, though, Christian McCaffrey is a bad man out there. And that 49ers offense, with all those weapons they had, they left points on the board on Sunday. They weren't always super crisp. Still got 30. They still got 30.
Yeah.
If Brock hits one of the deep throws, it's 37.
Yeah.
Just not to mention if he hit all 3. Now we're looking at a 45.9. But
has Brock ever scored under 30?
I don't think so. No, in the regular season. The Cowboys game was, I think, 19. I think he scored
the
19.
playoff game?
Yeah. I think so.
I would have liked to see maybe a little bit better rotation maybe like put Elijah Mitchell in there a little bit.
That's a good point,
You
man.
know?
I
I
think
think Christian McCaffrey, he played a lot, and this is a long season.
Kyle Shanahan, I saw some quotes where he kind of talked about that. Like he said he needs to do a better job of getting Elijah incorporated into the game. And I agree. McCaffrey is that dude, and he's so good. It's hard to, take him out of the game. But I would like to see Elijah incorporated too, because when he can get going, I'm not saying he's Christian McCaffrey,
You
but
just
he
don't
can
want
be
him sitting like a whole game or standing. But
and
like
he could
not
be
playing
like
the whole
super
game.
productive. Like Chris, we forget sometimes Elijah Mitchell, when healthy, was a beast in this Kyle Shanahan system. So I would like to see them, I don't know, find 6 or 7 carries a game, maybe 20 might be a lot, but 15 snaps, throughout the game for Elijah Mitchell.
And to be fair, like you guys talked about Brandon Ayuk, just getting injured and maybe not playing this Thursday, who knows if he'll be in or out. But either way, a star is going to emerge. Like you already know, like you said, the 49ers have so many weapons. They have Kyle Shanahan, who's, I think, easily top 3 best head coaches in the league right now. He's going to, drop some plays for whoever he slides in there, and you guys aren't going to skip a beat.
Kyle Shanahan might be one.
Yeah.
Like if he's not one, like who is? I mean, maybe Andy
Reid.
Reid.
Andy Reid,
I think
I
it's
would
only
say.
Andy.
Yeah.
I think it's only Andy ahead of him. And you give Andy the respect because he's got the 2 Super Bowls. But aside from the big
even
game,
with that he's a great coach.
Bill Belichick's fallen off, so it's you would definitely say him if like 2 years ago.
I'm sure Bill's still a great coach.
No,
I'm
for
sure he's
sure.
got
a great coach.
Different roster.
The results
out
are
here
just different.
scrambling and struggling for his life against the Dolphins. I mean, the Dolphins are a good team, but I'm just saying, like, that would have never happened 10 years ago.
Throwing his challenges.
Oh, that was funny. Oh, that was so great.
He's so great.
That was so great. He just spiked the challenge flag in front of the referee. By the way, just for fun, 33, 35, 21 against Seattle, 37, 37, 38. Those were his totals last year in the regular season.
The thing about that Seattle game too, remember they ran down to the 1 and took a knee at the end of that game. So that would have been 28.
Yeah.
So yeah, they put up points, man. They put up points, and it's a little different than the Eagles, because I watched the Eagles, and the Eagles aren't that impressive on offense, but they hit this big play to Devonta Smith like numerous times, or they're really explosive. The Niners have the ability to be explosive, but really what happens is they just move the ball down the field every time.
Their running game is explosive.
Running game, they'll get 8 yards on first down, then on 2nd and 2, Purdy will play action, hit Brandon Ayuk across the middle for 18.
And just the time management, like Kyle Shanahan's time management is impeccable. Just, we saw it in the second quarter, them driving down the field. They don't want to leave any time on the board for the Rams to come back and score. And with 1 second left, they ended up punching it in. I was like, this is insane.
Yeah. Your thoughts on that one? I was all for it. I was like, well, go for it.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, absolutely.
There was that game.
Absolutely.
Was huge on momentum, in my opinion. I felt the momentum was swinging back and forth throughout that game. I got it in my notes when Christian McCaffrey ran off the big run to get them inside the 20 or something like that, and the Rams held them to 3. I said to myself, that's big for the Rams. I believe the Rams are like, yeah, we did what we had to do. Now let's go score. They scored 14 unanswered after that. I thought that was a big time moment.
The interception was huge in the third.
Big time interception as well.
Because that just, not saying that Matthew Stafford's psyche is like, affected by that, but he did have the second longest streak in the NFL of not throwing an interception. And, then he threw 2.
Yeah. I mean, there's that. Like I said, the play before the half was crazy. I thought that was big for the Niners.
And Trent Williams,
everything that was going there.
Executed.
Jeez Louise. It
and then
just beautiful.
I thought the sack by Fred Warner was big as well, because it was one of those things where the Rams were moving the ball and Fred Warner getting that big 3rd down sack. We deadened all that noise.
Only sack of the game.
Yeah.
Because people were talking about, the 49ers defense is I don't know if they're that good to start. It's just a shootout in the first half. And I knew I was waiting for people to start talking. Oh yeah, their defense, they're dropping off. But
You know
then
how it
that second
goes.
half came.
Yep.
That's the fun thing about the NFL more than any other sport. We just react to the last thing we saw. Oh, that 49ers defense, they can't do it. Like, I'm sorry, what they give up 7 to
Yeah.
Pittsburgh the week before? Oh, they're falling off here the next week. Like, we are so quick to react to the last thing we saw.
Like they can't give up yards.
Right.
Or can't give up
Oh,
a
and
touchdown. Like,
Cowboys
what?
fans were just like, oh no, I can't wait.
Cowboys
for
got
that
a great
one.
defense.
Cowboys was good.
Oh yeah,
They got
of
a great
course.
defense.
But the next team you can compare their defense to is the Niners,
Mhm.
and
Mhm.
just that whole situation.
49ers in Dallas and Philadelphia there at the top.
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
I'm
agree.
with that.
Bills defense looked pretty good too.
Well,
okay. Let vibes are good. Let's hold off on any Raider talk for a minute. It's Thilo and
Seriously.
KC with Sarah Hodges here on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on 1320 TV as well on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, and Facebook. We appreciate everybody watching, listening, wherever you may be. Thanks for hanging out with us. We'll get to the Raiders. We'll get to some of the other stories in the NFL as well. But can we talk about Sac State?
Yes. How cool was that?
We talked to Coach
I wasn't there. I'm so upset.
Andy. Oh, believe me. So
Jake was.
We wish we were there too. We talked to Coach Andy Thompson on his way down to Palo Alto. Coach, go beat their ass. And in my book, that's what they did. They went out there and they got a win against Stanford, in Stanford, in phenomenal fashion.
Yeah. The first half, I was a little bit worried. Quarter and a half, I was like, oh, like Stanford was kind of having their way with them a little bit.
Well, you know what? So the first defensive drive for Sac State, Stanford just bully balled them. They ran the ball right down their throat the entire time, and that was kind of tough. Then Sac State gets the ball back. They move the ball down effectively, get a field goal out of it. And then I think it was another Stanford drive, and they just kind of, once they figured out how to stop the run, make the quarterback throw, I was like, they got a little something here. Then even on the touchdown that they gave up, it was actually a bad throw. It was great coverage by the cornerback for Sac State. He just overran it, actually, because the throw was so short. He overran it. The guy, makes the adjustment, catches it, runs into the end zone. And we talk about momentum in the biggest play. After the onside kick, getting that interception in the end zone changed everything. And for the rest of the half, I was watching that game.
That onside kick, though, had me.
That was like, crazy. That was crazy. I watched the rest of that half. I said, I think I tweeted out. I was like, yo, Sac State's just better than Stanford.
Oh, yeah, they are.
They're a better team.
100%.
Like, they're moving the ball easy. Defense, I said, outside of maybe the offensive line, in every other facet, I think Sac State is just better. And they played that way.
And they felt that they were good enough to win this game. I know you guys did too, but there was a lot of doubters out there who did not think that Sac State was going to go to Stanford and win. But Sac State believed that they were going to win this game.
Yeah.
It's pretty impressive, especially, KB. He didn't play much last year,
man.
But he has played with these guys in the past.
Yeah.
A lot of Folsom guys on that roster, and the play calling is very similar.
He was a playmaker.
Dude.
And I text Kyle Matson this. We were texting back and forth after the game, and I said like this, and this is no indictment on Coach Taylor. I think he's going to build that program up.
Yes.
But right now, I think Sac State is a better team. And I said, what we saw on Saturday wasn't a fluke. If they play Stanford in a 7-game series, I think Sac State wins that series in 5.
And a lot of the reason why Sac State is this good is the fruits of the labor of Troy Taylor.
No
it
doubt.
is.
No doubt.
It was funny because my meteorologist came up to me and she's all worried about Troy Taylor. Oh no, like if he loses this game, it's just going to look really, really bad. It's his first year. I was like, man, he left us. We ain't try to hear that noise. Like, no offense. I love Troy Taylor, but like, we want Sac State to win. Like, I ain't feeling bad for nobody. Like,
we love
sorry.
you. No, we love Troy Taylor. But when you play Sac State, we coming to beat your ass.
Exactly.
That's like we told
what it
Coach
is.
Simpson.
Facts. I know there was a lot of houses divided because of it, but
Mine wasn't.
No.
nah, mine
it was
mine
good.
neither. Mine
It was
neither.
good. Caden Bennett with a phenomenal play to put the Hornets ahead, as called by ESPN 1320's Jason Ross.
1:45 left, 3rd and 6. Stanford gets a late sub off. If the Hornets would have snapped it, would have been a free play. Now it comes in on 3rd and 6. Bennett to throw, pressure coming. Bennett avoids that. Bennett outside. Bennett throws late. It's caught by Fulcher. First down and more. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown, Hornets! What just happened?
Oh, Jay Ross on D-Lo and KC, baby. Come on, man.
Literal chill.
Jay Ross on D-Lo and KC.
It happened.
Let's go.
It happened.
Let's go.
That was a great call too by Jay Ross. That
Oh,
was a
Jay
great
don't
call,
miss, man.
That was
Jason
some
does
good
not
stuff.
miss.
What a play too. What a play. I'm sitting there watching that play unfold, and I think he's gonna scramble.
Gamer.
And then he makes the pass.
Like on his way down,
oh my
he makes that pass.
This dude, Caden Bennett, is bad. He is bad. I remember I didn't discover him nothing like that. I wasn't familiar with his game. I remember I saw that first game they played against Nicholls State, and that's why I asked Coach. I was like, "Guy's looking explosive out here now. We can go into the air, and he can go like, get this dude's a playmaker."
Yeah,
and he did it on the highest level on Saturday.
I'm not saying they were sleeping on KB because obviously they had a great situation last year with a quarterback who could throw, a quarterback who could run, but KB can do it all, and he looked good. I texted him after the game, and I said to him, I was like, "That's effing right," and he says, "When business needs to be handled, I go handle that."
Hey.
He's just so confident, so confident.
Sarah,
you got to be confident like that.
Did you text him? I know that's right.
I texted him and said some other things, just to pump him up. But I was like, maybe I need to not let KB's head get any bigger than it probably is because everybody.
Sarah don't know about the sweetie.
You're. I know that's right. You're ridiculous.
I know that's right.
The sweetie joy.
I know that's right.
Caden Bennett, 279 yards in the air and 100 on the ground. Bruh. Man, that was special.
Pac-12 opponent.
Man, that was
ACC
special.
Opponent.
He's going to Bama. He's going to Bama.
So it's funny you say that. I did have that thought, and like I am worried about him. We shouldn't think about it. We got a whole season of play.
Yeah, of course.
But what if he does a scatterboo and goes in the transfer portal after this?
He has another year.
Cook this year. If big money comes calling, take it.
Yeah.
Sac State can.
It's the game.
Sac State can win it all this year.
I believe
they can
that.
win it all this year. I think they're better than they were last year, and they were really good last year. I think they're more exposed. Even the playmakers on the outside, like the receivers and and the guys they have on the outside, I think these guys are game breakers.
Their offensive line is chef's kiss.
Yeah.
Chris Richardson, his son's in there. They're all returners. I mean, it's because of them that KB is getting the time and getting the holes and all of that. And I love shouting out the O-line because they don't really get enough love, at least FaceTime. You know what I mean?
As Aldrin J says, man, shout out to the Sac State fans too. They took over in Palo Alto. So there was a lot of school spirit for the Sac State Hornets out there in Palo Alto.
Absolutely. Big up, man. Big ups to them. And Stanford's got to do better. I will say that. Come on, man. You got a new coach, a new era, home opener. Nobody. The Sac State easily took that one over.
Yeah. Next year will be better for them.
That's not going to change.
Yeah.
But when they were good, they packed out the place.
Yeah, but they front runners. Like that's always been the case. If there ain't an Andrew Luck there or
McCaffrey,
they ain't that.
I think Troy.
I know this is crazy. They there to learn. I know it's weird, but they there for that degree.
Smarties.
Yeah, they there to be smart and tell you they went to Stanford and go get a job making in the high six figures. That's what they do. At the lowest, they're making in the high six figures.
Yeah,
that's true.
They ain't worried about Stanford and Sac State.
They're gonna have. I mean, they're gonna go to the ACC and get all you want.
But that's they. Well, I think the ACC is trash, so I don't think they'll get mollywopped by that.
Yeah.
No,
ACC.
they
I don't know if
are
they're
gonna
trash.
no, they're
but
gonna get worked in it. ACC actually got some
Good,
good
yeah.
programs.
Boston
They got, like-
College look.
They got like 5 top 25 programs right now.
I've never been a fan of the ACC.
Well,
Like I think they fluctuate too. Like
That's true.
Florida State
Yes.
and
That's true.
all the, yeah, and shout out Duke doing his
Duke's cooking.
Duke's the top 20. I
Miami.
think Duke's what, like 18, 19 right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miami's back in it, but I've never been a fan of the ACC. Probably more of the ACC being in the top 5 than being in the top 25. Maybe as a conference, they're fine. Florida State winning the national title I thought was laughable. I didn't think they were even anything close to the best team in football. And then you just kept
when in 2013. No,
no,
it wasn't
Florida
with
State.
Cam.
Didn't Jameis win one?
I mean, Jameis, that's what I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Florida
Yeah.
State
When they
beat
beat
Auburn,
Auburn,
in
yeah.
the national championship, but Cam
the
wasn't there.
No, it was Jameis. It was Jameis. That's what
Cam won a national title, didn't he?
Yeah, he beat Oregon.
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Yeah, but not that year.
No, yeah.
he didn't
I'm-
lose he didn't lose to Florida State.
Yeah, I'm thinking Florida State quarterback, and I said Cam. I was
Yeah,
This
you were
is-
thinking
Yeah,
Quentin
Jameis.
Winston.
Yeah.
This is BCS era
Mhm.
titles, I think.
Yeah.
Because Florida State lost in the first. I think they lost. I think it was one of the
because
teams.
it was Mariota
Ohio State
versus
beat.
Winston.
That was when
In
Nick
the Rose
Marshall.
Bowl, in the
Nick
semis.
Marshall was Auburn's quarterback. Nick Marshall.
Mm-hmm.
That was my first year working in sports.
You
by
went to the
way.
Rose Bowl?
The first year of the playoff.
Yeah, that year when Auburn went.
Yeah,
I was in Alabama. That was my first year covering sports, like as a job.
that's dope.
Yeah.
That's dope.
I mean,
Did you cover? I can't remember.
I was there for the kick six. I was there for the prayer at Jordan Hare when they beat Alabama. It was just the wildest, like
The prayer Jordan Hill, was
experience.
that the one that got tipped and the guy caught it?
Yep.
Who was that against?
And they put me
Georgia?
on ESPN. I was like, because I was like shooting. It was just funny, like my first ESPN debut. Sitting
Did
there with
you
the camera in my hand.
cover Auburn and Alabama, or just Auburn?
I covered both, but
thought.
because I was new, they had put me on the Auburn beat. So I was covering Auburn heavily, and they thought, oh, she's new. She'll get the least better of the two teams. And Auburn ended up being really good that year. And so I got to, God bless me in that way, because I thought they were sunning me a little bit, but it's all
And
good.
she's a baddie, so all the players will come up and lie to her.
So, yo, be honest with you, I think I'm gonna have 500 yards receiving in this Iron Bowl game, man. It's gonna be crazy.
Oh man.
Oh, tremendous. Let's come back. All right, yo, shout out to Sac State. Shout out to
Yes.
Coach Andy
Yeah.
Thompson. And shout out one more time.
1:45
Just
left.
so
3rd and
happy.
6. Stanford gets a late
This
sub off.
this is what
If the Hornets
Jason
would've
sounds
snapped it,
like
would've
on
been a free-
ESPN 1320.
Great.
He sounds happy, full of life, full of
1:45
excitement.
left,
Listen
3rd
to
and
this
6.
man.
Stanford gets a late sub off. If the Hornets would have snapped it, would have been a free play. Now it comes in on 3rd and 6. Bennett to throw, pressure coming. Bennett avoids that. Bennett outside. Bennett throws late. It's caught by Fulcher. First down and more. 30, 25, 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Touchdown, Hornets! What just happened?
Love that.
And also, regardless of what people who are terrible at that job tell you, you can always hear Sac State on ESPN 1320.
Jesus,
You can always.
Christ.
It's Sac State on local radio every single week. Don't listen to them crazy people that don't know what the hell they talking about.
Ain't nobody.
Do you guys want to hear a quick cool story?
Yeah.
When I was leaving
Yeah.
today, I heard a familiar voice. Damien's in a car riding by. Somebody was listening right when I was leaving here to come here.
I was
I
about
was
to
like,
say.
oh my
I was about to say that's a weird story. Like we're on the radio, we're on 2 different radio stations. Like I'm glad, but someone
But
else was listening.
driving by me as
Oh,
I was
that's very
getting
cool.
in my car to
That's
come
very,
here.
very
You know what I
cool.
mean? And I heard your voice. I was like, what? They're listening to 1320 right now, and I'm about to go be on the show. It was
Yeah,
just cool.
who knew?
It was just cool.
I hear
It was a cool moment.
Who knew? Who knew people listen? Who knew that Sac State's aired on here for eternity?
Come on, man.
That's how I listened when I had to go shoot Davis's.
Bro, you're an
bowl
editor
game.
at the newspaper and you didn't know that? Like, what type of flex did your dumbass think that was? Dude is an idiot. I swear he is the biggest. Boy, if I really felt like it, I'd tell you about all your coworkers that text me after I tweeted it. I ain't gonna do it because I'm gonna protect them. But it got awfully quiet on that thread, didn't it, bro? Think about your life choices, man. I'm only talking to one person, and y'all know who it is. We're gonna
I
come
can
back.
barely even see it. I'm blocked.
Well, that's dumb too. That's dumb too.
I remember why I got blocked too. It's crazy. I'll tell you guys during the break.
We'll come
I
back.
can't wait.
This is a fine shift of gears. We'll go from the happy 49ers, happy Sac State, to talking about the Raiders. The Raiders who forced me to spend $300 yesterday because they were so bad. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino, along with Sarah Hodges here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Reason why I got blocked by Marcos Berton is because he was talking about Vivek being, I forgot the word to use, but he was like being real hard on Vivek. This was like a long time ago. This was probably 8 years ago.
And
because
he was hard on Vivek like 2 years ago.
Right. And something, I think it was when they signed like Bellinelli and all this other stuff. And he's like, yeah, nobody wants to sign here. Nobody wants to play for Vivek. He's a bumbling idiot or something like that. And then they signed Bellinelli. I was like, well, looks like somebody wanted to play for him. Not even like sunning him or nothing like that. Just like somebody wanted to play here. And he blocked me for that.
Wow.
Soft little.
It's like, what
That
are you
is
talking-
soft.
Like, what are you talking about?
If you guys would even see the hate that I get, and like my best friend is a reporter for ACC Network. That's why I know like a decent amount about the ACC because I try to watch it when I can. But the hate that we get from people. If I was that soft, I would have done blocked everybody.
If I was that soft, I would have blocked little brother 20 minutes ago because he's been hating on me all show.
But honestly, it's
this part
those-
of the territory. It comes with it, man. It's good.
Exactly. Not everybody's gonna like you. Not everybody's gonna like the Raiders. I don't care. Neither do I. Oh man. So are you excited?
I am excited, man. I woke up this morning.
Nervous?
I was like, damn, man, it's wedding week. This crazy. No, I'm not nervous. I just wanted to be here.
Yeah.
I just want to try to
Yeah, just enjoy it because it goes by and it's just like this. And it's such a humbling and sweet experience watching everybody that shows up for you. You know what I mean? It's like people that you wouldn't expect really like touches you,
Yeah.
and obviously the people that you do expect, but it's just, and they're all there for you to watch you guys be happy and live happily ever after.
I'm gonna enjoy it.
It's about damn time.
I'm gonna enjoy it as much as I can. The whole weekend. Actually, little brother, I'm not wrong a lot. You sound stupid.
I love how y'all
You
just
sound
fight
stupid.
with people
I'm not,
on here.
I'm not right all the time. I'm not saying that.
Wait,
but
Chandler
I'm
Jones
definitely
says he
not
was
wrong on
hacked
it. I'm not
yesterday.
wrong
That's
on it.
real.
Oh, that
just
last tweet was
wild. I'm like,
I hope he was hacked because that
there's
was
no chance he was
weird.
hacked. I think something's going on.
That was super weird.
I mean, he may have been hacked, but that was just
Sure.
Markety Marky Mark. That's what he was called.
Oh, that was. Come on,
I
brother.
was like, oh goodness. Although, like, it's sick because he definitely would make a difference.
Yeah.
I mean, if
I
he
just want
wasn't,
brother to be all right.
yeah,
you know?
same.
Just be right. Just be all right.
JS Mama 916. True, Sarah. My wedding day was wonderful, but went by in a blur, and it does. It just
I'm
goes.
gonna try and just document as much as possible,
Yeah,
man.
and smile and look at people and enjoy it. And somebody gave me the advice when I walked down the aisle to like look at people and like smile because it's true. Like you get, and then you're like, oh, what was it like? You just want to take in that moment.
It's the only time I'm doing this.
Exactly. Me too. I'll never get married again. I don't care.
Well,
you're not supposed to.
I know. But I'm saying if anything ever happened, I will never get married again. It's too much.
Once this one is over, I'm done.
I'm done. This one just got me out.
Once
Once
this
my
shit
contract
ends,
is up. Once I'm a free agent.
I'm an eternal free
I'm
agent.
a free agent for life.
We really do talk about marriage in the weirdest way. It's the only time I'm getting married. Well, yeah, it's supposed to be. It's supposed
It came
to
out
be.
wrong. It came out.
You're not supposed to be thinking about, as Kenny said, you're not supposed to be thinking about your next contract. Think about that re-up. All right. Well, we had our fun. Let's get this out of the way. The Raiders got their ass beat yesterday. I don't think this should be terribly surprising for a variety of different reasons. We know Buffalo was going to be in a mood.
Mm.
If you had been paying attention, you knew Buffalo probably wasn't going to turn the ball over. Whatever you saw from Josh Allen on opening night wasn't going to be there.
No.
Or not opening night, Monday night.
3 interceptions.
Yeah, that
Come on.
wasn't the 3 interceptions, 4 turnovers. That wasn't going to be there. He doesn't turn the ball over at the same rate at home as he does on the road. And they were going to be dialed in. I thought the Raiders played well enough for a while. And Casey, you talk about momentum plays. It felt like once that score shifted from 14-10 to that touchdown right before half or shortly before half, that might have been it. Because I didn't feel like the Raiders had a lot of offensive life, and the Bills felt mad.
Yeah, I mean, that's
they was just gonna get out there and get it done.
That's the way this game had to go. Like it just the Bills had too much at stake, and maybe I'm looking at this in a super macro type thing, but Raiders, 2 road games to start the season. You go 1-on-1, go 1-1. I'll take that if I'm a Raiders fan. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing wrong with that. I don't really care how the game went yesterday. Like obviously you would have been more encouraged if it was like a close loss, but they got blown out. But that doesn't deter how I feel about the Raiders. Like that's a good start to the season. Start your home schedule on Sunday Night Football against the Steelers. Steelers aren't world beaters. See what you can do. See if you can go 2-1 in your first 3 games. So I'm not that discouraged if I'm a Raiders fan just yet.
Buffalo's just the better
so.
team.
Yeah.
They're just the better team. That's just they're outcoached, they're outplayed, they just played way better. That's just it.
Now Roddy in the chat earlier brought up something.
Yeah.
And it's not a bad point. He said McDaniels deserves all the smoke. 17 and 10 points. His offense isn't good. Let's just say that. That's what he said. His offense isn't good. So I mean, there's
The
that's
run
a good
game
point
is the
because
problem.
he's supposed to be this offensive coach, offensive guru, and
Right.
the first 2 games, the offenses look pretty anemic.
That's perfectly fair criticism by everybody. They did go without Jacoby Myers yesterday, who was a big focal point of what they did opening week.
It's no excuse.
No,
another guy's got to step up. I'm sorry.
I understand.
Sarah ain't playing with you.
9 carries, -2 yards from Josh
JJ.
Jacobs. That can't be it.
And it's not just all on JJ. That's on the offensive line. That's on guys blocking. It's a whole big picture.
That's one of the weird things about the offensive line to me, because I don't think they've given up a sack.
Yeah, they're good pass protection
in this season so far, but it feels like they're like guys are getting to Jimmy. They're not getting him. They're not sacking him, but they're. We talked about Brock Purdy's poise in the pocket and how Jimmy is almost the exact opposite. And I think part of that is I don't think he trusts his offensive line. And it feels like whether it's Josh Jacobs or the run game in general or the protection of Jimmy Garoppolo, just in terms of the internal clock that you have as a quarterback, that offensive line is getting bullied.
Yeah.
Like they're getting pushed around to where it's like every play, the Raiders offense is on their heels. Now, I'm not trying to stall out Josh McDaniels. You already know how I feel about him. Like I'm not trying to stall him out, but I do agree with I think there's an offensive line issue.
Oh, wow, for sure.
Here that's keeping their offense. Now there could be a variety. There could be other. That's not Derek Carr back there. Even though we've speculated whether Jimmy Garoppolo and Derek Carr are actually the same quarterback, like there are things that Derek Carr does do a little bit better than Jimmy Garoppolo, and that's not Derek Carr back there. No. And Jimmy turning the ball over twice, you can't do that.
Can't. It's devastating.
Yeah, and that's the thing that is always plagued. One of the things that's always plagued Jimmy Garoppolo's turnovers. You know, when he's really bad, it's him turning the ball over. That doesn't give the team the chance to bounce back. You know, and that was the case with a super talented 49ers team.
Yeah.
The Raiders, while they have talent, they're not loaded on the offensive end like the 49ers or even on the defensive
Right.
end.
That's
where you can
that's
sustain
what it
that,
is. It's
know?
the defensive end. Like you said, like you can make some mistakes like that when you have a defense like the 49ers do. But when you have a defense like the Raiders do, you can't make mistakes like that. And one thing I will say about Jimmy is he does have a little bit of heart. So these turnovers that he's making, although they're bad, it's just him trying to keep the play alive and, trying to be a gamer. It's no excuse, but I guess that's the solace in it, right? Like there were a few times where he pulled off, I think, to Devontae Adams on a first down, moving his feet. It looked a little bit suspect, but he got the play to him. I think probably, Damien, you're right, with him scrambling because of, just the pressure that was coming at him, but he kept the play alive. He got it to Devontae Adams for a first down. There's things that I liked, but he definitely has to just throw the ball away. He doesn't have the same type of team, the same type of weapons that he had in San Francisco. He's just got to be smarter.
Would you say, I want to ask both of you guys real quick. Would you say because of that, it would probably make him take more chances? Because in San Francisco, it was more like, hey, just don't lose the game for us because we've got a defense. We've got a run game that, can carry you. Now with the Raiders, probably not the same situation. They're probably like, Jimmy, you have to take some more chances. And maybe that's where he's getting a little reckless with the football because he's like, for us to win, just not turning over the ball isn't necessarily good enough, or at least that's the perception of it all.
Sure, it could be. I'm gonna go no though, because I think that's a mechanic that's ingrained in Jimmy's head now. I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to take chances. Or I don't think Jimmy Garoppolo is going to make a play that he perceives to be taking a chance. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if he like the play you showed us on the screen a minute ago, he probably thought he could make that play. He didn't think that was risky at all.
Jimmy is 10 yards from you. How do you miss?
I don't know. But I think in Jimmy's mind, he doesn't see that as a risky play. He sees, hey, I see my guy. I'm going to point him right here. I'm going to scramble a little bit, and I'm going to fire the ball off right into the dirt. That's what I'm going to do. But his mind processed it like, this is easy work.
That's the problem, his mind. He's making a lot of mental mistakes. And he knows that. Like
I wonder if Jimmy is like a case of, like mentally, he's really like he's on top of the game and he sees it and he feels it. Just physically, he's not that dude. Like he can't execute.
One of the things I got to rewatch this movie, but one of the scenes that is hilarious to me is in Wolf of Wall Street when he thinks about how he left the club or dinner when he's like, yeah, I just drove home and was able to do it. But how he really did was
he was like crawling, like
he
drove, crashed.
Yeah, he does all this stuff. Like Jimmy's like, yeah, I'm good. Making the throw right here. I just missed. No, Jimmy, you were 10 yards short.
Threw it in the dirt.
I don't
know. The run game, in order for Jimmy to be successful, for the Raiders offense to be successful, the run game has to get going. There's just there's no doubt they got to figure that out.
But at this point, you don't even have to play Josh yet. You don't even have to play the run game. Let's just get to Jimmy. Until the run game does something. Oh, who'd you say they got? Pittsburgh next?
Yeah.
Please. Just dial him up and get to Jimmy. If Josh Jacobs breaks one off, if he gets moving, if that combination of running back, whatever they choose to do, maybe we'll adjust. Hell, here's a crazy thought, Sarah. If Jimmy short targets Hunter Renfrow, maybe we'll adjust what we're doing. They've looked at Hunter Renfrow once in 2 games.
This is really bad.
Mike Tomlin, I think, can play to get at Jimmy and nothing else on Sunday, and it might work.
Jimmy has targeted the opponents more than he's thrown to Hunter Renfrow.
Oh, that's not nice.
I know. Well,
it's accurate.
It is what it is.
It's accurate, but it's not
wrong.
It is what it is. I mean, it's just ridiculous.
You didn't have to say it.
Well,
it's not wrong.
That's my quarterback. Unfortunately, and he's messing up. So
I don't know.
Gotta keep him accountable.
I don't know, Jimmy. That's like doesn't seem like he's like a guy that looks for the slot receiver.
Doesn't matter. He needs
I don't think it's
there needs to be plays to where that happens. In order for the Raiders to be successful, he's got to expand.
So now
Expand your mind, Craig.
So to what you said, because he ain't gonna do it. So to what you said, there has to be plays. Is that now going back on Josh McDaniels?
Yeah, it's going
We're
exactly who it's going on.
We've got this Hunter Renfrow set of plays. Jimmy, whenever I call this play, Hunter Renfrow is option number one.
Yes,
and he's got to make those calls.
I agree. It falls, or I don't know if you agree with me, but yes, to your question, it falls on Josh. He needs to be calling those plays, and he knows it. I mean, at least from his press conference, he says he knows it. He says that was on him, that it's nothing that Hunter's doing. Hunter's doing the right thing, running the right routes, doing everything that he's supposed to be doing. It's on him and Jimmy to get it done.
Does anybody feel like I feel, though? And I guess I'll ask Sarah. I think Damian does kind of agree. Look, man, 1-1. You guys, I'm okay with that. If I'm a Raiders fan, I'm okay with that. We're 1-1, 2 games on the road to start. Yeah. We're 1-1. We got the Steelers at home coming up on Sunday Night Football. Yeah, we didn't play well in Buffalo, but that's a tough game. Jimmy will bounce back. Josh Jacobs will bounce back. Yeah, and we'll be ready to go. Does anybody feel like that?
100%. I never really expected to win this game from the beginning, so it wasn't like I was like, oh yeah, we're just taking this game. We're going 2-0. I was hoping that we can pull it off, especially with it being on the road in Buffalo. It's a hostile environment. I knew Josh Allen was coming for blood. I knew he was coming for redemption. I knew it was going to be tough. I would say probably what I was most upset about was, I mean, the offense played bad, but the defense played terrible. They literally manhandled Max Crosby. Manhandled him.
And that was the concern.
Yeah.
Right. That was the concern entering I mean, they were so bad defensively last year.
And you don't have your other Pro Bowl rusher for somebody else to, at least, even if he's not putting up, big numbers, you still got to worry about Chandler Jones. If he's playing, you got to worry about him.
And we're all worried about Chandler Jones at this point.
Of course. But in game,
I'm with you in the 1-1 regard. This team wasn't going 17-0. This team was pegged to win by some media outlets 3 games. Like that's a bit outrageous. I think the thing that bothered me was, one, how bad they were beat up defensive. Like, to me, in losses, especially for a team like, I don't think this is really true for a team like San Francisco, though you probably could do it. It's probably not really true for a team like Dallas or Philadelphia, though I'm sure they do it. But for a team like Las Vegas, who for some reason is a work in progress after making the playoffs 2 years ago, you want to find positives in losses, right? You want to find positives in games against, high caliber teams like Buffalo. I watched, I don't have one. I don't know if y'all got one. I don't know if there's a Raider fan out there that got one, but if I'm a Raider fan coming out of this game, I don't know what I can hang my hat on. Now, coming out of week 1, hey, they got it. That's great. A couple of things to be concerned about, but overall, their defensive communication looked good, which was a focal point of the entire offseason. They kept Jimmy Garoppolo upright. That's obviously extremely important to them moving forward. Run game didn't really work out, but that's okay. Got the win, 1-0, number 1 in the AFC West. By the way, they're tied for number 1 in the AFC West. Let's keep it moving. Yesterday, it's like we just got our ass kicked.
Oh,
and I don't know what to do with it.
There's
like you wanna have something like your Josh McDaniels. You can't do the he's gonna burn the film in week 2. You can't do that.
I got one.
Okay.
Will the real DC please stand up?
You stop it.
Will the real DC? Come on now.
Will you stop?
So
leave my man Derek Carr alone.
I didn't get a chance to hear exactly what was said, but Kyle Madsen on the Insiders, he had a tease, and he was going to talk about the Raiders, and he said, I'm going to tell you why it reminds me of the 49ers. And
damn, Greeny, that's a good tease. Can you pay that off?
Over here like, huh?
and I think
I really want to
know what he's going to talk about,
just because I think this is going to look really cute on the screen.
There we go.
Look
it's
at these guys.
Day here.
Look at these guys.
I think I know exactly what he was going to say, and it reminds probably both of us of the 49ers when they stink. They would start the season off with a great win on opening night, and everybody, well, maybe they're not as bad as we thought they were going to be. And then specifically in week 2, and then in the rest of the season thereafter, they would just get spanked a lot. And Kyle? Am I right? Is that exactly what you said?
No, and you can check out the podcast. It's uploaded at D-Lo and KC right now. You can go listen there.
Check that out.
No, I said it reminded me of the 2020 Niners, where they're going to be around, and I think they're going to be in the playoff hunt, and they'll be 6-7 and on the graphic, but nobody who watches them will actually take that seriously and think that they're actually going to make the playoffs because they have just enough guys to beat bad teams, but they don't have enough guys to beat any good teams.
Yeah.
And I think they're just going to be super mid all year.
Perfectly fair.
I think they're going to be like
It's perfectly
20,
fair.
They don't have weapons.
2016, 49, whatever Tom Sula's was. I don't think they'll be as bad as Chip
Tom
Kelly.
Sula was 15.
Yeah, they'll be 15.
Chip Kelly, they went 2-14.
Yeah, they won't be that bad. They won't
Yeah,
be
they're
Chip
not going to
Kelly
be
bad.
that.
I think they'll be like the Tom Sula Niners. They
Thanks,
went like
Kyle.
5-11, I think.
You look great today. Jesse walked in. What the hell is going on in here? I leave for 1 second.
By the way, when I said DC, I meant Daniel Carlson, not Derek Carr. So
No, I know who you meant.
Okay,
No, I know who you meant. But
That's your
what
boy.
line did you used to say
I know.
on Sports Sunday
I
when
know.
Derek Carr didn't play well and your kicker did? What would you say?
Well, the real DC,
Thank
please.
you.
Damn.
Leave Derek Carr alone.
To Derek
I love
Carr.
Derek Carr.
He already
but
lost his
man.
number immediately.
Hey, I love whoever puts up points. Just win, baby.
There you go.
You know the motto. But anyway, I didn't want anybody to get confused that I'm trying to be like, oh, Derek Carr, come back. With like,
Oh, you don't want Derek Carr?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying.
That's an old
I just,
Sarah Hodges Sports Sunday line when
Yes.
Derek Carr doesn't do what she likes and Daniel Carlson does. Will the real DC please stand up?
67 yards straight through the uprights, baby.
Hey,
I ain't even sweating.
I know we're talking Raiders, but we didn't talk about this. Shout out, go Blue! Shout out to my man Jake Moody, 57-yarder. All the concern that people have for Jake Moody hasn't missed a field goal in the regular season. Show some respect to the Michigan legend.
Why you? Oh, okay. One, stop. Two, stop looking at me when you say that. I didn't say nothing about Jake Moody. Just because he went to that sorry ass school in Ann Arbor doesn't mean nothing to me.
Another gutty win on Saturday, man.
Gutty
Tough,
win.
man. Bowling Green, they can play. They can play.
Well, they're buying into whatever you guys are selling. What is it? 2 team in the country?
Well, they are, but we can't rest on our laurels.
Jesus Christ.
Our
you're
ball's
so
back.
Full of crap.
I need a shirt. Jim's back. Put it on a shirt.
All
Put
right.
it on a shirt.
Fine. Go get a shirt that says Jim's back. Go do that. Big block letters. Jim's back. Yeah, I don't know what you do with this game if you're Josh McDaniels. I don't know. Like, and I don't. I guess Devontae Adams. I guess I was confused as to what exactly happened yesterday. I thought Devontae Adams was in concussion protocol. If you're in concussion protocol, you can't be off it the next day. So I don't think he ever went into concussion protocol. I think I don't know what happened. He might have just got hit and they kept him out of the game. And that way they don't have to evaluate him and they can say on Monday, oh, he's fine. Maybe he is.
Which is what Josh said. And he was like so quick with the response. He didn't even put any thought into it. I was like, oh.
I just don't get how this works. That's like the Tua Tagovailoa treatment. Oh, he's fine. Well, how is he fine? Oh, he's okay. He's not in concussion protocol. Now, in that Dolphins case, they were playing on a Thursday.
Yeah.
We all know how that ended.
Right.
The Raiders aren't playing on Thursday. They're playing on Sunday.
Yeah,
but I guess I just don't understand this stuff.
You got plenty of time to clear them.
Yeah,
Like,
I
just put him in protocol. But I mean, I guess if you put him in protocol, and
he can't practice, he can't do anything.
Yeah, and he's gotta pass everything to get out of the protocol. If he's just out there, just floating out there, you can say whatever. You can test him out outside of the protocol, to get him to pass whatever test that you specifically have for him.
Yeah,
and maybe that's not fair. We're talking very nefariously about what could be going on, but it seemed like
that was a nasty hit.
Yeah, it seemed like he should be in concussion.
That was
protocol.
nasty.
They took him to the tent. They checked him out.
The tent's one of the stupidest things to ever emerge in the NFL.
Who was it? Russell Wilson who went in there for half
No,
a
he
second?
didn't. No, he's Russell Wilson's headed into the tent. Turnover. He grabs his helmet before, I don't even think he's fully in the tent yet. Grabs his helmet, turns around. Whoever was walking him into the tent with the Seahawks patted him on the ass on his way out. I guess that was enough to determine he was healthy. Just a quick little pat on the butt, man. Oh, he's fine. Never went into the tent to be evaluated for whatever he was being evaluated.
Poor Russ,
for.
man. Poor Russ.
Well,
It's tough for him out here.
Well,
that was just
yeah,
oof.
that was tough. That was tough.
I was
but
rooting for him, but then like we were going on, so I didn't want it to go into overtime and then like me not have a show selfishly. But I wasn't really rooting for him. I just like Russell. I obviously hate the Broncos, so it's just such a tough situation to be in.
Wouldn't be tough for me.
a little wild end of that game.
That was
How do you do the hardest part of the assignment and then can't
Forget
finish
to
it?
write your name.
Forget to put your name on the test.
He's just literally not seeing the field well at all. It's
I know you got. I know. I don't want this to be like Skip, but I know. Like I don't. I'll say it to Sarah because I don't think this has been said. Yo, Russ might be cooked. I know people don't talk like that, but Russ might be cooked.
He might be.
Hey, look,
I'm
gonna go a step further. I know
Russ ain't cooked.
I know we.
Okay, you're laughing. I was like,
no, I'm laughing because he said that a year ago, 2 years ago.
Yeah, I did say that. I was right. I was right.
Might have been.
I mean, definitely something's got to change.
Now, I know we usually probably wait till Wednesday to do this, but I'm jumping the gun.
Okay.
Jesse. X the Broncos off, bro.
Oh.
X them off.
Oh.
They ain't making no playoffs. X
wow.
You thought they were making the playoffs?
I didn't X them off, but I had them outside.
You haven't heard?
Did I have them in there?
You haven't heard? It was Kenny Caraway's Denver Broncos. You didn't hear? Oh yeah. Kenny loved him some Denver Broncos.
For real?
Big Sean Payton fan.
Watches
that weird Kevin James movie once a week.
Watch it every day.
Watch it.
There's just so many moments.
Watches it every day like LeBron did The Godfather. Whatever that weird Kevin James' Sean Payton movie is.
Yeah, X them off, man. They're on my list. Get them out. Do you agree? So we can both put them out there?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
You never had a
Did I have the Broncos on anything?
I never had a
no.
Jesse, did you have the Broncos on anything?
No, but we didn't have the Texans on anything, but we had to officially mark them off.
Yeah, I marked them off before the season started. But if it makes you feel better,
Broncos off.
Yeah, they out of here.
Broncos off.
Broncos got Miami on Sunday.
Oh gosh.
In Miami too.
Oh.
Yeah, home opener.
Yeah, write that in a Sharpie. Their ass is out of here.
Get them out. Get them out. And look,
that man threw a 60-yard Hail Mary and couldn't throw a 2-yard pass.
And poor
had
Russ,
wide open players.
Oh,
too.
Poor Russ. Is he gonna make it to week 7? Because you know
that's
Sean
a
is
good
just waiting to say it's your fault, sir.
That's a good question.
Mm-hmm.
I do enjoy the fact that Sean Payton is losing.
Yeah.
I didn't dislike Sean Payton like 4 months ago.
Right.
Yeah. I really am not a fan.
I didn't really like him in New Orleans.
He showed himself.
I didn't really care. I guess I just didn't care.
He was super arrogant. I mean, the Niners would play the Saints quite often, and I just saw just his arrogance and kind of come off smug. I didn't like him.
Russell Wilson, like the Broncos are flirting with Russell Wilson, Seattle Seahawks 2020, 2019, 2020 year, where, it's not a term we use a lot, but his usage rate was like 93%. Like he accounted for everything that the Seahawks were doing. If you're trying to do that, now, man, that isn't gonna work.
No,
Russ can't do that at this point. That's not even fair to him.
You're 100% correct. The other thing about that is, Jesse, maybe you can help me out. I think the Seahawks still have the Broncos pick this year, their first round pick, so they can't even really tank accurately. Like they're gonna have to try to win. And to your point, he's gonna be like, while he lets him play, he'll be like, Russ, you got to go do this, figure it out. And then Russ won't be able to figure it out. They'll blame it on Russell Westbrook, Russell Wilson.
They still blame it on Russell Westbrook too. Blame it on him.
On Russell Wilson, and the Broncos are just gonna
get rid of him.
You know how close I am to telling you to get that Sharpie and write the Chargers down.
Oh, well.
I don't think I'm there yet.
I tweeted out yesterday.
I'm getting closer.
I might have gave up football if I was a Charger fan. Like 3 years
Oh,
ago.
that's facts.
I mean, they're always in a close game, and they always lose.
We'll
They're
talk about
supposed
it.
to be better than that.
Yeah. Well, according to y'all, not according to all of us. We'll come back. We love our Mondays with you. Thank you so much
Thank
for
you
coming
guys
in
so
and
much.
hanging out.
It's
Sarah
been a
Hodges,
pleasure.
CBS 13. Make sure you are following any and everything she does. Saquon Barkley officially out on Thursday. He'll be considered week to week moving forward. That's according to both Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport. We'll come back. We'll have more on that. It's Steele and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Excellent.
Woo woo. Fun times. I could sit
Great
here and
stuff.
talk to you guys all day.
Yeah, man. Likewise.
Is your mom gone?
She's gone. Yeah. Sadly.
Where's your mom stay again?
In Colorado.
Oh, okay.
In Colorado.
She could have seen The Rock on Friday, but.
She's in the Springs.
Mm.
But she's now Colorado with Dion being there. She's all talking college football and stuff. I'm like, wait,
She moving.
hold on.
She's like, I'm moving to Boulder.
Literally. I was like, it's that Dion effect.
No, man. Coach Prime.
Dang, that game was wild. Are y'all talking about that game?
Oh, yeah.
That game was wild. It was so fun. Oh, I had to go shoot Davis. I had to go to Davis's game.
Great to see you.
Good to see you guys. Yeah, you're good. I just want to get my point. That's just
Let me know when you guys go out again. Jesus.
I know.
Hey, don't let me know.
That was a rarity. That was a rarity because, like, literally, you guys know Matty Fuego. He sells like all the like real estate to Kings players. Like he'll sell them houses. Anyways, it was his birthday. They
Where are you
had
guys at?
we were at Bar West. There was nobody there besides us. But they had like 2 booths and every single bottle you could think of, champagne, 42, everything, and just like I was like clearly wasted.
42's trash.
Freaking dying. All right, I appreciate y'all.
You're the best, Sarah.
Bye, boo. Good seeing you. All right, I'll see you.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah, 42 is trash. It's overrated and overpriced.
They all taste the same.
Well, that's not true. In my opinion, that's not true. But I don't like 1942 at all. Especially at $140 a bottle. Yeah, that's a good point. Sean Payton, probably the only person in NFL history to get suspended by Roger Goodell and just take it. He was like, "You're suspended for the season." And he was like, "All right." Like, literally didn't even fight. Like, that's cool. They'll make a movie with Kevin James about this. I'm good.
Kevin James.
DK Metcalf.
Is he hurt? That was a rough hit he took.
Yeah, that was tough. That was tough. No, I was just reading a quote from him.
It's a good question.
The hell is that?
That's some insiders music right there.
Yeah, I think one of our carts might have got overridden.
Oh no. Oh no.
Uh-oh. Oh man.
We'll get that one out of the rotator.
Yeah, well, oh man. We just heard that. We just heard about this being a possibility like 2 days ago, and now it happens on our show. What the hell that was?
Kamara asked a good question because we were talking about Sean Payton and Kevin James. He says, "Who's playing you in a movie, Casey?" Good question. I don't know what actors look like. Kyle says Casey's going to play Freddie Gibbs in his biopic. Maybe it's kind of popped when I saw Freddie Gibbs on. I still haven't finished the first season of Force, and then when Freddie Gibbs popped on there, I was like, "Oh, look at Freddie Gibbs."
Somebody said Freddie Gibbs looked like one of those fake Chargers robot fans.
Damn.
Oh man,
That's uncalled for.
yikes. That's excessive. Who would play Kenny in a movie? That's a good one. That's a homework. That's a good homework
I
assignment.
don't know. The obvious answer always been Joe, but Joe's not an actor. He's a singer. Maybe that'll be his first acting gig.
Yeah, it's never stopped guys before. Like it could be Joe.
This is way off, Nathan. John David Washington. What?
No, probably not. Not terrible, but no, I don't think so.
I don't see it.
I don't think so. But as we learned with Sean Payton and Kevin James, you don't have to look like the other person to do it.
Put Boris Cujo on there to play KC.
Who's playing KC in the movie? Eminem.
You think Sean Payton was offended when he found out Kevin James was playing him?
Oh, I don't know. He was probably thrilled. Oh, I love that guy. It's so funny. Look, Brian says James Ham auditioned for the role of KC last week. And that's still not as weird as Kevin James playing Sean Payton. So it's cool. Well, Robert Downey Jr., that's funny, and it's not funny.
Oh, man.
Because Robert Downey Jr. might get a little too into the character.
Paulo says Michael K. Williams. Rest in peace, man. Come on.
Actually, it'd be a good one. He's not with us anymore. He also has a giant star.
What did he what was it, Boardwalk Empire? Did you ever see him on that?
Mhm.
I didn't see Boardwalk
Yeah.
Empire.
Yeah.
I've only seen him as Omar.
Yeah, Boardwalk Empire was fire. It was really good.
I heard it was really good.
Yeah, Boardwalk Empire was that's a gem. That was really good. Oh man, I know we wrote it in here somewhere. They took Winning Time from us. Unbelievable.
And then you gave us that factoid earlier about they have alternate endings for if it was canceled or it was the end of the season.
Yeah, there was the ending, obviously the ending that aired last night. I didn't see it. I'm multiple episodes behind, and now I'm in no hurry to finish it because I know it's never coming back. But the ending that they aired was the "we're canceled" ending. That's why it was so. The hell is this? And I won't ruin it for people. There's nothing surprising. Like the story ends the same way. The actual like last few minutes is what was changed. The story focused a little bit more on Magic and I think it was like Magic. He was going to be like staring off into something, thinking about how the Celtics just beat them, and this that was going to be the whole thing, and setting up the big comeback next year. Well, that didn't happen. It flashed to like a montage of, and it had some scenes with Jeannie and Dr. Bus, the actors, and Jeannie and Dr. Bus, and then it ended with like a montage of Kareem breaking the scoring record, Magic announcing how he has like LeBron winning a title. Like that's the end. That's how no one's happier than the Showtime Lakers that this show is ending. But this show was so freaking fun to watch.
They probably paid people to not watch, so the ratings would be low. just randomly would go down the street and pay people. Hey, here's $100. Don't watch Winning Time.
And you know what I did? I thought about. I was reading something. So obviously the writer's strike is a big reason why this show is gone.
Yeah.
I didn't compute this when it happened, and it's happening next Friday, Golden One Center. John Cena's on WWE TV for like September, like into October. They've already announced him for the Saudi Arabia show, The Crown Jewel. He has nothing else to do.
Yeah.
The writer's strike. So that leads us to Friday.
Neither does somebody else.
And so he's a little bit different. He has the production company. So he just lost he being Dwayne Johnson, The Rock, who appeared. Shout out Jesse. This was a moment. What a moment for Jesse. We were talking about it. It was like clearly he's in the vicinity of SmackDown. He's in Boulder, Colorado.
Yeah.
He was part of the Pat McAfee show. Both of them showed up to SmackDown. The Rock gets this just outrageous reaction. But the difference between The Rock and John Cena is essentially he's an actor. He's just an actor. The Rock has these production companies with production deals, And I think it was announced early last week, which could put this Rock WrestleMania thing into more light, is NBC ended their production deal with $7. And it was one of 10, like Lauren Michaels has a production company. They ended it with all of them because it's like we have nothing. Like we have nothing to put on the air right now until this is over. And we have no idea when this thing is going to be over. So Cena was like, screw it, I'll go back and make some money wrestling. And maybe The Rock, in between, selling energy drinks and workout clothes, maybe he can give us that match with Roman Reigns that he teased for 2 years.
I would love to see or know the story as to what happened with it at this last WrestleMania, because, like you mentioned, he did say
He said it was locked.
Man, damn! I need to know what happened.
The writer's striking me. Got The Rock back. You guys are welcome.
You did it. You did it.
You guys all for a year and a half. The Chatty House too. All of you called me a madman.
No.
All right, all of you said, "Look at this fool right here. Look at this guy. What an idiot."
We did it, Jesse.
We did it. We did it, Jesse. I was very, very happy for you.
I'm not gonna lie. Dr. David sent me that tweet on Friday, and I had to recheck it so many times because I thought it was an old clip.
Well, you alerted us because we were here, and SmackDown's not live for us. And I was like, I had the phone in my hand when you text, and I was like, oh, look at your phone. It was real. And then we started pulling the rest of the clips of the people's elbow. I thought the interaction with Cena was pretty cool. But that was it.
This is all about The Rock, and there's more I want to talk about. But can I give a shout out to Austin Theory?
Yeah, he gets his ass beat by everybody.
I think he is perfect at what he does. He plays that role perfectly. But he told Pat McAfee, me and Reese watched it, because I did what I said with Reese. I was like, Reese, let's just see what SmackDown looking like today. He was all, surprised. But Austin Theory told Pat McAfee, says, I wear a black tank top and I look like a Greek god. You wear a black tank top and you look like you should be flipping fries.
He's got the best job. He gets to get beat up by all the legends now.
Yeah, someone tweeted that.
Be flipping fries.
Someone tweeted, shout out to Austin Theory, who's been stunned by Stone Cold, F5 by Brock Lesnar, AA'd by John Cena, and he just got the people's elbow from The Rock. This man stays getting his ass whooped by all his heroes.
Then he hit The Rock with it. It doesn't matter what your
name. That was good.
I think Austin Theory is perfect at what he's doing. He's great. He's great.
Still not better than the soundbite of "Shut Your Bitch Ass."
Oh, well, we never really know. Well, he told us what he was going to say, but shout out to Fox and the sound
the editors. I was like, what the hell is going on here? Oh, yeah. I'll believe this till the day I die. I believe it was Sacramento, Arco Arena, that started that unflattering chant towards Vince McMahon in September of 1998. It was when The Rock, Mankind, and Ken Shamrock had a cage match at. I hate when you do that. It's so weird because it takes a second to register what you're doing, and
I'm in my zone.
What is that? Raw is War video game? Yeah.
Get out of my way.
Oh man. But I think it was the Sacramento crowd that was the first one that started that a-hole chant. And it never died.
Never died. Yeah, the pop was crazy.
Yeah, that was insane
when he came out. That pop was crazy. And yeah, Colorado's winning right now.
Colorado's winning in a major way. We'll talk more about that, and we will talk with Mark Jones, who was on the call. He'll be with us at the top of the 3:00 hour. I'm sure we can sneak some Kings questions in there to him, but sure. I want to talk about Coach Prime. I want to talk about Colorado, so we'll do that when Mark Jones joins us.
I want to talk about Coach Norvell.
Yeah, I have a problem. I have a problem with something that happened at the end of that game. I have a problem with a lot that happened in that game, to be honest with you.
Problem with a lot of the week.
Well, fair enough. Fair enough. We'll get into that coming up here. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, live at Sky River Casino coming up this Thursday. We hope you can come through, be with us. We'll be doing the entire 4-hour show live. We'll also be doing our KSFM show live from there. Live-ish from there. But we will be in the building. We hope you can come through, hang out with us. Just like we did back in March, we'll be doing the entire 4-hour show live. Marcus Smith going to come through. Coach David Patrick going to come through. Chris Haynes coming through. And that's just who is in ink now. We're working on getting some others to come through and hang out with us. Saquon Barkley out on Thursday.
Yeah.
2 to 3 weeks looks like the prognosis for Saquon Barkley, but regardless, he's going to miss this week's game. A bizarre game between the Cardinals and the Giants. Cardinals were up 20-0. The Giants had gone 6 straight quarters without scoring. And then they just opened up and scored 31 points in the second half of that game and put the Cardinals away.
That was crazy.
That was strange.
I obviously didn't get a chance to watch that game live. No YouTube TV for me. I was watching the Niners game. I was locked in on the Niners game. And, I would turn back and forth to red zone every now and then. And like you said, the Giants were just getting smacked up. I think it was, like you said, 20-0 at one point, 28-7. And then about 20 minutes later, it's like, it's 28-21 Cardinals, and the Giants have the ball. And I was like, yo, this is crazy. And for them to come all the way back, get that win, good for them, I guess. I don't believe that that's like a galvanizing type win. That's one where.
Because it's against the Cardinals?
Yeah, like you're not gaining anything from that. You're just keeping your head above water.
Yeah, and that's okay. That's okay. I'm not going to come up here and defend the Giants, but if you're the Giants, maybe galvanizing, and I get what you're saying, but if you're the Giants, you lose that game, and you're going into San Francisco.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Santa Clara on Thursday. Oh, that's tough. That's a tough look. There's value to not drowning here if you're the New York Giants with the week that they have. Yeah. And now, you got Saquon out. I don't know. I can't make heads or tails of it. You mentioned, the Giants scored right out of halftime. It's like, oh, all right, let's see what they could do. And then the Cardinals scored again. It was like, this is not your day.
All right.
And then it was very much their day with 3 scores in the fourth quarter.
Yeah. I mean, I look at this Giants team coming up into Santa Clara on Thursday night. Like anything could happen, especially on a short week. And I just don't think they have enough to beat the Niners in this particular situation.
I don't think they do either. I don't think they do either. But Thursdays are tough.
Thursdays are tough. You know how I feel about just get through the game, man. I would take a loss if it meant nobody got hurt. That's almost how I feel about there. If you mean you can come out of that game injury free for the most part, and Niners lost by 3, I'm like, all right.
Giants are losing that game by double digits, no doubt. If I'm them, I'm feeling horrible about the fact that I had to go toe to toe with the Cardinals and come back when that team is.
Yeah,
they won't say it, but they're trying to tank.
That's pretty tough. And you got Saquon got hurt in that game too. That's tough. But hey, I mean, credit to the Cardinals though, because the Cardinals, if I remember correctly, in week 1 played tough.
Yeah, they played Washington tough. Yeah.
So you've got to, tanking or whatever, like them dudes out there fighting.
Well, look, it's like what I talked about earlier. It's too early in the season for anybody to be checked out. Like, all these guys are professionals. They're all NFL football players, and they're locked into the task at hand. All of them. It's only 2 weeks. So the Cardinals, the franchise may want them to tank, but these These guys, the rookies, Joshua Dobbs, they're trying to put film out there for somebody trying to win games still. These are the most competitive people in the world, these professional athletes. They're not at the point where 1, 2, 3 Cancun. Like, they're not checked out. This is still week 2, and you're going to get the best that every team has to start the season. I don't think people start checking out and looking at the reality of their situation till, I don't know, maybe week 5 or 6.
I don't even know that players do that.
They might not.
I don't think players do that. Not in this game.
Mhm.
Like we talk about that happening in basketball. I question whether it actually happens in basketball, though. I think we've seen some examples of it happening on the floor. It's too dangerous for that to happen in football. Like, you have to be locked in, because you could get yourself seriously hurt, or you could get someone else seriously hurt. I think these guys are locked in regardless of their situation. And then, to steal the Mark Jones line, those guys are always putting money on tape.
Absolutely. And I think back to, it happens everywhere. I'm not just saying it's just this game, but remember 2 years ago with the 49ers, the game before the Rams game at the end of the season, they had to go up against the Texans. The Texans were done. Like, they had nothing going on, but they played inspired. They was out there flying around and made it a game for as long as they could, until the Niners were just able to, overpower them with the talent that they have. But to your point, it's what happens in all these pro sports, man. These guys are out here looking to compete, trying to put film on out there for the league, and then also just trying to win games. Like, everybody want to win.
Yeah. We're 2 hours into this show, and we haven't mentioned arguably the best, or certainly one of the best football players in the league this season, Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons is he's just taking his steps towards that Defensive Player of the Year trophy. He's taking his steps to that slightly larger than Nick Bosa's contract that will be coming his way next year, and he is helping lead his Dallas Cowboys to an 2-0 record after beating up on the Jets yesterday, 30-10. Probably another game that people would say similar to the Raiders and the Bills, that you could have predicted this. You kind of knew where it was going. It's a tough game to ask Zach Wilson to, all right, buddy.
Yeah.
You're the guy now. Go against that defense.
Oof.
And it went bad for Zach Wilson.
Yeah, it did not go good.
Some would say really, really bad for Zach Wilson. But Micah Parsons is that dude, man.
He is. That guy is a problem out there. He changes plays by not even getting close to the play. And like, what I mean by that is him being on the opposite side. And you see him attacking, just the threat of him. He may not even be, collapse in the pocket or anything like that. Just the threat of him changes things. He's a playmaker. He is a big time playmaker.
If he's not the best player in football, he's in the discussion for the best player in football.
I'm not against that at all.
He's that good right now.
Game changer.
How do we feel? I don't know how much of this game you got the opportunity to watch. I got to watch a lot of it. Shout out YouTube TV. And the $300 that you got from me. No, $75 for the next 4 months. But no, it's fine. It's fine. No, I'm not frustrated about it at all, and can't even figure out how I'm supposed to password share with my guys, which of course we would never do.
Never
That's
would do that.
How do we feel about Dakota?
He had a much better game today. Or yesterday. It wasn't spectacular, but that
efficient.
That looked more along the lines of what you want to see from Dak or any other quarterback with that defense going up against that team. He looked perfectly fine. I didn't have any issue with him.
134 rushing yards total for the Dallas Cowboys. They relied really heavily on the run game. Again, of course, they pulled away late, so a lot of these numbers in terms of the amount of times that they ran are a bit slanted because they were up, and then they just started kicking field goals, and clearly they knew that the Jets weren't a threat to them. Like, I think regardless of a score of a game, sometimes you could be playing a team knowing they can't move.
Right.
Like, poor Zach Wilson can't even breathe back there. He's scared to death.
Jeez.
And again, when your first assignment after, everyone believes our season just went to hell. Everyone believes our Super Bowl chances just died. But it's all right, Zach Wilson, you're more mature. You spent some time under the Aaron Rodgers learning tree. Now you got to go out there and go against the Dallas Cowboys and Micah Parsons. You can do it, bud.
Yeah, and
That's a tough first day of work.
If I'm a Jets fan, I'm almost looking at this like I just spoke about the Niners playing on Thursday. Just give me the loss. Just don't let anybody else get hurt. Hey, they don't have a chance here tonight. Let's just make sure everybody stays healthy and we can move on past this game and try to get better.
Perhaps the bigger issue for the Jets, in addition to the 3 turnovers from Zach Wilson, was that Zach Wilson was also their leading rusher.
Yeah, that offensive line isn't good. That's the issue.
That's why Zach Wilson is the starting quarterback.
Yeah, that's
for now.
The issue. Speaking of, I can't believe we're doing this again. Can I stall out Aaron Rodgers just a little bit?
What'd he do?
So the news came out by your boy Schefter,
of course,
that Aaron may not be done for the season.
Oh,
like he's getting a different procedure that could allow him to come back probably in mid-January.
Yeah,
and that brought a lot of people talking about, Aaron trying to, doesn't believe in science or traditional science again or something like that. I was like, well, it's not really what's going on.
He's not the first athlete.
Yeah, there's a different, it's not the old school way of big incision, there's other ways of healing the Achilles that allows people to come back a little quicker.
Well, see, so with the Achilles, I didn't know that, because I feel like if your Achilles ruptures, you go in and you put it back together.
I don't know how they do this.
I don't.
I read vaguely, because then I had to stop. But, I read, how they go about it. And the reason why I was kind of familiar with this, I think this is what Michael Crabtree got when he tore his Achilles during training camp with the 49ers and came back, I think it was early December. And he tried this where they make a smaller incision and do it that way, and you come back. So it's like you said, he's not the only one. This isn't overly new. This is something they've been working on for years now to try and repair the Achilles that way. So I just saw a lot of people like getting at Aaron like a anti-vaxxer. I was like, that's not kind of what this is. So you save that argument, because I'm sure you'll have another opportunity. This just isn't the one to use.
Yeah, that's sometimes the difficulties with guys like Aaron Rodgers. Now you're picking at everything he does. I'm all for athletes getting second opinions, third opinions. I'm all for athletes trying these new procedures, especially if you're at the state of the career that Aaron Rodgers is in. Aaron's probably thinking, a year rehab, like traditional repair, you might not be ready for week 1, much less you talking training camps. You might not be ready for all that. Again, at 40, you might not be ready for all of that. Trying something different, I don't have any problem with that. I mean, as long as he's not like rubbing oil and dirt on it, going, no, this is going to work.
Shout out Ray Lewis, or not shout out Ray Lewis.
Is that deer antler spray?
Deer antler spray.
Man,
helped him recover from a torn triceps or something within like 3 weeks.
You know what the funny thing about a torn triceps is? Those types of muscles, those like smaller types of muscles, those are considered steroid injuries. I'm not gonna say nobody's names, but Google some rather larger than life wrestlers and look at some of the injuries that they've had. Torn tricep 4 times. Like, what? How did you do that?
First of all, I wouldn't even come back 2 times to make
No,
get to
I'm just
4.
glad you brought that up, because that's another thing that Ray Lewis gets a pass for.
Oh yeah, just 3 weeks. I'm back. Everything's good. Damn, I hate we lost to him.
Yeah, I'd hate that too. Who was it? Who did the dance? Was it Odell? Did Odell enter the Ravens Stadium with the Ray Lewis dance?
He probably did.
I think he got hurt yesterday.
No, because they haven't played a home game yet. Oh no, they played. Yes, they did. They played the first game of the season. Maybe he did.
I think Odell did it. Yeah, I think Odell did it. He got a little banged up yesterday.
He did. Get well soon, Odell. Gotta see you guys in the playoff in Super Bowl.
We're gonna come back. We are going to take a quick look around the NFL. Close games everywhere. 10 games decided by a score or less. 4 double-digit comebacks. Some of y'all had a team going 0-2. They didn't, but y'all are convinced there's still a problem there. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about everything else that happened in the National Football League as well. Can we talk about the Seahawks a little bit?
No.
The Lions. What happened there? That's all coming up here. Plus Mark Jones on the way. Steelo and KC brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
He never had a torn triceps. What was Bonds' injury? I think it was structural. I don't think it was. Maybe it was a muscle tear. He had a really bad. Oh my gosh. Barry had one that took him out for the season. It might have been a muscle injury. Can't remember specifically. Act bad, act bad. Went to DER and it came back fatter. Act bad, act bad. D-Lo and KC having a drink before the show. I don't know about that. We'll definitely have a little something to sip on after the show, though, man. Yeah, Drew Down. We talked about Patrick Mahomes' new deal. Big ups for him. You know, I can't stand MMA fans with the way they talk about combat sports. It's just like, it's just irritating.
It's not based in reality.
No, it's not. Like, and they do way too much because it don't even have to be that way. Like, enjoy your sport. Doesn't have to be against boxing, nothing like that. Enjoy what you do. Boxing is doing what they do. But would you? You don't feel the same way about this guy as I do, so maybe it'd be different. But I tweeted out earlier. I think I want Francis Ngannou to knock out Tyson Fury.
Tyson Fury, I didn't feel about him like how you did used to, but like he's just lightweight, just annoying now.
He's the poor. I can't stand that guy.
Yeah. Like I'll probably be rooting for Ngannou, I think.
I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't think he's gonna be able to knock him out or anything like that. But I'm definitely rooting for Ngannou. Definitely.
Fury don't want to fight any of the heavyweights either. Like you don't have to fight Wilder again, but fight Usyk and those guys, and he's just I don't know.
Fury's a jackass. Is that fight this weekend?
I'm not sure.
Should be coming up.
I want Mike to jump in there and just knock out Tyson Fury.
I agree, Ramsey. I agree.
Mark Jones coming up at the top of the hour. We'll talk Colorado Prime. We'll talk the BET Awards.
Yeah, we will.
We'll talk gaslighting on Twitter.
Oh, come on, man.
And we'll talk a little Kings basketball with our man Mark Jones at the top of the hour.
Hey, some more week 2 stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you guys could break it down for me a little bit. You know, I watched, the game a little bit, but it's different living in the moment. What happened in that Miami game? I was running around, doing some stuff, 17-3, like in the third quarter. I was like, this is easy work. Miami about to put these boys out. And then I had to stop by Sharon L. Grove's house. And when I get in the house, she's got the game on, and they're like reviewing this play that could have had the game. I was like, what do you mean a close game or the game's on the line? This game should be like a 20-point game. What happened there?
Miami was playing with their food in that one. I don't think there was ever a moment where I thought like New England was going to come back and take the lead or anything like that. Miami was clearly the better team. Mac Jones is not great. They took what the defense gave them as far as with Belichick, and then we're doing the 3 high safeties or whatever. So Miami's offense took what they could. Miami's defense handled it. They were playing with their food. There was never an instance where New England was winning that game.
I agree. I thought they was playing with it a little too much.
Yeah, no, yeah.
It was like, yo, this thing's kind of slipping away here. Like, what are y'all doing? And then the play in question was a fumble.
The Gesicki play, right, to Cole Strange?
Yeah.
Yeah. For one, Gesicki's forward progress was done, and then for 2, Cole Strange was just short. So I don't know why everyone was tripping after the fact.
It felt like they reviewed that play for an hour.
I saw that play. I mean, it was clearly short, but it was close.
They'll tell you. Everybody had like a different angle of that, and was look, he made it. Look, he made it. Like searching on Twitter right now, like I don't think he did.
New England's got a solid team. The defense is legit.
Defense is the real.
Defense is legit. Mac Jones, he stinks.
Sorry, Mac.
Either that, or they just don't have enough good receivers.
Pour out a little
bit
green,
of both.
Pour out a little green juice for Mac Jones, Joe. We haven't heard from him in a while.
He actually called back. I guess he's just busy now, but he called back a few weeks ago. Said he still listens.
Hey, cheers to Mac. Well, and let's also acknowledge it was Mac Jones versus Trey Lance, and well, Joe, we all lost.
Yeah, I was just about to say, did Joe win that situation? Mac Jones is still starting in the league.
I think we all lost.
Yeah. Well,
I don't think any 49er fan is giving me Mac Jones.
No. Especially when you got Brock Purdy there. Brock is my guy.
Brock is indeed your guy.
Brock is my guy.
Hey, you know who else is your guy? Question mark, or used to be your guy? And how about that running back in Miami? Raheem Mostert.
Hey, man, shout out to Raheem Mostert, man. Much love for him and what he's able to do.
Rollback game last night.
I always believed, and maybe I was a little wrong because now I'm seeing CMC, and that's a little different too. But I always thought Raheem Mostert was the perfect running back for Kyle Shanahan's system. Perfect. He had the speed. He had the ability to cut back. You know, he was the perfect running back. Now, like I said, CMC, I think is probably even a little bit more perfect, but Raheem Mostert was right there. I loved his time with the Niners. He just couldn't stay healthy.
Watching Raheem with Miami, his biggest issue is that he can do that, but he does not do that every game. He does not run that hard every game.
What do you guys?
He can. Like, I think he'll get hurt. Like he didn't.
But he's just not he's a good running back, but he's not consistent enough sometimes.
What are you guys gonna do in week 4 when he gets hurt?
Just play one of the backups.
Sorry,
it's just cold.
Bad host.
Jeff Wilson comes.
I hope that doesn't happen. Oh my God. Well, history says it probably work out well. Till week 9 when Jeff Wilson gets hurt, and then you'll have to.
Look, we haven't got a call yet, but in the chat, TC, Brock shaking my head.
TC ain't calling. He ain't calling.
Come on,
TC
man.
funny.
TC.
Okay, I'll ask TC this. What Trey Lance do on Sunday?
Oh.
Don't make me do that, TC.
I know we don't want to
do that.
We don't want to do that.
Dolphins get the win. They moved to 2-0 though after a 24-17 win over the Patriots. Patriots, of course, in turn 0-2 after that one. Again, some really good games in.
Almost time to stick a fork in them.
Well, all right, we'll get to that. Broncos go 0-2, as we mentioned earlier, after a
fork in them.
Failed 2-point conversion. They blew a lead too. They were up on the Washington Commander football team, and they blew that.
They were in control of that game.
I was like, okay, Kenny's Broncos coming back. All right,
straight up blew it.
Yeah, that's a tough one to take to the locker room. I mean, that's a 21-3 lead you blew.
You know, I wanted to say they had the worst loss of the weekend. Talking about the Broncos, or
Mhm.
excuse me, not talking about the Broncos. Talking about who I'm about to talk about, but that Broncos one might be the worst. But I was thinking that Packers loss was bad. I don't know if you followed that game at all,
Oh,
but it was bad because
yeah.
they had that game
They
in
did.
control.
I had actually prepared a statement on the Green Bay Packers. I had prepared a statement on the Green Bay Packers and Jordan Love. And then that game started to unfold a little bit like, oh, all right. This escalated quickly.
And I really don't know how the Falcons did it. It's kind of scrappy.
Well, I believe this game took place in the window in which I didn't have Sunday tickets. And I got all of the night game. I got all of the afternoon games on lock, but those morning games, as I was watching the Raiders lose 38-10, I didn't get to watch this one unfold. And this wasn't one I watched. The one I watched this morning, just because this was clearly a bad choice on my part because I knew what happened. I just wanted to see it. I watched the Cowboys. I just wanted a clear, uninterrupted view of what Micah Parsons was doing yesterday.
And he was a problem.
And if Dak played well. TC's here.
Oh, TC pulled up on us.
This will be fun. TC, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
You about to start talking crazy.
Yeah, are you happy yet, man? Come on, man. 2-0, man. They putting up 30 points a game. Are we happy?
Hey, look, hey, D-Lo. All right, hold on, Kenny. Hey, D-Lo, you know what happened? Hey, listen, you can't threaten me with a good party.
Come on, man. Let's rock, though. Let's do it. It's house party.
Hey, listen. I know, listen. Check it out, though. Listen, Brock. Hey, look, Kenny. Brock is cool, bro. I like his confidence. I like his moxie and all that. Just, he got to get better on the deep balls. If he don't, then it might be JG all over again. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it. Other than that, listen, hold on. Listen to me, though. I really like Brock. Brock is cool, though, bro. I like his confidence. I like his cool, his calm and collective. He's getting the ball out on time. Like, seriously, though. The defense looking a little shaky a little bit. They got it together. You know what I'm saying, though? But a win is a win. You get what I'm saying? So other than that, then to answer your question, D-Lo, Lance didn't do nothing yesterday.
Okay.
Period. He didn't do nothing. He didn't even sniff the field, bro.
I just want to be clear before you go. You see a world where Brock Purdy turns into Jimmy Garoppolo?
Hey, if he can hit his deep ball, then it's like JT all over to give it, other than throwing outside the numbers on the sideline. You get what I'm saying?
I got you.
Come on, man.
Okay. I love that dude so much, man.
I agree.
Listen. Listen.
TC for life.
Facts.
TC said he was going to pull up on us in Sky River on Thursday, man. So if y'all want to meet TC, hey,
that was a big moment.
He should be in the building.
TC, the Sky River crowd was no different than the Chatty House. They're like, they was in their own world out there. Manny comes in with cereal. He gets a pop. TC makes a run in. He makes like a surprise Royal Rumble appearance and then bolts out.
Like the Bushwhackers.
Yeah.
TC was out there like Santino Morello, bro.
Yeah, pretty much.
He was there and then he wasn't.
Pretty much. Ramsey and Katrina are coming through the first couple.
Yeah, man.
That'd be a good time, man.
So
it'll be a good time. We hope you guys can make it. Sky River Casino. This Thursday, we are doing our live shows from out there beginning at 12 o'clock. And then, of course, we will watch Thursday Night Football.
Can't wait, man.
And eat.
Oh,
my God. That's all I'm thinking about. I've turned into a little fat boy the last 4 days. I'm ready for that food at Sky River.
We need one of them areas too. You know what I'm saying? Front of the big TV.
Oh no, man! That's where the chief was. That's where the tribal chief was at. that's where the real life tribal chief was at. We gonna have to get at his table.
Yeah.
We're gonna be
He
over
a Niners fan too, so he probably gonna be like pulled up trying to watch that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll sit in the booth next to him.
Yeah. That's the real tribal chief's table. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
Shout out to our guy Jesus.
Man. Absolutely looking forward to that. What else do we got? Oh, Lamar Jackson sends the Bengals to a 0-2 start.
Somebody had the Bengals going 0-2.
Yeah,
man, Barry Horowitz for me.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You put your hand down, Barry. It ain't you.
Bengals 0-2, man. Wow. Ring the alarm.
Girl has just been sighted. Lamar.
Did you know, like, it was, I think, maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. It was like 18 years ago, Beyonce releases Ring the Alarm. I saw that on my Twitter timeline.
That's a different ring the alarm than the one I'm seeing. But Lamar Jackson, 50 plus yards on the ground again. He has the second most 50 plus rushing yards for a quarterback. Second most games with 50 plus rushing yards for a quarterback. He's already fifth all time in terms of a quarterback rushing leader. Obviously, Michael Vick is number one. He's played half the games Michael Vick has to get to number 5, and he will almost certainly pass him at some point. I think Mike was at 6,000 plus, and Lamar's already at 4,000 plus.
Lamar, that's my boy Lamar. Once again, add this to the list of jerseys. I did say, and I do mean, I do need to get Lamar Jackson.
I'm sure you mean it.
I do need to get that. But now he might have moved behind Shador. Might have to get Shador's first, then Lamar.
I'm getting served Colorado stuff everywhere, from Nike, from the T-shirt. I got my own Davion Mitchell graphic tee place that I like. Oh, they sending me Dion stuff, the Shador stuff. Y'all know me well.
I've got family who doesn't even mess with college football. They're like, oh yeah, I'm like so tapped in with what Colorado's doing. Yeah, like they're just turning like non-fans into fans.
They really are. We gonna get into college. This wasn't even Colorado time. We gonna get into it.
We're almost there. I could have led the show with that.
Oh yeah, we could have talked about it every hour on now. We could have talked about it like it's Barbie's world.
Do you wake up with songs stuck in your head yet?
Yes and no. I don't know if we wake up, but throughout the course of the, like over the weekend, I kept Uzi Vert, Nicki Minaj.
I woke up to Paint the Town Red on Saturday.
Oh yeah, that was there. I was there over the weekend.
Oh man, this is it's a side effect of FM radio where you'll be eating dinner and I'm a Barbie girl and I'm like, it's like, oh God, stop. You wake up before you even have a chance to open your eyes, Coil Ray is playing for your head. And girls is playing too. Like, oh man. I got bad news for you, buddy. It doesn't get better.
Yeah.
Doesn't get better. This is your life now. This is your life.
But yeah, Lamar Jackson. That's my guy.
Y'all want to talk about Seattle?
Hey,
y'all want to talk about your Detroit Lions?
So there was a couple of bad losses. We talked about the Packers. We talked about the Broncos. The Bengals was a rough loss too, and we didn't even mention it. Joe Burrow said he's re-aggravated that calf situation.
Oh yeah. Hey.
That team's cooked. If his
goodbye,
if his calf isn't feeling right, they're done.
Yeah,
because it's just that's something that's not going to go away this season.
No, and you need to be careful. You need to be careful with the calf.
Yeah, I'm not sure if like going into the season, like the doctors or whatnot, they thought like he was fully healthy, but he probably should have sat to start the season.
Rams 2-1.
That's what the Bengals play.
The Bengals next. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. But so the Bengals, Joe Burrow. That's a bad one. I thought the Lions had a terrible loss, and it's not a slight to Seattle.
Kind of feels like it.
It's just everything that was going on with Detroit, the momentum that they had, feeling good. You had an extra 3 days of rest, a home opener. You unveiled Barry Sanders' statue. Like it was supposed to be a moment, and then you can't play no defense and let the Seattle Seahawks score 37 on you. That's a bad loss.
Yeah, the Shiesty mask is over with now too.
It's over.
You got to dead that.
I think someone on Seattle was wearing one after the game. Like,
you got to dead that.
You're back to the Lions again.
Oh,
that's a bad.
That was a bad loss for them.
Hey,
so, but you wanted to give kudos to Seattle.
I want to give kudos to Geno too. Yeah, Geno had a nice little ball game yesterday. I wasn't sure. Like I was super uncomfortable with the Seahawks Week 1 performance, and part of that is because, like in And like keep this in the back of your mind. Whether it's Seahawks, probably not so much the Lions. I think people are a little bit more in on the Lions, but keep this in the back of your mind with like the Seahawks last year. Were fair to say the Seahawks overachieved? The Seahawks. Well, I don't want to say overachieved. That's not fair. Seahawks surprised people last year.
Mm-hmm.
Geno surprised people last year. It was a good story. What Geno did last year, what he did with the Seattle Seahawks, that was a good story last year. Okay.
Let's see what you can do now.
No, no. I'm talking about let's look ahead here. A couple weeks from now. Oh, let the Kings go 1-3. 0-2. Because and I remember the way we were talking Monday about Seattle. Oh, I don't know. Maybe that was a one-off. Kings started 0-4 last year. Oh, let them start 0-2. It was a one-off. We told you. Oh, they'll be all over the TV. We told, hey, look, it was a cute story last year. It was cute. Now it's over.
The only difference is there were people in Sacramento who really believed this team could be different. Maybe not 3 seed different, but could make the playoffs.
You don't think Geno thought that?
Nobody in Seattle thought that.
Are you talking about fans or players?
I mean, Geno, of course, Geno did. He's a professional player. He thinks that way. I don't even know if
so who are you talking about here? You talking about fans?
The front office felt the fans. I don't even know if the front office felt like, yo, Geno's going to take us to the playoffs this year. Nobody was thinking that.
Okay.
It was probably just Geno.
Well, Geno was right.
He was right. But I only say that to say the Kings had some level of expectations. Seattle had none. I remember week 1, fans, media people, everybody, oh, that was our Super Bowl because we beat Russ. Now we'll probably stink the rest of the year.
I remember that, yeah.
But we beat Russ. That's all that matters. And they didn't see that coming. So even with that being said, it's not a one-off. I think I still do have them in the playoffs. I think they're gonna make the playoffs, but I don't think they're that good of a team.
I don't think they were that good of a team last year.
No.
But if you have them in the playoffs, like you get to the playoffs. Like you're a playoff team. Like I don't think they
some
were.
Of that could change.
They weren't a world beater last year.
Some of that could change though. Maybe Tampa Bay's better than I give them credit for.
Well,
like one of the reasons
talk about that.
One of the reasons why
my boy.
I
don't know why. I don't know why Baker's might. What Baker Mayfield?
No. Baker shouldn't be nobody's boy.
I don't know why. I started riding for Baker Mayfield.
You like Baker like I like Austin Theory.
Yeah, both are weird.
Irrationally.
I don't know why I'm rooting. I have absolutely. Baker planted the flag like in the middle of the field at Ohio State. I have
that's the best thing he ever did.
I don't know why I ride with this dude, but I just.
Then Nick Bosa got him back.
Oh, he did. He got him back in a major way.
One of the reasons why I have Seattle in there, I think they're an all right team. But I was looking around the NFC. The NFC is going to be weak. They got to be one of the top 7 teams. But now you got a team like Tampa Bay, who's already 2-0. Maybe they get in there. I think I didn't count Green Bay being in the playoffs last year. And even though they lost, Green Bay looks like they got some talent and they could be able to play. So maybe Seattle doesn't make the playoffs this year. The Rams. Maybe the Rams are better than Seattle.
Is Chicago going to win a game?
Maybe when I hate to say this, but
don't
when they get a new quarterback.
Wow.
Yeah, it's getting louder. It's getting louder.
Wow.
I think you know what
Jerry Jones Caraway over here.
Well,
wow.
Jerry Luther King. Did you see that?
Oh, God,
did you see that?
I did. I did.
Jerry.
I love Magic Johnson. He's a great ambassador for the game.
I'll tell you right now.
God,
I would walk across Texas if I thought getting a minority owner here could be good for the NFL. I'll tell you that. I would walk across Texas.
Okay, you don't have to do that, Jerry. You don't have to do that.
Literally, Jerry, like you could say, I want a minority owner in here, and you could probably get it done if you really want it. But
that was a wild thing to wake up to, by the way. Jerry Jones out here preaching for equality in NFL ownership. Sir, didn't you just tell the blacks to go get their own league? Wasn't that you? Wasn't that like 3 days ago? Bruh, what are you talking about?
Oh, man.
3 days ago that quote came out. And he still ain't refuted it. He still hasn't said, I didn't say that. He said, well, that's lacking context. I'm sorry, what? What context requires you to say the blacks should go get their own league? What's the context in that?
I don't even mean to laugh at this craziness.
That old man is wild.
But I would walk across Texas if it meant getting a minority owner in the NFL.
Well, let's get Kamara in here because he has the money to be the first minority owner, or I guess the second in the NFL.
Yeah.
916-909-1320. What's up, Kamara?
First of all, your boy Stephen A. Smith is going to be like, I fully believe and endorse Jerry Jones' statement.
Yo, you've been going way too hard at Stephen A. lately. Why are you going so hard at Stephen A. lately?
I just let the facts state what they are, man. I mean, I'm not even going to.
Well, what do you think about Stephen A?
What?
What do you think about Stephen A? I'd like to know.
He's a blackface corporate pawn.
That is way too far.
that most NBA, if you talk to NBA players, I know you guys do, NBA players, current and former, and they tell you they don't like him. And they tell you privately they don't like Stephen A. Smith. And he always acts like he cares. This is what I've been told personally from my friends. He always goes after black players so hard, and he never has anything for for the white owners. And he was on the wrong side of it during the Black Lives Matter in 2020, right? And that messed up, that PO'd everybody, especially black players, football, NBA, and so he's not the guy. And so he always promotes himself to be that guy. And if you look at his podcast, you look at his associations. His associations are right wingers, and I don't want to get into politics on the show, but just look at his close associations. All right. So I mean, he's not of the culture, but whatever. I didn't even call for that. All right.
I got Kamara started.
Kamara's breathing pattern changed when he was talking about Stephen A. Smith.
You know me in politics. I don't. When I start talking about politics, I get into another space. I just want to I wanted to call on a funny note, on a funny story about Colorado.
Okay.
Right?
Okay.
So I'm sitting in Saturday night. Mind you, Colorado comes on at 10 p.m. Saturday night, I'm just kind of having a beverage, listening to this Diddy album, just kind of vibing out. My wife comes downstairs and she's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "What do you mean what I'm doing?" She's like, I kind of want some chicken wings. I'm like, "It's 8:30 at night. What you talking about? You want chicken wings?" I mean, what are we going to eat for this Colorado game? My wife doesn't even know anything about college football. I'm like, Colorado? You stayed up to watch Colorado?
That's dope.
How much,
yeah.
Listen, my wife would be like, does LeBron James still play for Cleveland Cavaliers? That's how much he doesn't watch sports.
Yeah, more about the culture though. That's a whole different movement.
Absolutely, and he's not alone. My beautiful bride to be. We were doing a whole bunch of other things, but Colorado game on yet?
Stop the wedding planning to watch Deion.
Colorado game on yet? Oh, what's going on? One of the things that has happened, and Cheryl Grove talked about this as well, because she's paying attention as well. And I didn't realize this, and this is what happens with sports and other forms of entertainment, right? She knows all about the kids because they had a show. And I think Shador and them were 13. And Deion had a show on We TV or something like that, primetime, something. And she's like, "Oh yeah, Shador. I remember he always wanted to be in the spotlight." Da-da-da-da. And Shiloh, he didn't even want to play football. He wanted to do music, but she knows all about the kids and to see them now. She's like, "Oh yeah, what? Shador's the quarterback? He's this, da-da-da." But that's another aspect of why a lot of people are familiar with this family. We know because of Coach Prime. Obviously, my mom knows who Deion Sanders is, but it was a whole nother thing because that show was on for 2 or 3 seasons, and she saw the kids, and now the kids are playing, and that's a whole nother aspect to the popularity of this whole group.
Randy says, "Is this a shoot? Deion's family playbook?"
That's what it was.
That's pretty dope. That's what it was.
And I think they were. I didn't see it, so I don't know. But I think Shador was 13, 14 years old.
Well, let's talk, man. We've been tiptoeing around this. We got Mark Jones set to join us. This is going to be fun. This was one of my favorite things. We stole Scott Van Pelt's bit over on 102.5 talking about the best thing I saw all weekend. I lied on the show. This was the best thing I saw all weekend.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll talk Colorado. We'll talk with Mark Jones when Dylan with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Yeah. Let's pull up some of these.
I never got a key thing on my phone.
Me either.
You think the Colorado players like have a grasp for the fact that they're playing for Deion Sanders? Because like the way my uncles and dad talk about Deion, it's like that's Deion Sanders, like a legend.
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna guess no. That's a weird angle. We gotta have there's a better angle of it. Oh, there's The Rock talking. That's not what I wanted. I wanted his mom. Where's his mom at? I saw the video. Oh, this is it. ESPN made a TikTok out of it. Yeah, that's the one we want. Hang on, guys. 1 second. Let me get this video ready. There we go. Well, that's never okay, but that was a dirty ass hit. Again, never okay, but that was a dirty ass hit. Yeah, it was for fucking Twitter, dude. Twitter was all over Mark Jones not having a clue who Mark Jones was that night. That's facts, Cal. That's facts.
Kim wants to have a segment on the show where we try to find her husband.
Okay. I think she already got one.
That's what I told her. So she's taken. But sure. I think Bryce earlier tweeted or put something in the comment. I think it was Bryce. But is Jade officially coming to WWE?
They said Jade was in Orlando this week. She's getting that working.
I saw Jade's latest Instagram post. Wow.
Well,
she's gonna be a star. She's gonna be. I mean, she already is, but she's gonna be a star in WWE.
Jade, there she is.
Bring CM Punk back too.
Oh no.
It'll still make money.
Jade is Lord. Just want a good like bicep workout and like ab workout. Could you just send me your routine? God bless it. That's bananas. Charlie got the funniest laugh. Oh yeah, you can hear Charlie's laugh. All right, we're approaching 3:00. Let's get to the main event. Come on, man. Been waiting all damn day to talk about this. 49ers get the dub. They're 2-0. Play on Thursday. You can come watch the game with us, Sky River Casino. You can come watch this show live at Sky River Casino. Show, of course, starts at noon. We'll be there. If you missed the show in March, come through, man. It's a great, great time, a great chance for you to interact with the Chatty House. If you come through, yo, don't lay off in the cut. Don't leave without saying hello. Grab us, stop us, say hi. Bring your signs, bring your T-shirts. Just do whatever, man. We're gonna have a lot of fun. We're gonna order a lot of food. We're gonna throw back some drinks. We're gonna send my man off to his nuptials this weekend.
Yes, sir.
And the honeymoon to follow. So that'll be our last show together for a week or so. So we're gonna do it right.
You see me, I'll be a new man.
No, you'll be exactly the same. You'll just have a ring on your finger. And Jazz will be even more tired of you than she was before. But we're not tired of the best story in professional sports or in all the sports. Because it ain't even professional sports. It's with one of the great professional athletes. Bruh, I don't know how long this can last with Oregon coming up. I don't know how long this can last with USC coming up. But every time Deion Sanders is on the screen, and he is on the screen a lot, this story with Colorado gets bigger and bigger and bigger. And with all of the stuff that Jay Norvell said last week, the head coach of Colorado State, to feed a little bit more, to throw a little bit more fuel on the Deion Sanders fire, to have that game that we had on Saturday night. And as Deion said in the postgame, we couldn't lose this game. This is going to be the longest press conference ever. If we lose this game, we can't lose this game.
He said specifically, I can't let him win this game. He said, I'll give it a stack.
And he
said,
didn't.
I can't let him win this game.
And he didn't. As a matter of fact, before we even dive into that, let's play this clip from Deion and his mom.
Upset a lot. Unless they talking about y'all, or they talking about my mom. See, back where I come from, when somebody says something about your mom, you put one foot back. You were ready to get down. He didn't directly say something about my mama, but he alluded to the fact that his mama raised him, and my mama didn't raise me right.
I raised him right. Always be yourself. If you have to kick ass, kick ass.
Imagine that.
Oh, man.
The biggest movie star in the world is just standing up there, captivated by both Deion Sanders and his mother. If for those who didn't see the clip, The Rock was standing up there with Deion and hearing all of the different stories about the DJs that are in there. And, Offset was there, Lil Wayne was there. They were all part of game day along with The Rock and Pat McAfee and all of that stuff. Man, this is just an incredible story.
It really is, man. It really is. I mean, what he's doing in Boulder, Colorado. Remember, and we're seeing some of the same things right now. Remember when he left Jackson State, I was one who was not happy that he left Jackson State. And I said, man, I understood why, understood all the reasons why it happened. But I was like, man, I wish you would have stayed. And I always reference it. I went back, and I ended up watching some video of him saying goodbye to the whole Jackson State program, the players, the coaches, the athletic trainers, the student assistants or whatever. And it changed my view. I watched that and I said, man, he loves these people. And more importantly, or just as importantly, they love Deion Sanders. Everybody that worked with him and that was a part of that, they were so thankful for the time they got to spend with Coach Prime, for the opportunities he gave them, the experiences he gave them. They loved Coach Prime. And you see him in this locker room just now, and this is like the second or third thing we've seen. And we brought it out after the first one, I think, that before the TCU game.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, man, they love this man.
Mm-hmm.
It's not just, oh, we're winning or whatever. They respect him. They revere him. They love this man already. And I think it's a beautiful thing to see. You got the Danny Cannells and the Bay Area sports guys who want to take shots, and they're not alone. There's plenty of haters out there that hate the attention that Deion is getting. Jay Norvell probably hates the attention that Deion Sanders is getting. But, man, to a certain degree, this is what college sports is all about. Those kids, and I say that, affectionately, because there's some grown men there as well. They love their coach, and their coach will do anything for these kids. Don't get twisted by the window dressing of him doing interviews and selling glasses and all this other stuff. He loves those young men, and he is protective of them, and he's down for whatever they need and whatever they're trying to do. And you're right, it's the best story in sports right now.
Let's stick with that for a minute. Obviously, it was an incredible game against Colorado State. But the one thing that really stood out to me, and this is natural given everything that led in to the game, everything that went on that week with Jay Norvell. And I watched the exchange really closely. And I kind of expected this, especially with Colorado winning. They're going for the handshake. They're obviously being mobbed. They're rushing the field and doing all that.
Mm-hmm.
Jay grabs Deion, pulls him in, and says something. I don't know what.
Mm-hmm.
Says something. But I'm watching Deion's reaction.
Mm-hmm.
And Deion is essentially giving the, I got, it's cool. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I'm guessing, hey, I didn't mean anything by that. Again, I don't know. I wasn't there. I'm going strict because I can't even see Jay.
Right.
I'm watching Deion's reaction. And Deion, it felt like essentially gave him the, hey, man, it's a good, we're competitors, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that was trash for two reasons.
Mm.
One, I think Jay only did that because they lost. I think if they had won, he wouldn't have done that.
Mm-hmm.
Two, you should have thought of that before you opened your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
And three, this is the thing that stood out the most. Did you see Shador's face? Shador had that get the F away from my father look on his face.
Yeah.
He said, whatever you're saying right now, I'm not buying.
Right.
He looked a hole through that man.
Right.
And that's all I could think about was, we talk players, right? That's that man's father.
Mm-hmm.
Essentially, that's that man's grandparents. And he had to deal with that as a football player all week long.
Mm-hmm.
But he had to deal with that as a son all week long. He has to deal with all of this attention in two different ways. Yo, they coming at my dad. Yo, they coming at my coach.
Mm-hmm.
And watching the look on his face is something I can't get out of my head.
Mm-hmm.
He was not, whatever Jay said to him, Deion was very gracious and accepting.
Mm-hmm.
Shador was not.
Mm-hmm.
And that was, didn't say anything to him. Didn't have a single exchange with that coach, but looked dead at him like, I'm not buying whatever the hell you're trying to pitch to my father right now.
Spot on. The only thing he did do is he hit him with that watch. You see him? He hit him with the watch.
He hit Jay Norvell with the. Oh, I didn't see that. No, I didn't see that.
That's a Shador fool for that one.
I didn't see that.
After they said whatever, like Shador was kind of like you said, like
Mm-hmm.
wasn't buying it. Like, yeah, all right.
I didn't even see that. Or maybe I just didn't pick up on that's what he was doing. I just saw him turn.
He didn't have the watch on
back
yet,
his
but he
dad.
hit it with the watch signal. But no, you're spot on. The other thing about this, and this goes into the injury, the cheap hit by Blackburn on Travis Hunter. I think this same thing can be said about Jay Norvell.
Mm-hmm.
Jay, and once again, I'm assuming, just like you, it was something along the lines of when he saw Deion, he's like, hey, no disrespect. I got all the respect in the world for you. The media turned it one way. It wasn't like that, whatever the case may be. And Deion was like, all right, cool. You've got a press conference. You've got the same microphone that was in front of you when you made the statement. And if you really didn't feel that way, at least the man that I am, the way my mother raised me, if things were misconstrued and I didn't mean it a certain way, I'd get on that podium. I say, you know what? A lot of was made about what happened over the week. I got respect for Deion Sanders. I got respect for his mother and the way it went out of hand, what I said. And I want to there's no ill will. I don't mean to disrespect his mother. That's not how I feel. I want to make that perfectly clear. That's not how I feel. That you had the opportunity to do that. Didn't do that. At least from what I saw, didn't do that. And then I bring that up with Blackburn as well, is it was a dirty play. Dirty play. Injured Travis Hunter for the next 3 to 4 weeks. I think it was a lung situation or something like that, or a kidney or something. It was bad. And it was a dirty play.
Mm-hmm.
And I know college kids are different, but you got all different avenues now. They all got their social medias. They got the way of saying whatever they want to say. If you had no intentions in hurting that man, that needs to be said. You're a grown man. You're a senior in college. You're 21, 22, 23 years old. You're a grown man. You could say, you know what? I was playing hard. Maybe the hit was late, but by no means was I trying to hurt him. Prayers up to Travis. Hope a speedy recovery. I'm sorry for you being injured, being hurt. If that's not what your intentions were. We ain't heard from him, and Coach Norvell ain't say nothing.
I want to bring Mark Jones in here. If memory serves me correctly, it was like 5 or 6 personal foul penalties.
Colorado, and that's the whole other thing.
To me,
Colorado State came for a fight.
That's what I'm saying. That's all built off of the stuff Jay Norvell was saying before the game. Let's bring in the man who was there. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app, and live with our man, Mark Jones. Not King's play-by-play man, Mark Jones right now, but the man,
play-by-play guy.
no doubt, but the man who was in the booth with Louis Riddick for this game in Boulder, Colorado. Mark, set the scene for us, man. What is it like in Boulder right now with Deion Sanders?
It's amazing. I've been calling college football games for 33 years, guys. I have never seen, outside of maybe the occasional bowl games, the type of star power and luminaries and big timers on the sidelines for a week three college football game, right? Like Lewis and I and Quint get to the game and we like to walk the field before the game. And, about 90 minutes before kickoff, the stadium was 90% full with fans from both sides. And, we're walking on the sidelines and, hey, Weezy, what's up, Tunch? Hey, Rock, what's going on? What's going on? Keith Rock, my man, when's the next album coming out? And then, Offset was there. I mean, it was incredible, man. And Deion has, Coach Prime has transformed, the blueprint, I think, obviously for the transfer portal. And he's kind of set the bar high now for other coaches looking to do the other things. And they're going to have to answer to their ADs because they're all going to point at Deion and say, hey, I want the Deion Sanders package and how to transform my program. And, the economic impact of Coach is incredible. Like they estimate probably about $15 to $16 million worth of commerce every weekend in Boulder, Colorado. They've never had it like that before. There's so much buzz in and around the city. And, you think about this, I mean, I was around in the heydays here in Miami when the Hurricanes were rolling and all the stars were coming through and, they had big timers, NFLers going to the league on their college roster at Miami. It could be like that in Boulder where, the guys from the Denver Broncos are asking guys from CU, hey, can you get us in the club?
Right.
Not the other way around. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they are so popular and it's great to see for college football. I mean, He's given us basically the prevailing storyline for the year in what he's done. And, I think the thing that I noticed, my takeaway, guys, was that Deion is really an old school guy at his core in terms of his coaching, but it gets lost in a lot of the sizzle on the steak. He is, to me, what college football leadership should be in that sport. He meets these young men where they are in their lives, culturally, economically, wherever it may be, and he lets them be them, but he still maintains a certain standard that they have to perform by. And that's why you see this team at 3-0 when nobody thought they'd win more than 2 games this year.
Yeah, I love it. I love it, man. And you talk about, these coaches going around the country, going and asking their AD, like, hey, I need that same freedom that Deion has, and I need the Deion playbook. But Mark, that's all good and well. But look, I can tell somebody, yeah, you can go into Mark Jones' closet and wear whatever you want, but if they can't rock the Louis Vuitton shoes like Mark Jones, they can't rock the custom suit. Like you can have the playbook all you want, but there's a certain level of this is what they do that I don't think they can match up with Deion Sanders. And I said it after the first game, maybe I was prisoner of the moment, but I really believe it. I said he's going to be playing for a national championship in 2 years because he's got it. He's got it.
You know what, D-Lo, Casey, he told me that he looked me in the eye and he said, Mark, I really think I'm only about 7 or 8 players away. A few linemen on, maybe 2 or 3 defensive linemen, an offensive lineman or 2, and 2 or 3 skilled players. But he mentioned that number. He said, I'm about 7 or 8 guys away from really being in the serious mix for a national championship. And, this past weekend, they had one of the top recruits in the country out there visiting. And I'm telling you, I'm sure that kid was ready to commit by the time he left that game. I mean, listen, here's the takeaway from Coach Prime too, and you said it, Kenny. He's one of one, right? But it does illuminate light on the fact that listen, Deion's been coaching since 7-on-7. He's been coaching since Pee Wee and Pop Warner. He's been coaching in high school. He's coaching in HBCUs. He's coaching at Power 5. This guy knows football. And what I'm trying to say is there are many, many other African-Americans, black coaches who have played in the league who deserve that kind of opportunity that Deion's getting right now. So, kudos to the athletic director at CU for hiring Deion. And I tell you what, I saw him on the field before the game. He was hugging me. He had his blenders. He had his Deion glasses on, saying, "Hey, it's going to go on. It's going to be on tonight." Like he was the proud papa. He was the happiest guy in the stadium that night.
I think one thing that's really cool about this situation and you being a part of it on Saturday, Mark, is like you in your profession can speak to if people get uncomfortable when the culture is thrown in their face like this. Sure. And we're seeing that with Deion Sanders right now. Deion, you talk about he's bringing a culture to Colorado for sure. He's putting the culture on the forefront. And with that comes hate. Like you experience it. And Deion is experiencing it now. How much of that, like, did you talk to him about that? How much of that is kind of fueling this whole program? Like we just played the clip of his mom talking about be you. You will always be you, no matter what. Yeah.
Well, that's going to happen. I mean, there are a list. There's a litany of critics and haters and detractors, and they have a word for some of those that I'm not going to say right now, but we all know where it's coming from. Some of it. Mm-hmm. Whenever you have, Deion said it himself. He said, whenever you have a black man coaching 75% African Americans and doing his thing and walking his walk and talking his talk, there's going to be people who feel uncomfortable with that. And that's something that he's been able to deal with. He interviewed for several other Power 5 conference jobs, but I can tell you that there were some interviews he went through where he knew that they didn't have the right fit for him culturally. And that's something that he shared with us and something that he just accepts as a fact of life. And that's the way it is, unfortunately. but he's going to do his thing, and he's going to do his best to change the hearts and minds of people that don't see that winning really doesn't have a color. You know, if you're a head coach in college football, and deplorably, there's only, I think, 9% of college football head coaches in FBS that are African American, for a sport that features well over 50% at the Power 5 level, black athletes. And you know, it's Deion's feeling that those athletes deserve a cultural experience that reflects who they are, you know, and helps in that side, and development young men, whether they're white, black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, across the rainbow. I mean, he's doing a fantastic job, and a lot of those issues to be winning people over when he keeps winning. And even when he loses, even though there's haters out there, they're going to see that he's still a winner.
Our main man, Mark Jones, you guys know him here in Sacramento as the play-by-play voice for your Sacramento Kings, but I mean, he's known across the country as well as a soon-to-be Hall of Fame broadcaster, broadcasting NBA, broadcasting some of the biggest college football games, and he was in Colorado for.
Yeah, there were some casuals getting introduced to Mark Jones this week.
I don't know what I don't know where they was at.
There were some casuals getting introduced to Mark Jones. Talking about, did you hear this play-by-play announcer say this looked like the BET Awards? I am flabbergasted. Like, ma'am, sit down. Like, sit down. This man got a height. That wasn't even a top 10 call for Mark Jones. Sit down.
You're lucky Mark didn't talk about Black Air Forces. You know what time it is.
Really. They don't know, man. Hey, listen, like I said, though, I mean, like I named all the stars that were on the sidelines. Where else are you going to get that kind of concentration of star power for a week 3 college football game, right?
BET Awards. So you hit the nail on the head.
BET Awards, exactly. Yeah.
That's this is the blackest The Rock has ever been. Was this weekend? It's the blackest The Rock.
He went back to his Nation days.
That part. He was in his flow, man.
He was on his daddy's side this weekend.
Yeah, he was ready to be stunned like his daddy, like Shiloh Sanders on that touchdown.
Oh, that was a great play, a great call, great moment when Shiloh took it to the house.
Weezy was right there. I mean, it just came to me, man.
That was awesome.
I had all that excellence around me, man. I was just caught up in the moment, and that's what it's all about. It was a fun night, and you know, it's a shame that they're going to be without Travis Hunter for the next couple of weeks.
Man.
That's the worst part. That kid is so good. I mean, he's so professional, guys, in his approach to football. And I covered him at Jackson State, too. I did the last 2 Celebration Bowls on ABC, the HBCU championships. He's been like that. You know, Shador's been like that for the last couple of years, just that America hasn't been watching HBCU football, you know, and they gave it no respect, but they're going to respect it now because of what these 2 kids have done. And Travis Hunter, like I said in the broadcast, after every game, he goes to this recovery studio and he gets, 5 minutes of cryotherapy where he goes in this chamber that's like minus 100 degrees. It lowers his body temperature to accelerate healing and recovery. And then he does this infrared sauna thing. I mean, the kid is acting like a pro already, just like Shador Sanders. And that's what you get when you have a coach like Deion Sanders, or many like him out there potentially, others like him, or at least close, that can offer these kids that kind of approach, you know?
Yeah, and you know what, Mark, that's a great point, because we talk about the game itself, and we spoke privately, and I told you, I said, man, it looked like there was going to be a fight in that game. Like there was real heat in that rivalry game, and Colorado State, this is the gift and the curse. Jay Norvell, in one aspect, he had his guys ready to play. I was impressed with how he had them ready to play and execute.
Yes, he did.
Everybody thought they were going to get blasted, and they were game. But here's the thing. Here's the killer about it. And I think this is also a reflection of Jay Norvell. That game became personal, and they couldn't, and in a bad way, right? Deion talks about it's personal, but they couldn't separate executing from their emotions in that game. And Jay let that happen, in my opinion. And the 170 plus penalty yards, or whatever the case may be, that's on coaching. And you saw on the flip side, Deion was like, the stakes are high. There's a lot of energy in this game, but let's stay focused on what we have to do. And when it came winning time, when Shador had to go 98, he wasn't thinking twice. He was like, hey, this is what I do. What he say, Brady mode. I'm staying poised. I'm staying locked in. And I think that's where people lose what the difference is, at least on Saturday, between those two coaches. Jay couldn't himself control his emotions and get his players to control their emotions enough to win. And Deion was able to get his guys to stay poised.
Yeah, the coach that everybody thinks just goes around all week doing sunglasses commercials and Kentucky Fried Chicken commercials was the guy that actually had his team most disciplined. And that's a great point that you make. And, you know, Jay Norvell is going to be, you know, he's a good coach, guys. He's turning things around at Colorado State. He's been at several different stops in college football. He's been in the NFL. You know, he's been with the Cowboys and other squads, and he's got great football experience, and he's going to turn Colorado State around. It's just that was not their night. That was not their best night in terms of poise. I was impressed with the way they started the game. Nick Nicolosi, their starting quarterback, making his first start of the season. He's only had a handful of starts, even going back to last year as a true freshman when he played a little bit. But he came out after that pick six. I was impressed with the fact that they recovered their poise and their footing as well as they did. But, you know, too many personal fouls. And Coach Norvell was not able to get those guys reeled in. He turned them up, but he couldn't turn them down when they needed to be turned down. And, you know, Coach Prime's team was ultimately the team with more poise and you know, it showed in those final moments. And Shedeur is something else, man. I mean, that kid is really, you know, Deion said something interesting. He said that Shedeur, of all my kids, all five of his kids, is the one that spent the most time with him, you know, in his phone. He goes, my son got 3 phones, and all of the 3 phones, I have him listed as grown. That's his nickname, grown, because he's shown a sense to be precocious and, you know, be poised beyond his years ever since he was like 8 or 9 years old when he was coaching him in, you know, elementary and middle school in Pop Warner football. So, you know, I was speaking to Lewis, who was in an NFL front office with Washington and Philadelphia, and, you know, he thinks that Shedeur is a top 5 quarterback easily. Easily.
I agree with that. I think
I mean, he can spin that thing, man. He can really spin it. And like I said, I'm just sad that Travis Hunter won't be able to play for the next 3 weeks. But they've got some guys. You know, they got some guys. You know, Dylan Edwards, the number 3, the starting tailback, kid that flipped his commitment from Notre Dame, right? Told Notre Dame, sorry, I'm decommitting. I'm going to go play for Coach Prime. Here's another kid that Deion knew from the time he was 7 years old when his family was living in Texas, and he coached him as a youngster. So he's got connections all across. This ain't just some guy in some you know, some sunglasses that showed up with flash and dash.
I'm telling you.
They see the sizzle on the steak, but they don't see the substance, and that's his biggest advantage. You know.
I think that's one of the things that made Jay Norvell's comments so disappointing too, is, you know, all of those glowing things that Mark Jones just said about him. Like, and I think you both will know what I mean by this. Like, don't air family business. Don't like, you went through a lot of the same things Deion has gone through. Like, don't do this. This is gonna create something. And that was one of the biggest things that made those remarks so disappointing. Like, he's a really good coach. Who went through a lot of what Deion has gone through. And
I mean, we had 2 black head coaches in that rivalry,
right?
You know, and something. Hey, listen, I was just gonna say this. We had a Zoom meeting with Coach Norvell on Wednesday, and everything. The first thing he comes on, and, you know, I'm not speaking out of school because the game is past. And first thing he comes on and says, "Hey guys, Deion's got a lot of critics, but I'm not one of them. I respect the grind that he's gone through to get to where he is, and as a black head coach, I can relate to that because I've gone through some of that myself. And I'm not one of his critics. I love what he's done for college football, and I'm a big fan of his." And then from the time I got that was Wednesday. I got on the plane Thursday morning, got to Boulder, Colorado Thursday night. I was playing. I'm like, what the heck happened when I was in the air? They're talking about sunglasses coming off. They're talking about mamas. I'm like, geez. I don't know, man. Someone handed Coach Norvell a script and said, "Hey, man, let's stir it up a little bit."
Yeah, may have been.
Yeah, well, they stirred it up. They did a great job selling that one, if that's what was going on. But, you know, hey, Mark, you know, we can't have you on here and not talk about the Sacramento Kings. Come on, man. It was on everybody's mind too on Saturday. You was in Boulder, Colorado, and you know, in a whole different world, but it was 916 day here, and people still talking about Light the Beam, and they're so excited for this upcoming Kings season. And the last time we saw the Kings, I guess Sasha was being introduced and everybody was there. I mean, I know you see these guys, you know, working out when they come down to Miami and different places. I mean, what are some of the things that you've seen from some of these guys in the off season?
Man, I'm going to say it right now. De'Aaron Fox is going to be a top 5 MVP candidate.
Go.
I mean, he has been putting in all kinds of work, and he's going to be a top 5 candidate. And I'm going to make sure locally and nationally on the ESPN and ABC broadcast that people aren't going to be taken by surprise this year, because he's been putting in a ton of work. He's been, you know, he's ready. He's ready. He's taken another step. He's approached the things that need to be tweaked in his game. And, you know, he's been able to do some really good things. I mean, listen, he's on the program where he went to Spain this summer. And even during his anniversary with Rice, that they went to Spain for, Coach Laux went with them.
Damn, I need that job.
Laux, they got their 2-a-days in, and Rice is the unofficial shooting coach. So they're working on pull-up threes and catch-and-shoot threes, and you know he has really been on his craft. And I'm predicting that he's going to be a top 5 MVP candidate, and he's going to continue to improve on the defensive side of the ball. The other thing I'm looking forward to is just the increased depth, you know, with Vezenkov and how he fits. I think he is positionally great for Sacramento because he gives us size, right? And that was one of the weaknesses we had last year. We were positionally a little bit small. So he gives us size and skill coming off the bench. And then speaking of size, the third thing is just what I think has gone under the radar. You know, we've got some stoppers in the middle this year to help out Sabonis for rim protection. When you look at JaVale McGee, and I see a little bit of a hybrid role for Alex Len. I think he'll play a little bit more this year. He's been working on his 3-pointers in the gym. I've watched it with my own eyeballs, and you know, I can totally see, and they've kind of hinted at a scenario for him where perhaps it's him and Sabonis on the floor at the same time, because we've seen in the past where the offense changes a little bit with Domas on the bench, where it's not as much dribble handoff action. It's a little more pick and roll. But, you know, if Alex can make that transition even just a little bit, then that opens up the offense a little bit more for when Sabonis comes out. So, or he could even if he's on the floor. And then, you know, Domas has been in the lab unlocking that right hand of his. You know, he kind of feels like there were some things to improve in his game. And, you know, Doug Christie's got his little cot and guest room and Sabonis' crib. They've been working out every day pretty much this summer. So those are just, you know, just some of the finer points that I'm looking forward to. And then, you know, sometimes to wrap it up, guys, sometimes when you keep your team together, that's a huge win. You don't always have to make the huge free agent splash, because now you're introducing another unknown variable into your team. Sometimes keeping your players and developing your players and building that chemistry and that experience together along the journey to a potential, you know, Western Conference championship, NBA championship, whatever it may be, because those are the 2 goals that the Kings are shooting for now. Got the division last year. Now it's different, right?
Yeah.
Because you look at the Denver Nuggets. You know, they tweaked their way to a championship. They kept their core with Murray and Jokic, but they tweaked their roster and their parts along the way. You know, it was a 4-year journey for them.
Yeah.
So, you know, the Kings are in year 2 here. They're on the build, and I really think whenever you can maintain your core guys, they took care of Domas contractually. Vezenkov comes in. Those kind of moves, man, really make things look bright for the Kings moving forward.
Mark, super gracious with your time today, man. We appreciate your perspective from Boulder, man. We're hyped. I mean, we'll see you in a couple of weeks. That's it.
Yeah.
I mean, camp starts in a couple of weeks.
Coming up, right? October 2nd, man. I can't wait.
Yes,
can't wait, man. I keep watching tape of guys and you know, calling guys and see what they're doing, and heard from Harrison the other day, and saw Kevin Herter, and see Alex Lynn a lot, and spoke to De'Aaron. These guys are good, man. They're ready to go. I love the vibe that the Kings have going in.
I've been watching tape too. I've been looking at Mark's suits,
Yeah,
looking at Mark's shoes, looking at Mark's jewelry. Like we got to step our game up this year. Like, come on, man.
I'm gonna try, but come on, man.
I
It's
know.
Mark Jones we talking about.
You
Come
guys
on.
are too good, man. Hey,
I know.
it's like my pastor says, guys, you got to wear your blessings, man. You can't take it with you.
That's the
Yes,
line I'm gonna
indeed.
use. That's the line I'm using moving forward. I gotta wear my blessings, baby. Come on, Mark Jones says so. Mark, we appreciate you, brother. Thank you so
Great
much.
call on Saturday,
Yes.
man. Now that
Yeah, I
added to the
appreciate
whole
you
thing
guys.
as well, man. You and Lewis are great, man.
I appreciate it. I'm only sorry that I didn't get a chance to meander into a Sacramento Kings mention somewhere along the way, but it would have been too tight. I can't sell out that much, man.
That's all right. That's all right. We rep for you, Mark. We
Yes,
got
indeed.
you.
Appreciate you, bro.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Keep up the great work.
All right, man.
That's a man, Mark Jones, right there.
Yeah.
There is no one better than that dude.
No. It really
Absolutely
isn't.
no one.
It really is. And we talked about it a little bit right there, but I mean, he was the perfect guy to have on that game.
Oh man, him and Lewis both.
He was the perfect guy to have on that game. And I don't know if it can happen. I don't know if it can happen because Oregon is really, really good. All right. So I don't know. The Colorado situation, as far as undefeated, may stop on Saturday. But if they find a way to beat Oregon and it's Colorado SC the following week,
both undefeated.
I need Mark Jones and Louis Riddick on the call.
Now help me out because I think this alert popped up. I don't remember if it was during the show or before the show, or right before. Did Oregon in that guy? That's prime time.
That one's 12:30. Oregon and Colorado.
Yeah,
it's a 12:30 game. I know
Okay.
because I'll be watching that as I wait.
Oh,
yeah. So that's 12:30. I think.
Why is everybody late?
I'll be like the Manny Pacquiao when he fought Tim Bradley. They were like 30 minutes late or whatever, and the report was it was Heat Celtics game 7 right after
that's
that
right.
game 6. And the report was Manny wasn't going out until game 7 was over.
Hey.
So that's how I'm gonna be on Saturday. I'm not going out until Colorado, Oregon is over.
I have serious doubts that that's how this is going to go down.
Colorado's going to be in their 6 overtime. Get Kenny out here now.
I swear to God, if he don't get out here, this thing's over. This thing is over.
So I think USC Colorado is still to be determined.
Right now it said 9 a.m.
Oh, it might be. It might be a
That's
big
what it
noon
said.
joint.
Yeah, that's what it's set at right now.
Yeah,
9 a.m. Man, it's so much fun. This Deion Sanders stuff is so much fun.
It is, man. I'm enjoying
it. And I don't. The thing I'll be anxious to see is like this team's not running the table. They're not. They're not going to end the season at number 1 with no losses. Let's use Oregon for an example. Hell, let's go with your scenario. They beat Oregon, get to USC and lose. Like, when does this thing slow down?
I think it does slow down with the loss. And to be honest with you, I think it slows down after SC, because I feel like that's the newness of it all would have worn out as far as like games that we want to see as football fans. I think it would have worn out at that point. Like Colorado versus Arizona State, like in Colorado's 4-2 at that point. Like nobody's going crazy. I'm still going to be watching. A lot of people are still going to be watching, but I don't think game day is going to be there for that. So I think with the loss in the change in the schedule, I think things will change up a little bit. But that's once again, that's assuming a loss. Like that's the biggest thing. The loss is what's going to slow it down. If they keep winning, if they find a way to keep winning,
it's going to be crazy.
This thing is going to. It's going to just.
I mean, I
keep on
can't.
going.
It's hard to imagine it being even bigger than it was this weekend.
I think that has
The Rock was there. You know what I mean? Like 60 Minutes was there.
I think the hype, if they lose a couple games, it'll die down, but I don't think it ever goes away this season. I think people like I said, I got family don't watch college football. They're tapped in with Colorado and stuff because they love Deion. Like I think like that'll be like people still be with Colorado all season. Then coming into next season, oh, what can Deion and them do? Like the hype's not really gonna leave them. I don't think.
As long as they don't like just go terribly south, like they can lose the next 2 games, win another 2 or 3 after that, and be 6-2.
Mhm.
And I think they
Still be
still
talking
have a
about it.
buzz. They just can't go like 3-5. Like that would be disaster as far as like the perception of the program and the attention that it would get.
Yeah, again, it's hard to think about anything they do this season being bigger than what they just did this weekend. We'll come back. We'll dive back into the NFL. It's going to be the 49ers and the Giants coming up in just a couple of days. We're going to watch that game together live at Sky River Casino. So we'll dive back into the NFL. One NBA note regarding the Mia Skata. We've got that coming up. Steelo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Get up for a second.
Celtics are signing all like the old end of the bench Kings guys. They got Nick Stauskas 1 year, and then went Justin Jackson last year, and then Neemias Queta this year.
That's crazy that they're doing that. We can fix them. We can fix them. Yeah, man. Get to a bowl game. The crazy thing about that too is like some of these things are slotted, like, the third place Pac-12 team plays the third place Big 12 team in the Alamo Bowl. But if there's like at large type situation, man, I think some of them bowls are gonna be going crazy to get Coach Prime in there. That's money. Yo, that's gonna be a crazy game on Saturday. Saturday is lit. But that game right there, like, I think Oregon State's a little better than Wazoo. That game's gonna be nuts. I think Oregon State can make a push for the Pac-12 championship. I really do. I like what they're doing up there.
Pac-12's last year in existence is going to be their best ever in the history
Their
of the
best
league.
year in like the last 15, 20 years. They got like 6 teams that are good. Hell, Cal isn't even ranked, and Cal is like a good team.
Bro, just go back and redo it. Like, we're not USC and UCLA not going to the Big Ten. Just figure out the TV deal.
Yeah. UCLA is another good team. UCLA and Utah. I think UCLA's are ranked right now, too, matter of fact. Yeah, they Pac-12 is going out with a bang. Let me see. What's the Pac-12 doing this year? Ooh. Well, yeah, that should have happened. Absolutely should have happened. I'll talk about it on the show. And it looks like it's kind of old news. I'm just now seeing it, but
3 o'clock is just a funny hour. They're out there listening to KSFM, and we're in the middle of like a long ass talk break.
what were you talking about? Divorces, right? Or Diddy? I think it's Diddy right now.
I was just thinking, what was 6? That first 6 o'clock. Because the second
Football.
Was it football? That's what I.
The Sweetie.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Yeah.
But I think it was Dion.
It might have been Dion. Yeah. It's crazy. Literally just did that like 2 hours ago. How do I not remember? Yo, Washington is another good team. This weekend is crazy with college football. They got some crazy games.
Okay. So when are we out? Okay.
Ramsey, is it true that I know the answer to this. I'm just messing with Ramsey. Got smacked up by Fresno State. Damn. Arizona State got smacked. Yeah, shut out.
Okay. That's cool. Gives us a little more time switching over.
Oregon is a 21-point favorite on Saturday. Niners open up as a 10.5-point favorite for Thursday.
I think they win by 2 touchdowns.
Brock Purdy doesn't know a short week.
Last time he had a short week, he didn't even need his ribs. Real quick before we leave college football for good today, it's news to me. I'm just seeing this. I think it might have been put out there a couple hours ago.
We'll cover it on 102.5 later.
Mel Tucker looks like he's going to be out at Michigan State, and that needs to happen.
Yes, that definitively needs to happen.
And this isn't related. They got destroyed by Washington at home on Saturday. And one thing about for fun betting on the college football games.
Just for fun, though.
Just for fun.
Just for fun.
One of the frustrating things, like for me, I map out like 10 to 12 games each week that I'm looking at and I want to dive into. And then, I pick the 3 games that I want. And this week I went 1 and 2 in my bets. And it seems like all the other like 7 or 8 games that were on my list that, if I use Washington and Michigan State, I'm gonna go with Washington. Like all of them hit. I picked the 2 wrong ones.
I hate to see it.
Damn it.
Hate to see it.
Don't matter.
Well,
horseshoes don't. Close only counts in horseshoes
and hand grenades. That's, I believe what Gorilla Monsoon used to say. But I think that's just a regular saying that I just attribute to Gorilla Monsoon. Speaking of betting, if you had Kyrie Irving playing peacemaker,
oh man,
on an odd Twitter beef between Stephen A. and Terrell Owens on your card this weekend, congratulations. You must have hit it big.
That's crazy.
Because I wasn't prepared. I saw the Stephen A. Terrell Owens thing unfolding like, all right, I don't know why we're doing this. It has something to do with Max Kellerman. I know it has something to do with the Joe Budden podcast. I feel like this is a little much. But I wasn't prepared for Kyrie Irving to chime in and say, can y'all call each other like grown, mature men and clear the air without all the extra social media back and forth? Get what you need off your chest and move on. Hashtag, there are more important things to do. Stephen A. quote tweeted, respectfully, bro, you don't know the whole story. I have nothing to say to his sorry, pathetic ass. But that doesn't mean you're wrong. You are right, bro. I'm man enough to admit that. I will stand down. Hashtag respect. Bro, what? What?
Did you see Terrell Owens' response to that?
To Kyrie?
No, to Stephen A.
You might have to. Yeah, you might have to hit me.
It's kind of lost, but he said something to the effect like, "Oh no, don't stand down now. I want to know what you're talking about." T.O. said, "Wait till I see you."
I don't. Oh God, don't. Let's not do that. Let's not.
They ain't even gonna do nothing.
Let's not do that. That's silly.
So is Stephen A. just going on a world tour picking fights with people now?
I don't think Stephen A. picked. So man, I'm not trying to be Captain Save a Stephen A. here. I listened to the Joe Budden interview. I don't know. I don't know what to like. I don't feel like he like trashed Max Kellerman. He just said it didn't work. He said they didn't vibe. He made the odd remark, or at least I thought it was an odd remark, that he said because Max Kellerman wasn't a journalist or an athlete, he didn't think the audience was buying him. And I think history shows it's probably not true. But I didn't listen to Stephen A. like, why are you coming at Max like that? Joe asked him about Max. He asked him about First Take. He asked him about the different incarnations of First Take. And that's how that's how the conversation about Max Kellerman came along. He just said it didn't work. We didn't vibe. Sorry.
My thing is, though, he keeps finding himself in these situations. It's Stephen A and T.O. It's Stephen A and Max. Stephen A and someone else. Stephen A and this. Like, he's just always finding himself right here.
But Stephen A and Max, I don't think were going at each other, were they?
No.
Like, I don't think that happened. I just think people blamed, and I think this happens when you're the dude.
Mm-hmm.
He's the dude at ESPN. Regardless of what Pat McAfee's contract is,
Mm-hmm.
he's the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Stephen A is the guy. And so when ESPN announced a round of layoffs, and that Stephen A makes $15 million or $10 million or whatever he makes, you're gonna go with Stephen A.
Right.
When you see Max Kellerman as one of those guys laid off because he was taking off First Take, move to another show, move to a different time slot, you're gonna blame Stephen A. Everybody knows that Stephen A show. I don't think Stephen A is picking fights with people. I just think when you're the dude at that network, this is part of what you have to deal with.
He does come off as a hater towards Max, though. He comes off that way.
And I don't know why that is.
Maybe he is a hater towards him.
Maybe he is. I mean, maybe can we look, I like Max Kellerman, but can we stop for 1 second and remember that this is the same dude who said, beam to your head, I'm taking Andre Iguodala over Steph Curry. Like, let's not go too far overboard with our love for Max Kellerman, because he meant that. In the moment, that man meant that.
Yeah.
And like, you can point to these different moments where Max has said like some silly stuff. Nothing will ever top that. But it's not like all of a sudden everybody's on Max's side.
Because Stephen A, I thought Stephen A, and I actually like him a lot more than Kamara and other people.
Yeah.
But I thought he gave Max a raw deal as far as like when he got there. It seemed like he was insecure with Max there, because Max would make Iguodala joke aside. He would make really good points.
Max will talk with his chest out. Like he's not afraid of a point he's making.
Right. And
even the Iguodala point, he's not afraid of making a point.
And Stephen A kind of looked down on Max and would also kind of be like, how dare you like think that you can talk with me? Like I don't think he respected what Max brought to the table enough. And he always talks, if I was one of these players, if I was Kevin Durant or anybody like that, Stephen A in that Joe Budden interview talks about, I looked at Max and I didn't feel like I could win with him. I couldn't win with him. I had to go. We had to do something else. I couldn't win with him. I'm about winning, and I couldn't win with him. If I was an athlete, I'd be like, Stephen A, you better not ever in your life talk about somebody moving teams.
And you know what?
Talking about somebody asking for a trade and all this other stuff. And if I was Kevin Durant, I'm dead serious. You have lost that argument. You have lost the ability to talk about anybody trying to move teams. Because here you are talking about, I couldn't win. I had to get rid of this guy.
You know what bothered me about that? Like truly the only thing about all of this that really bothers me.
Mm-hmm.
You can win with Mad Dog? You couldn't vibe with Max Kellerman, a dude who the culture loves, or at least respects. But you could ride with Mad Dog?
That's
the part that was tough for me. Like,
right.
Stephen A, I want to hear you. Like, I want to, like, I love the Joe Budden podcast. I like listening to Stephen A off of First Take. I like listening to Stephen A. Bro, this math does not work for me.
Right.
At all.
I know.
And I think the point that you make about Max Kellerman making points and talking with his chest out and not backing down is difficult for Stephen A to take, because Mad Dog is cartoonish. He's a cartoon because he can't do this no more.
Yeah.
Skip, Skip is cartoonish. Max wasn't. And maybe that's where Stephen A had had the issue. I still don't know where the hell Terrell Owens and Kyrie Irving come into play here.
I'll tell you real quick where that came from. But I'm thinking about this right now, and Max is gone. Now he was a permanent like host, but it made me think, have we seen Jay Williams on the show since he challenged Stephen A? That's probably impossible to answer because nobody.
He has. You talking about where he said it's your show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't know what Jay's role there is anymore.
They sent that man into the abyss.
Yeah, he might just like Jay just might be a college basketball dude now.
He might be. Actually, didn't he get let go from ESPN?
He
was
might
part
have.
of the layoffs.
I don't know.
With the
Keyshawn's gone.
With the morning show.
Yeah.
I think he was part of the layoffs.
Okay.
I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think Jay might be coming back there to do college basketball stuff with ESPN.
Yeah, that's he's probably just a college basketball dude at this point.
The where Terrell Owens and Kyrie come in is that clip of Stephen A starts circulating around there.
Mm-hmm.
And then people were like, this was the moment when
the Max is blacker than you.
Yeah, this is the moment when Stephen A knew he had to get Max out of there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was when Terrell Owens said, a lot of people think, Max acts blacker than you do. And then Stephen A got upset. So that video was circulating around. And on one of the times that somebody posted it, Stephen A responded to it. And said something. And
I knew it had something to do with that video, but I still couldn't figure out.
And then Terrell Owens jumped in to Stephen A's response.
Got you.
And said what he said.
And then here comes Kyrie. Shout out Kyrie Irving. How many times has Kyrie tweeted in the last 6 months?
The voice of reason.
Kyrie Irving. I mean, we all had him pegged as the voice of reason.
You know what's bad when Kyrie's like, are you guys serious with this right now? You really doing this on Twitter right now? Really?
Y'all might want to grow up.
When Kyrie is telling you that, it's an issue. But yeah, that's how it all came. I was like, this is wild. There was
Kyrie tweets a little more than I realized he does.
It doesn't come up on my timeline. I wonder why.
He ain't saying nothing. A lot of weird symbols and
stop sign emoji. That's it. That's the tweet.
He quote tweeted, Jim Trotter is suing the NFL over his termination from the NFL network and is claiming the NFL owners have said the following. If the black players don't like it here, they should go to Africa and see how bad it is. Kyrie replied, if this is true, just wow.
I don't know. I know.
Kyrie just like us. He's just a regular tweeter, I guess. I'm leaving out all of the different emojis and signs he puts in there. I don't even know what all that is, but
who types weirder, Kyrie or Cam Newton when he used to throw
Cam,
the weird symbol?
Cam is out of control. Cam's like, I look at Cam like, bro, I'm not trying to read this. Stop it. What are you doing?
Cam was awful. There was also another clip circulating about Max and Stephen A. And Max is up there with Magic Johnson and somebody else. And it was right when Colin Kaepernick, it was something going on with Colin. And Max went on this whole diatribe for 2 minutes about how the NFL is corrupt and the racist owners, and that's what Cap is fighting for. And just, it was beautiful. What he said was 100% right.
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, the crazy thing is Colin Kaepernick is actually getting blackballed for the same things that he's fighting about. And then he finishes and Stephen A looks at him and goes, that's nice. just goes on about his other point. I said, damn, Stephen, they pulling up the videos. That is, I mean, Max was passionate. He was correct. Even Magic was in there yeah, no, we know. You're right, Max, you're right. And Stephen A just said, that's nice. I don't know why he be hating on Max, man.
Oh, wow. There's a lot to digest there that's just not worth digesting. We'll just keep it moving. Kelly Oubre expected to sign a one-year deal with the Philadelphia 76ers.
Okay.
Interesting.
Okay.
I feel like I had just read he was a lock for Miami, after the Dame trade was done. Did I read that right?
No, yeah, you did.
Yeah, for sure.
Does that?
Well, I think I gotta double check, but I'm pretty sure we have mystery teams now in the Damian Lillard race.
Oh, mystery teams.
Let me check this.
Is it the Packers again?
Could be. Maybe they're offering AJ Dillon in a second rounder. Couldn't get you Jonathan Taylor. Maybe it gets you Damian Lillard.
The Packers.
I don't know. Does this? I wonder. I wonder if there's behind the scenes rumblings. Hey, this thing might not happen. Let's get you locked in. Not a bad landing spot for him, as Woj noted. Or I think it was Woj. Yep, as Woj noted. No one having any idea what's happening with James Harden. He could actually play a lot. Like he could wind up playing a ton in Philadelphia,
for sure.
and having an opportunity to score.
Yeah.
One other thing we didn't touch on.
Real quick,
sorry.
Real quick, it was Mark Spears reported that there's a mystery team in the Eastern Conference for Dame Lillard.
So Neemias Queta and who else?
I mean, we got Queta, so obviously Rob Williams is in the package.
Yeah, Rob Williams. Yep. All right.
They trade Marcus Smart and Rob Williams in one offseason. I quit.
Oh, still can't believe they traded Marcus Smart. Shohei Ohtani done for the season.
Yeah, packed his bags and everything.
Yeah, I don't know what that means for his MVP that I thought was his.
Yeah,
but I don't. Yeah, that's a lot of season. Well,
it's as crazy as his first half and then some was.
Yeah.
Feels like he hasn't even really played in the last month and a half, 2 months.
Yeah.
Oh, shout out to the Giants.
Oh,
who
the,
went out
the San Francisco Giants?
Yeah, the San Francisco Giants. Yeah,
tell me more.
Shout out to them as they went into Colorado and a must-win 4-game series and
Yep.
promptly lost 3 of 4 to the Colorado Rockies.
Well, Colorado's winning right now. What you want? Well, the Broncos aren't. Your Broncos are losing, but they got Denver in their name.
Broncos and the Rockies, literally the two that are not getting it.
Can I tell you the thing that just annoyed me the most all year, or all weekend? You bought tickets to SmackDown 3 months ago in Denver, Colorado, thinking you might see Jay or Jimmy. If you're lucky, you'll see Roman. Maybe Roman will come through Denver. And John Cena and The Rock pull up?
Wow.
Man.
Wonder what's going to happen next Friday.
I know John Cena's here. John Cena's at the Golden One Center.
So is that just a one-off with The Rock?
Yes. Yes.
No.
It's a one-off with The Rock.
It's not. He's back. He's back. I said he'd come back. He came back. You know, he'll be the rest.
Did he literally there for Coach?
Let me ask, because I watched late last night. I wanted to see. Stare down with Paul Heyman. Jimmy.
You can't do that when Roman's not there, though.
You telling me?
You could have done Paul Heyman.
You telling me he couldn't have had a stare down with Paul Heyman? Had that crowd go nuts and just walk off?
Not yet.
Oh, come on, man. They teased this show on Young Rock. Now you want to get Tim, and now that The Rock is back, they couldn't have done a passing in the hallways.
We're working on it, okay? Let it play out. We're working on it, all right? Me and Paul Levesque are working on it.
WWE is like, we didn't expect this. He just showed up.
He literally him and Pat just showed up at the door. We had to rewrite the whole show. Hey, The Rock's here. What do we do? I don't know. Have him kick Austin Theory's ass. I don't know.
That is pretty. They probably didn't know about any of this.
He hugs John Cena.
When do you think they knew about this?
Wednesday. Maybe Tuesday or Wednesday. Yeah, maybe Tuesday or Wednesday.
My boy Cody Rhodes out there sweating.
WWE had no plans on this, and then all of a sudden, hey, I'm gonna be in Boulder, Colorado this weekend.
See, but they've been name dropping him though, and all that, haven't they? They were kind of hinting at. I thought that's what I saw on Twitter. I don't know. I don't really watch SmackDown or Raw anymore.
He's talking to Pat McAfee. He turns around. He hugs John Cena. He grabs his Zoa off the little cart, turns around, and there's Paul Heyman. You couldn't have done that yesterday. They don't know that they have it. That's why they didn't do it. If they knew they had it, they would have done something with Paul Heyman yesterday.
I'm
they didn't.
half joking. He just showed up a couple days. Like he's just, I'm here. This Pat McAfee probably talked to him. Why don't you come on SmackDown? Like they had no idea this was going to happen.
Yo, Paul Heyman was there. It would. Hey, Paul, he's gonna hug John when Rock turns around. Just stand there, stare at him. You don't have to.
No,
do
I agree
else.
with you. And I agree with you saying they didn't do it because they don't know they have him. They didn't even know he was going to be there.
No.
Okay,
They don't know what's going on
You
right
can't do
now.
the Rock thing because your boy Paul Heyman is working with LA Knight right now. That's what they're starting to push. They had a little moment, I think. No, legit, they had a little moment. That's what's going on right now. I'm being serious.
Oh man,
I don't want that.
They're gonna make me not like LA Knight. I was one of the first defenders.
He about to be the new Roman, where you just boo the hell out of him every time they try to push him. We got plenty of time to dive into the 49ers and the Giants coming up on Thursday. We hope that you'll join us to watch the game at 32 Brew Street inside Sky River Casino. More importantly, we hope that you'll join us to watch the show. We'll be live doing the entire 4-hour show. They're beginning at 12. Food, drinks. We can even hit the tables at some point. We do have an hour to kill from the time D'Lo and Casey ends to the time football starts. We have a couple of ideas of some ways to fill that time, but we can always hit the tables. We can most definitely do that.
I'm coming.
We'll pause. We'll head over to 102.5 KSFM now, do our duties over there. No run it back today. There's 2 Monday Night Football games for no reason. What we got? Panthers Saints coming up?
Panthers Saints on 13-20. You got to love it.
All right. Derek Carr returns to the Northern California region. Next on Sacramento Sports Leader.
Almost nobody.
ESPN 1320. All right, man. Good for you. We ain't going nowhere. Did you DoorDash a pizza?
No, Kim went to Round Table for lunch.
Oh. She's looking at me like I did something wrong when she was walking around with that pizza. I was like, yo, what are you looking at me for?
Who would sign up for a dating show with Kim?
Oh, a lot of
Ask in the chat. This is your chance. Who would sign up? If you would sign up for a dating show with Kim, raise your hand in the chat.
Let's see. Oh, Drew Down. Drew Down, you coming? I can't see. I thought some of y'all was hyped for. Let me ask my wife. These are a bunch of grown-ass men in here.
It bees that way.
We love y'all, man. We will see. So, I'm not even putting anybody's name on the screen. Y'all gonna get yourselves in trouble. We shutting this down. Y'all need to stop it. Y'all need to stop this right now. In fact, we're ending the stream. Go think about your life choices.